already seen. So it's changed quite a bit. And because we don't own that content, we don't own the knowledge anymore, some parents might be fearful. The second thing that's really critical in raising children in today's day and age is to raise them there in the world at this time for such a time as this. Right? So there's a reason these platforms exist. How are they using it? How are they engaging with it? What are your family values? Your children know what your family values are, because it's those values that are going to guide them when they see something online. So there's a term I like using, which is, the law of first mention. When your child sees something online, is that the first time they're having to deal with what is right or what is wrong? Or can they recall that in our family unit, we've discussed before what I should do, not if, but when I see something inappropriate online, what do I do? And how do I make sure that the choices I'm making are actually choices that will benefit me long term? So I'll just stop there, but really, we can't parent from a place of fear. We can't say we like or not like technology or digital. It's not going anywhere, but we have to make sure that we're empowering our children to use it for good.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Yeti. And that is so critical. I don't even know how to... I like what you said, that we're the last generation of parents that are going to be one leg in analog and one leg in digital. So really, we need to own it. I think that's the word. Own it. That's the world that they've come into. And there's something else that you said, and you have also said that also. Mission, purpose, values. So you see that, I think what I increasingly see is that this is not about just one area. This is the whole principle of parenting. This is the whole reason why we're here, why even a child was given to you. So even our values, our purpose, our mission, comes into a place of even raising children in an e-world. But yet to just piggyback, just to piggyback on that, one of the things you said that caught me was that you said, what if the law of first mention? So we know that we are not exhaustive. So what if in a case where, honestly, the first time a child is seeing something is online, not because the parents haven't been intentional, but maybe just because it's not one of the things that they've dealt with. Does that affect the identity? Is there a way to remedy that? I'd like you to speak a bit about that.
Yeah. So obviously we can't cover everything, but what we need to do is cover as many things as we can. And the reason why it's almost like a race against digital technologies is the way it works. And I tell my children this all the time: no platform, no social media platform, no website is thinking, what age is this child? So if a child stumbles on something online innocently, maybe they were even curious and they went to search for it. Let's be honest, we were all curious growing up. We just didn't have these platforms to give us this information. Yeah. So the minute a child clicks on something for the first time, the algorithms, meaning the way the platforms work, it's going to continue to push that information at the child. Yes. So the unfortunate thing we're seeing is that sometimes a child clicks on something that maybe they shouldn't have, but then it keeps getting served to them. And we know that what we meditate on, what we continue to see regularly, is going to shape our perception of the world. Yeah. So that's why it's very important, as much as possible, before your child gets online, you have a general conversation around particular topic areas. So when they see something, they can connect it to something in your family values. It won't be perfect, but it's much better than not doing anything at all and just hoping for the best. Because hope is not a strategy in today's day and age.
It's not. Thank you so much, Yeti. And one thing that I also wanted to say as regards that, even just like you said, children are curious. So some of the times, honestly, I remember, a number of parents have, just reached out and like, oh my God, I found my child doing something. Oh my God, the child is bad. Oh my God, that thing that we go. I don't know whether it happens to you guys. Whenever my children, when they were younger, they would make a mistake. I would go into panic mode. My goodness, where do I start from? What did I do? How did this happen? Until God had to tell me, Shola, children are children and they're under your care because they are children and they're going to make mistakes. And you have to be comfortable with mistakes. And so even if that has happened, like you said, they've stumbled into something, you found them, watching this or whatever it is, it's actually an avenue to correct. And it's an avenue to teach new values, like you're saying, and just connect it back to what is going on and hold that child's hand on the process to get in there. Thank you so much, Yeti. Okay, we're going to go to Rolake now. Rolake, good to have you here. And Raquel, the outstanding thing, or one of the beautiful things about you and your parenting, is that you are parenting in a blended family. And a blended family is one in which one or two of the children, some of the children there don't come from the two parents, either from one past experience or the other, cuts across different reasons. And this is such a dynamic thing in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, but it's such a beautiful thing to behold. And we've seen amazing people come from blended families. I'm really, really excited about that. And so what I've realized is that everybody's parenting journey, will be different. How we navigate will be different. So I guess my question will really be, how can you build love and foster, community, and, that thing of knowing that this is where I am, I belong here. I'm not here because I don't, this is not about who's my dad, who's my mom. Because in my own mind, I think that I'm one of those people that think adoption is rad, and that means that I feel like we're all adopted into God's family anyway. The only biological, in quotes, spiritual son of Jesus, of God, is Jesus. So all of us are adopted. And in the principle, living with children in the family where you can't say, oh, this was my biological child. Yet you want everyone to have vested interest. You want everyone to feel like I'm covered, I'm known, I'm accepted, I belong here. How can you foster that in blended families, in our world today? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And great to be here. Super excited to be talking about this. I get asked that question a million times. And I always say that I wish people would also ask my husband on the other side, because all the kids are his biologically, but only one of the kids is mine biologically, and the other three are my stepkids, even though I don't call them my stepkids. But for the purposes of this webinar, I wanted people to understand the dynamics. Well, the thing is, one of the basic fundamental needs of humanity is the need to be loved and the need to be included. And as a career woman who has a very strong sensitivity around inclusion, and some people would argue that I'm overly sensitive around inclusion, it was one of those things that I felt strongly that I needed to do. And so some of the principles, funny enough, that I'd learned in the sort of corporate context and in the career world, I actually brought them and tried to apply them in the context of the family. But the thing is, the first part was my recognition that from day one, I just needed to be myself as a mom who was coming into a situation where my husband already had 3 kids. And the second thing is I needed to take time to understand each kid's personality. In my own case, the 2 older kids were 9 and 7 when their biological mom passed. My third stepchild was only 6 months when her mom passed. So I was really her first mom that she ever knew as a mom, whilst the older 2 knew somebody they previously called mom. So one of the things that it taught me was that the way I related, the way I sort of understood them was going to be very different. How they wanted to be loved and how they chose to be loved was also going to be very different. And I also had to realize that I needed to let them lead in terms of their level of comfort around having me come into their picture. And one of the things their dad did from day one, he introduced me to them very early on, and that's very rare. So there was a lot of pressure even before we got married. But I think the first thing I quickly learned was, Rolake, you're trying too hard. And I think if people feel that you are, or if members of the family, whatever context your blended family is, some people have blended families where the spouse, 1 or 2 of the other oldest former spouses are still alive. And that introduces a whole different dynamic. Is you have to realize that you can't force the speed or pace of how people welcome and open you. So how you choose to then include them has to be based on your understanding of their personality, what drives them, what their fears and anxieties may be about this family construct, which in our society, I think we're getting more open about talking about it and the various dynamics. But the reality is, we need to first of all try and be authentic. What are the things that I do really well? What do I bring to this table? Ultimately, what I want is harmony and cohesion. What is a choice of language that I choose to use around my kids? When I introduce my kids to other people, do I introduce them as, oh, hello, meet my stepson? We have an unspoken rule in our family that when we're referring to each other, it's my brother, my sister, Now, for the purposes of certain things like academic forms, or things that are formal, of course, we need to use the word step. But I think the first sense of inclusion that I had to try and create was the use of language and what is acceptable. Everybody is brother and sister. There's no half, there's no step. The second thing I had to realize is that it takes two to make this happen. And one of the things I had to gently, and in some case, forcefully let my husband know is that you need to let the kids feel like they can defer to me. Because it's not like again, for the purposes of this call, it's not like my stepkids, are suddenly being expected to switch from operating one way. And then the next day, because there's now been a wedding and a ceremony, they have to start suddenly operating another way. It takes the other spouse, especially in a situation where another spouse has biological kids, to basically say that, you know what, now we have a new structure. Now we have a new environment. How can we work together as a team to make this happen? And so I had to really let my husband know that, you have to help me along here. You have to hold my hand. I can't just, you've been daddy and mommy for like 7 years before I came into this picture. So you really have to help guide and coach them on how to go about feeling like we're together. And actually, this issue of inclusion, it goes both ways. It's not, the onus isn't always even on the parents. It's as the kids get older, they become mature. And my older kids are actually very mature. The oldest is now 20. She's very clued on. She understands the dynamics. She can't come and just pull over the wool over her eye. By modeling that sense of inclusion, I'm seeing her also lead with her siblings in terms of how we include others in conversations, in family gatherings, family conversations on issues that matter. And then the final thing I would say is that within 6 weeks of getting married, I get pregnant. So, of course, we now have a younger boy in the family who is now 4. And I think actually that was a really interesting one because there was a lot of anxiety as to how we would blend. It's always been 3 of them in the picture. Now there's a 4th one. I think because of what we tried to establish in the year that I was pregnant before Dotun came along was really create that sense of inclusion so that the standards and principles and values we wanted for our family, it was pretty evident that when Dotun came in, they readily embraced him. And so it was something that just flowed from the 3 older kids to the younger ones. He was their baby brother. They were doting on him. I remember one particular incident that happened one time when we were all around the family table. And then I think Ife is now 11. She was probably about maybe 9.5 or something. And she said something like, oh, why does Dawson always get all the attention? And for a moment, my heart stopped because I felt like for the first time, I'm finally going to have to deal with this issue. But actually, the older one Simi quickly said, actually, he's a baby. Babies demand a lot of attention. Now, me as a stepmom, in quote, would have come in and be worried. I'm like, oh my gosh, Dapo, I haven't done a great job. Clearly, she thinks maybe I'm giving too much attention to the younger one. But because we had created and set this ethos and value around inclusion in our family, I actually had allies in helping me create the kind of environment and the kind of language we wanted. So something that would have caused me a lot of anxiety because I tend to overinterpret and overanalyze situations. It was actually my older daughter that was the one telling her younger sister that actually babies naturally demand a lot of attention. So I think really it takes intentionality. It also takes a lot of collaboration between both parents to make it work. And it really takes taking time to understand each family's members' dynamic, their personality, how they choose to engage, and just realizing that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Mrs. B, that actually reminds me of something that you said, and it was the first thing that you said, Rawake, and Ms. B, you said, you didn't kill yourself, or you made up your mind that I'm not going to kill myself, even when it comes to parenting.
Yeah.
And Rawake said something about being authentic.
Yeah.
And I think it's a thing that cuts across everyone, whether you're blended, you just have to say, I'm going to bring myself to this thing. I'm going to be the best to me. I'm not going to try and be somebody else. I'm not going to try and overcompensate. And like I said in English, you have to say to herself, I'm trying too hard, basically. I think that was something. If you notice again, something has cut across mission, values, ethos. They have a value of inclusion, and that has been something that, rings through, and that they've been able to pass that from one child or just different children. And I like the fact that you're saying knowing a child's personality, because sometimes, and you also alluded to that, Mrs. B, where you said you knew your different children, you knew what they were good at, and I'm sure we'll still get back to that when we come to you. You knew what they were good at, you knew what they need, what at least what was uniquely them,
Yeah.
you know, and that has helped really. Wow, that's a lot. And I like what you said. Again, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not a sprint. Thank you so much, Raquel, for that. Okay, we're going to MM now. So MM, you are, in fact, maybe we should call you the organized guru. You know, you have a book, The Parent Organizer, which has actually helped a lot of working moms in terms of creating structures and systems in their homes. So I guess the question I want to ask is, how important is organization? How important is it to have structures? How important is it to have sustainable systems when it comes to parenting? Are we not just supposed to say, no, these people are children? Do we need to put a structure, a system, or anything? How important is that? Especially for working moms, I think it's important. You know, especially for working moms and, you know, just who have to juggle a lot of things. Also moms in diaspora who don't have domestic staff.
Thank you so much for having me. And when I became a new mom, I came back from the US and I felt really bad. I felt like a lot of moms didn't share their journey. I thought parenting was very easy because nobody really complains when you see them outside with their kids. It was really stressful for me. So I believe that being organized is so important, very crucial in this 21st century for moms. First of all, it creates a framework. It helps you stay focused. It allows you to understand what is it that you want to achieve. For me, staying organized is beyond just making good meals for your kids, making sure they get good grades. For me, staying organized is changing patterns, negative patterns that you don't want to repeat. Staying organized is overcoming challenges that you as an adult, you've gone through challenges that you don't want your kids to go through. You're trying to create a new framework for them so that they can have better opportunities, not just for education, but understanding food and all of that. So for me, organization it helps you.
Okay. I think the internet there was a bit wonky and she'll come back to that. But I wanted you to speak, Mrs. B, to something about just being organized, because I think that, you know, when I just listened to you talk before now, I just saw a stream of organization, even with. So, Ms. D, first of all, tell us about this, your children. How that they are and what they're doing.
Okay, so I have 5 children. I have a daughter that is 20, that would be a sophomore in university. I have an 18-year-old.
Now, why are you moving? You did not tell us university now.
Okay, so she goes to Yale University. So,
can you own it with your full chest, please?
No, it's only because the thing.
But the reason why I was saying that is not because I think it's, you're bragging things. It's also the fact to say that it's possible.
Yes, but I think the reason why I'm not really saying, because it's not necessarily something that is my own dream. It was a dream that she had, and as a family, we worked with her and we coached her to her reality. So that is so that's why I'm like, it's her story. Like, it's great, but I wasn't at Yale. I didn't take the SATs. I didn't do all those things.
But it's your story.
No, yes, it is part of our story. But, as
I understand, honestly, I understand what you're saying.
Because, with children, you also want to be careful. Why? This young woman is at Yale. What if tomorrow she says, you know what, Mom, I don't know, I'm not really feeling this. I think that I want to do something else. So we need to be careful that this is their story, this is their life, and we're just supporting them through sort of that process. So, that is her story. I have a second daughter that is graduating, and she's in A-levels, and she is more into the arts and everything like sculpture and painting. I have a third daughter that is 16, and she is going to IB, which is like an A-level. And she's 16. She's into engineering and the sciences and STEM. Then I have a son. He's going to an interesting school, but is a high school, and he's into like environmental studies and humanities. And then we have our last baby that is 13 years old. So
5 children, different people, different personalities.
Yeah. And
therefore there'll be some level of organization that's needed there.
Yes, there's a lot of organization, but the thing is, their basis and their foundation is the same. So that means that everybody's hardworking. It's a community. So there's certain values and things that run through all of them, even though certain things is different that they do. So obviously there has to be, with 5 children, And even the children, in our case, have to assist each other. So for us, this is a community effort. So myself, my husband, the children, any assistant in their younger years, my parents, and so it's a community effort, and also friends and family when they would go away to school. So I think that, there has to be structure. For me, personally, with children, I've always believed that children was about nurture. Children was about environment. It's something that I believe heavily in. So that was also something that we, as a family, worked very, very hard on. Because, you can't have 5 children, everybody has to wake up, everybody needs to be in a car at the same time to go to school. We have to eat at a certain time. You have to share bathroom. So many things that you sort of have to do. So earlier on, I feel like because there was so many of them, they were able to understand certain things, sharing. Sometimes when people have 1 or 2 kids, they're not used to sharing.
I agree.
For my kids, with or without your permission, you're gonna have to share. So they're sort of used to it. So obviously the structure is very important. And also, I have a life. I have a career. My husband has a life. My husband has a career. So that said, our children is part of everything else that we're doing, but I'm also myself. So which is very, very important to me. So I wouldn't call, I'm not a stay-at-home mom. I wasn't a full-time mom. So that being said, there had to be structure. So I got home at a particular time. The children ate at a particular time, did homework, went to sleep. So there was just a lot of structure that we sort of needed to put in place. And, that's most times. And sometimes you're just going to wing it.
Yes.
So sometimes you just sort of wing it. And I feel like those was more in the formative years. But as each, by 11 or 12,
there's some
it got
structure.
easier. My older daughter is assisting. The second is assisting. So yeah. So I think that's just what it is. And then they also understand, look, it's 5 people. Come on. I can't come and kill myself.
I can't come and kill myself. Thank you so much, Mrs. B. I don't know if MM is back. I'm not sure.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay,
Yes.
MM, please. Yes, I think you got caught up when, and one of the things I think I remembered was what you were saying also about the fact that it's not just in terms of structures and systems, but also creating organization about negative behavior that you don't want to see repeated. Can you just take it from there?
Yes, I like negative behaviors when it comes to, some people would say I grew up in an environment where people were very rude. And everyone calls, I've heard people say, oh, I'm from this part of Nigeria, and this is how we speak to each other. This is how we, crack jokes. But those jokes are very toxic, And you want to raise your child in the same family, and you want to make sure that the environment when you're raising your child, that everyone understands how to speak to the child. And I also want to say that for parents who have systems where they're not around, you're at work, and your nannies can't even, give your children a healthy, safe punishment. So the kids are rude to the nannies, and there are no boundaries. So being organized is beyond just waking up at a particular time, giving them fruit and smoothie, making sure their clothes are clean, laundry and all of that, which is very good. Like Mrs. B said, the nurturing part, which is also very important. So it's much more than that. I would say for me, it's the nurturing, the health and wellness, everything, and their behavior, which is super important, because these people, you're raising them to interact with people globally, and you want to raise good people. So organization is bigger than just being very organized, like your table is neat. That's part of it as well. I know one thing is you need to know who you are, first of all, as a parent, self-awareness. So if I know myself, I know the things that I'm passionate about. So because I'm passionate about certain things, I would want to transfer that knowledge to people around me. So when I know who I am and I want to achieve this goal, I can see that maybe you don't like reading as an adult. You don't want your kids not to like reading. Reading is an important skill. So what do? You make sure that everyone around you understand the time for reading is non-negotiable. The child can play, the child can go downstairs, do everything they want to do, but when it's time for reading, everyone is calm, support the child, create a corner in the home where the child knows that this is reading time. I visit moms. I'm in Canada at the moment, And when I moved abroad, I was like, wow, how am I going to maintain the same standard? Nigeria everywhere was very sparkling. They had 3 nannies. I had 2 after COVID. I had a driver, I had a PA and all of that. Coming to Canada, I'm like, God, am I going to have a clean home like I did in Nigeria? Will I still eat good meals? Will I still get my smoothies? So I couldn't really blend smoothies. So I started eating fruit, and I didn't like chewing fruit directly, but now we all eat fruit like every day. So I told her, I won't give you fruit every time to school like I was doing in Nigeria and even here in Canada. You will have your fruit after school. So every time you're back from school, you will have some fruit, maybe 5 or 3 different kinds of fruit on the table is already waiting for you as you're coming back. So in the morning you can have your fruit as well. So I can give you strawberry or raspberry in the morning with yogurt and a pancake. Then lunch, I'll give you a nice lovely pasta. I could give you something like maybe waffles, something you really like that you're going to enjoy in school. But after school, girl, let's go back. We need to follow this pattern because I'm raising someone to build a good habit. So number 1 is prioritize what's important to you. Like I said, importance. What is important to you might not be important to Mrs. B. Everyone is different. I'm very particular about spirituality. I'm particular about self-confidence, because if people are not confident, they're going to struggle with low self-esteem. They're going to look up to other people. They're not going to discover their talent on time. People are going to take advantage of them. They will go through bullies and they won't be able to speak up. So I believe affirmations as well is very important to me. So I created affirmations from when she was very young, and because she could read very early, I was like, wow, let me take advantage of this gift that you have. You can read early at 1+. Then let's go. I created the affirmations morning and night. I had the Monday to Sunday affirmations, different days, different scriptures with her name, and it's personalized. I created the food menu for 6 months. Wow. And then I didn't know what I was doing. I was just a new mom trying to make sure that everywhere was organized, that everything was running. I knew the days, my nannies and everyone knew. On Thursday, her hair is taken out 2 weeks. Her nails is cut on Saturday. So everything was just like the food menu, everything, the fruits, types of smoothies, what she's drinking, when she's praying in the morning, and all of that. The book reading was just, everything was just running. Until one day I went for a coaching session, and I told the coach, I'm a corporate trainer. I want to sell my services. I'm here to gain more knowledge about selling. I don't like talking too much on social media, doing videos every time, but I'm good at what I do. And he said, I hear that you're very organized. People are going to pay you for organization. I'm like, I don't want to share that. That's my private life. I don't want to look like I know it all, or I'm it's not a perfection journey. It's a progress journey. Yeah. So he said, man, people will pay you for this. So talk about it. And that was why, that was when I started talking about productivity. Amazing. And all of that. So time blocking, very important. After prioritizing, set your boundaries. Let everyone know that this is when I work. Nobody comes to the room when I'm working. If I'm working from home, this is when I'm reading. If you have exams as a mom or a dad, everyone in the family supports you. Like my husband just finished his master's here in Canada, so we all support each other. Everyone, okay, this is time for reading, assignment time. So you must know when to set boundaries. Everyone should support that. In your family, they should know this is when I'm going to be reading, this is when I'm going to be working, so no one can disturb you. Also, you also have to delegate. You can't do everything yourself. You need family members, you need your nannies, and you need to train your nannies. So, and then also you need to be intentional. Interesting. Self-care is number 1 for me. Self-care. If you're not taking care of yourself, there's no way you can be very productive. And that's where you cannot really pour from an empty cup. So you need to take care of yourself as a mom, and also you need to love yourself and don't be hard on yourself. It's not a perfection journey. We all make mistakes. Some days you have to be flexible. I don't want to be rigid with productivity or creating structure. There has to be some kind of flexibility. Some days you're going out for a play date, another day, sometimes you're not reading every day. If you have another activity, the child could be doing something fun, and that's also important as well, that they get to play and that you're enjoying the journey, and share your challenges. Don't keep them to yourself. Talk to people, talk to people so you get more knowledge about organization. And I think for me, the first beginning is sit down, write down the areas you're interested in, creating structure, and then use tools like Google Calendar, any.do app, download these apps, and then set your meeting. Let everyone know, this is what I want to achieve with this child. I want to achieve this. I don't want this and I don't want that. The child also should enjoy the journey. don't be hard on the child. I'll stop here. If you have more questions,
Thank you so much. As in, you have given us such a truckload. And one thing that I like that you said, which is very important, is that know what it is that is important to you, and then try and create that. Everybody has said something about know yourself, know who you are, and be authentic to who you are. And you can actually create a structure around what it is that you want to see in your children, and just bringing your authentic self, even in creating that structure. Thank you so much. There's so much, and I know that our profiles are. Just profiles on the. I think there's something anyway that is going to be available where you can share everyone's profiles, everyone's social media page. But before we go, we have to take the last person, because this is everyone here has just made out time to be here, cut out things to be here, and I think it's really important. Thank you so much, for that. Really learned a lot from you. And I'm just going to call you Ini. I have a feeling that that's not how it's called, but I just have a feeling that I'm going to spell Ini Tina. I don't know. You correct me when I start speaking. But Ini, thank you. And I think it's a good way to kind of segue out of the session. And, about you is about raising exceptional children. Everyone here, as I've seen, as you've talked about our children, I can see such uniqueness and excellence in every child. Every child bringing something unique to the table, something dynamic to the table. So, Ini, you have children that are doing excellent things already. Your daughter Tamara was featured in BBC documentary for having read 400 books. She also took part in a challenge where she read 30 books in 30 days. You also have your one of your kids, also two of your other daughters or children have read 300 and 150 books respectively. And there have been other things and competitions that your children have gotten involved in. And just taking from what, going from where Bettina stopped, yes, thank you, where stopped, and talking about reading. And I do believe that reading is a life skill.
Yeah.
That's it. I think it's not a negotiable trait at all. In fact, the best way to look at it is the Bible is in a book. So if we're supposed to read the Bible, then we're supposed to read. So please, Ini, how do you instill a reading culture in a world where we've gone really digital, attention spans are shorter, and people just want to move on to the next best thing?
Thank you so much, Shola. I'm glad to be part of this forum, and I'm also passionate about parenting exceptional children. I think the first thing I would say is about the steps you take. So we all want our kids to be exceptional. We all want our kids to be successful. That's the joy of every mom or dad. And so there's certain intentional steps you need to take. So when it comes to books, I understand the benefits of reading books. I understand it's invaluable. Sometimes people ask questions like, how did you start reading books? So my mom was an avid reader. And so she explains things to you with the books she has read. If you want to talk about a topic, she would say, she makes reference to a particular book. So first of all, our home, the environment as well, you have a small library at home. So I would say most likely it started from there. The second aspect I would also say is that I was a debating club as well in junior secondary. And so I've always been very analytical. And back in the days, we didn't have internet where you could just quickly click and get information about a particular topic. So when I have to go for my debates, I need to just go and research about a particular topic, get all my points. And I research widely, get all my points. I'm able to function. At some point in time, I was able to even function in a senior secondary debate as well. So with kids now, my mom having passed on and I was the last, and with kids, I said to myself, I don't feel like any tax. I tell myself, you don't feel like any tax. Right. So that challenge was there that you need to do it. How can I do it as good as my mom did it? So I just started replicating all the things she was doing, first of all. So when it comes to reading, my first daughter, I started with, when she was 3, I started reading to her. They read to me when I did that with her. And then afterwards, I made sure in her room, the environment, where you have all the texts and everything, there are little books there. So I had them read to me. So first of all, it's creating the environment for read. That's the first step. And then I started the reading to me to her. And then afterwards, we had this online app where it was easy. I don't have to. Most of I'm I'm working and so extremely busy as well. So I wouldn't have time to get all the books I want to get for her. So I quickly stumbled on one app where I can read to me. So it was easier. So with that app, at the age of 4, I started doing the read to me. I started reading as well. So when people ask me, how can you count? She read over 400 at the age of 11 years. There's a systematic structure to read. So that first app, I was doing that with her, read to me. Then it got to a point where I started buying books at home. So we had over 200 books at home. And she's literally read all the books at home. And then the second came. When my second came, they are 3 years apart. And I didn't see the signs initially. Some people tell me, oh, maybe you're lucky, all your kids are, or your kids can read, or your kids love books. I'm going to explain. My second came and I didn't really see the signs. And so what, I didn't give up. I continued the same steps I continued with my first. Then my organ said, why are you wasting your time? She must not read. She must not love books. There's a particular quote that says, don't say a child doesn't love books. Rather, the child hasn't found the right books. I think it's by Frank Serafini or so. And so I applied that at the time, and I said, I still didn't want to give up that she didn't like books. Apparently, after a while, she started loving books. Now, what is the story? The story is, I was giving to her the books my first girl liked. And so all the books at home, I was giving to her. She didn't want it. So the story is that different kids with different personality will love different kind of books.
Yeah.
So she started out with books that boys will like, all the what do you call it? All kind of books, comics books, and all
thrillers, all the sci-fis, mystery books.
Absolutely. And gradually, she began to love all the books her sister loved. So that's the first lesson. Don't pick the books for them. Allow them pick their books, and then just ensure that it's age appropriate and content appropriate as well. And then the third girl came along. The same thing applied. And I think one last thing I wanted to say as well. In terms of creating the environment, don't make it a chore. Make it a lifestyle. So if we're going to the cinema, they're buying books. If we're traveling out, shopping for books is part of the shopping as well. All of that created that environment for them.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you. In fact, I don't want to be harassed. That's what I want to say. But you bring an amazing panel of 5 people. There's so much wealth of information. So please, next time, you guys should increase our slot and make sure that you're not giving us the same time as you're giving everyone. This is an amazing group of people, and everyone has so much to say. And I know Ini also has such a wealth of information. Ini, I'm sorry that I had to actually hurry you through that. But thank you, thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Mrs. B. It was amazing to have you. Rolake, thank you so much. Yeti, you're just one of the best, Ini, and I hope I didn't leave anybody out, but thank you so much, everyone. I've learned, and, just to summarize, purpose, mission, values, authenticity, knowing what you want, creating structures around them, and knowing that honestly we have in our hands the capacity and the ability to produce the next generation of history makers, world leaders, and just history makers and world changers. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been amazing hanging out with you this afternoon. Bye for now.
Bye.
Asari Dokubo and the Nigerian Army lock horns over allegation of oil theft. Tonight on Plus Politics, we discuss oil bunkering menace in Nigeria and possible solutions to them. This is Plus Politics. I am Mercy Boko. The Nigerian Army has reacted to the allegation by ex-Niger Delta militant leader Asari Dokubo that some cabals in the military are involved in oil theft in the region. Dokubo made the claims when he visited President Bola Tinubu in Abuja on Friday. The Director, Army Public Relations Officer Oyema Nwachukwu, reacted by saying that the Nigerian Army has been vigorously engaged in the fight against illegal oil bunkering, oil thefts, illegal oil refining, and other sundry crimes in the region with positive results. These, he said, was evidence in the increase in daily oil production from the abysmal dwindling output in the past. Machuku said the Nigerian army had zero tolerance for any compromise on the part of its troops and would not condone any act of economic sabotage. Well, joining us to discuss this is John Desmond, a development expert and public affairs analyst, who is also a member of the APC, and Fine Face Dunamini. He's the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, also a national facilitator project with the artisanal crude oil refiners for modular refineries in the Niger Delta region. And then Opunabon Katara is also here with us, a public affairs analyst, and Taiwo Olakpade, I hope I got that correctly, Olakpade, a broadcast journalist. Thank you so much, Olakpade, and gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having us on.
Good evening, Mercy. Good evening, Nigerians.
So,
thank you very much. Good evening.
All right, good evening, gentlemen. Once again, thank you for joining us. So let me go straight to Fine Face. I'd like to ask you what your thoughts are as regards the allegation by Asari Dokubo in this regards.
Thank you for having me, Mercy, and good evening, Nigerians. To me, I don't think there is anything to bother about overthinking about what Asari Dokubo said. This is what I have also been saying over the years, not over the weeks, not over the months, not over the days. I have been saying this over the years. It's a simple thing. But what I noticed in this country is that it depends on who says what at what particular time. Not that what Asari Dokubo said is new or different. This is what we've been saying since 2013. This is in 2013 we organized for the first time what we call National Conference on Oil Theft in Nigeria. And on April 28th, last 2 months, I also organized similar conference, National Conference on Organized Crime in Nigeria and the Gulf of Guinea. And we said the same thing. It's not new. So the army may decide to, I don't expect a different reaction from them. This is what they should say as an institution, because I know quite well that it's not every member of the Nigerian army that is involved in crude oil theft. And it's not every member of the Navy that is involved in crude oil theft. These are allegations that I think they need to work towards purging themselves of it. But that does not in any way mean that what Alhaji Asari Dokubo said is different from what you already know and what exists. They know, they are aware. It's not only the army, it's not only the Navy, it also includes the police, it also includes men of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. It's an organized crime that security operatives are aiding and abating in Nigeria. So there is nothing fundamentally, new from what Asari Dokubo said. It's what even the army, they already also know. Even those who are part of the, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, they are also part of this. It's an organized crime that they are carrying out. So there's nothing fundamentally wrong about what Asari Dokubo have said. So what they need to do is to look inwards and try to purge themselves of the allegation of them getting involved in crude oil theft in Nigeria.
When you say it's an allegation because you don't have the facts to prove. Again, then, if you say that you have been saying this over time, do you have facts, a statement? Do you have documents, written or unwritten, audio whatsoever, to prove that the military is involved? Because it's a lot of accusation. I mean, it's a lot to take in when you say that the military, it's literally involved in oil thefts that's been going on. It's something that's been going on for a very long time in the country.
There are facts everywhere. There are details about this everywhere. It's in every document. Just go on the internet, you see them. I'll give you two practical examples.
When you say that there are facts everywhere in the document, we're saying are there instances that you can mention, and then you probably have evidence or document to show. Let's not forget that we're saying that everybody. I mean, you were a thief until there's evidence you're being proven by a court of competent jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So again, it's still an accusation until you have substance to back it. So do you have substance? Are there any evidence? Do you have documents, audio recording whatsoever, to say that the military has been involved in oil thefts in our country?
Now let me say this. I have been working on this for over 12 years. Since 2011, I've been working on this. Remember, I also work, like you mentioned in your introduction, as the national facilitator of project with artisanal crude oil refiners for modular refineries in the Niger Delta. I work with you who are involved in the entire process. Now, I'll give you two examples of where men of the security operatives have been allegedly, mentioned as getting involved in oil theft and oil theft in the Niger Delta. The immediate past Rivers State Governor, His Excellency Nyesom Ezeonwike, talked about the fact that a police officer in the Emoha local government area owned a dump. When that allegation was made, I joined the Emoha local government chairman, Dr. Chidi Lloyd, to visit the sites. And I have pictures and videos of the sites owned and operated by a GPO that was in Emoha. Secondly, the Rivers State Governor also raised an allegation about a member of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps getting involved in crude oil theft. Based on his allegation, that particular officer was transferred from Rivers State. Just 2 months ago, we also got information, which you may have also heard. And my men also reported to me that some army personnel in Emoha local government area, precisely in Gumwepe community and the boundary with Rundele community, were involved in crude oil theft artisanal refining process, and they were disarmed by civilians. Their guns collected, their uniform taken, and they were thrown naked. The information is out there, and when that incident happened, I was the one that raised it to the public for the first time. If you Google on the internet, you are going to see information from me, how the army held Gumwepe's community hostage as a result of their involvement in artisanal refining and crude oil theft process, and them being disarmed and their uniform taken. It's a public knowledge. We have a lot of facts about this. So I think they need to see what they can do, because these are allegations we are putting out there, and they know that some of their men, especially those who are involved in what they call the Operation Delta Safe, is a joint military task force that are involved in this. So they are all part of this. So they should look for a way of stopping this, since the government is now trying to look at a way of, but we are suffering, Niger Delta people, our environment is being polluted, and we are suffering so much as a result of their activities.
All right, then, Opunabo Kataria, I'm sure that you have been listening to this, but then again, maybe we need to just go back memory lane. There are several reports that are valid. Reports in 2013 where Nigeria was losing over 300,000 barrels of crude oil per day to oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and you want to go on with the list. And this is despite the fact that the federal government had put efforts to curtail the diversion by increasing security spending in recent times. So again, I'm asking, does this not validate the accusation of Asari Dokubo that the military is really involved in oil bunkering, thefts, and what have you?
Well, that the military's involvement in oil bunkering, illegal bunkering, it's not in doubt. I know that the military immediately was able to defend itself, but that does not in any way appreciate the fact that it is fully, I repeat, fully involved in bunkering, illegal bunkering in the Niger Delta. Now you ask yourself a rhetorical question: who is in charge of the protection of the seaway? The Navy. You remember just last year, some 2 years ago, when a ship laden with oil left the country only for another country to seize the ship, arrest the people, and send back to the ship. What was the Navy doing? What was the Navy doing? I mean, it is well known that the military men are fully involved with oil bunkering. It is well known. So it is just a face-saving measure when they come out to say, a lot of people say you don't have proof. There are certain things that you don't expect someone to do, especially on air. I might catch you sleeping with somebody else's husband. You know that you're guilty. I know. One or two other persons know. But because it is not on videotape, you say, here is the proof. You can rely and pass your judgment on circumstantial evidence. Circumstances, yes, evidence. Not necessary. Actually, only in murder cases you can even talk of proving beyond reasonable doubt. Only in murder cases. The rest, you glean from the circumstances. So this issue of where is the proof? Because you're actually fine faith. Where is the proof? Where is the this? Where is the that? Most of them going into bunkering remove their tag names. That's what they do. And most times, some of them might not even be uniform. When Asari was in the trenches, I went to see him countless times. There was nowhere he was that I did not go to, not once, not twice. And I saw what was going on. Even recently, I went to Auda, let me mention the place. In Auda, I saw what was going on. And the military men were more or less protecting them. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about something that happened just maybe about 3 months ago. Even in Auda. So they cannot deny the fact. I mean, I saw 3 months ago, the military, they were doing illegal bunkering in the place and the military was protecting them. They were in uniform. So you cannot come and tell me, try to deny the fact that they noticed, but they're really fully involved in all that. How do you, and when I mean immediate, from top to bottom, you heard what Private said about the governor of Rivers. He said it to their face. It was a courtesy call. They paid him a courtesy call, and he told them that the bunkering situation is being festered by the involvement of your men. They could not deny it. He said, and if you argue, I'll publish it. I'll see it. Of course, he had security reports. He had all the reports. Even the civil defense guy, what happened? The policeman, what happened? Nobody told us that they were disciplined. Nobody told us that some punitive measures were taken against them. Nobody. Worst case scenario, they transfer you out of the state. We are talking of something, things that have happened. We talk of the civil defense, we talk of the police. Then when the army, when they send somebody to the states, I think it's GOC now or whatever. It used to be brigade commander. When they send her, he paid a courtesy call on the government. They did not send that to him. The former governor told him that. Because of the suit problem that we had in the states. He told him, he said, your men are involved. And if you argue with me, I will prove it. Go and talk to your men. That was what Wike said. So what are they trying to deny? You can't deny the fact that the military is illegal. It wouldn't have been possible without the military. It wouldn't have.
So the question then would be how? You know, everyone is saying that the military is involved. How is the military involved then? The military has also put out a disclaimer to saying they're not involved. So how?
They tell you to go there and they tell you to go there and arrest you, go there and protect and get your court. What is the how again? What's the how? The boys are doing the bunkering, the military man are there, allow them to go ahead with the nefarious act, and at the end of the day, they are being paid for that. It's as simple as that. We even also talked of the policeman who had his own. Now people are now working for him. They allow you to carry on with these activities, these illegal activities. At the end of the day, you pay. That's how they're involved. Not that they are going to open the pipe, break the pipes or open the pipe well. So no, that's not it. They allow the boys to go ahead who are well experienced in doing. Then for you to move, to go and sell or whatever, you pay the military men. It's like kidnapping. It's like adoption. The military men, although some were involved, like the captain, and that matter swept under the captain. Some were involved, but they even tell you, as they kidnap, the military men are even going to pay the ransom. They tell you, give me this. Don't worry, by the time you get there, the people understand. You see another checkpoint, they are due to them. It was said openly, it was on air. These things were said on air. The military did not come to, and they asked them why. They said, because we are not well remunerated for the job we are doing. If we die today, our family suffers. So this is how we make our money. It was on air. It was on air. On traditional media. We are not talking about, if you talk of Facebook and so, you say, how do you ascertain the veracity or apocryphalness of the claim? But this is on air, traditional media.
Okay.
So that's how they make their money. That's how they're involved. You are meant to arrest rather than arrest, you aid and abet. That's your level of complicity. That's your level of involvement.
Openabank Katara, let's quickly connect with John Desmond this evening and share his thoughts as well on this issue. John, thank you so much for joining us. Desmond, can you hear me? All right, then unfortunately we haven't, or we do not have a connection with Desmond or John. Hopefully we're able to connect with him. Opunabong Katare.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me
I
now?
can't hear you. Yes, I can hear you now.
So just before we get to Taiwo, again, the consent, because you already know how the system works and with the law, if you say there's an allegation, Asari Dokubo has not mentioned names of who and who is involved in, especially when you say the military, is holistic. So that's like a vague thing to say that the military is involved. Can you literally categorize all of that? And then again, I'd say, you've also said, yeah, truly the military is involved. But how can you say the military is involved? Do you have evidence? Let's even say that you're called upon to put out this evidence. Do you have evidence to present that the military is involved in all theft that's been going on for a very long time in our country?
Evidentiary proof. Depending on that is the game. I find it's rightly so.
Do you have an evidence to prove?
That's what I said. That is the day because it is not there. Like I told you, that did not snap. But even if you go today, unless they must have sent them away. If you go today, it's something that happened. It's ongoing. I just use the issue of the case of what's that thing called? Infidelity as an example. You say you don't have an evidence. I saw you you're naked in a battle with a man.
So did you take a picture of it? Do you have a video recording of it?
Because I come out to tell you, do you have an evidence? Why will I take a picture? Are they not aware? Why will I take a picture?
But I mean, this can just be mere statements. Again,
I just answered your question. Let me substantiate. The IG will tell the policeman on the road, no checkpoint. Don't take it. Don't do this. Don't do that. The policeman will go ahead. Then tomorrow you have to. Is the IG blind? Is the CP blind? Don't they fly that road? Then you can't have to. Where's evidence? Let me tell you, there are certain things. It's like giving a judge a bribe. You say the judges are corrupt. You already know that because you've also given him some of them bribes. But tomorrow now they're going to come and prove it. I am not Senator Bukasawa that will come and mention the name of it. I am not. But it is for them to use the internal mechanism to fish these persons out and punish them. But I will not, because I also gave the right. So why will I come and say this judge is corrupt? But when I say it's corrupt, I know what I'm talking about. But I will never tell you on air that I gave the right. So most times when these allegations come, it's because you probably partook in them, but you cannot mention their names. The only thing is let the security personnel go and investigate these things. Every information you get in life, even if you're not going to use it as a sword, use it as a shield. Don't dismiss it. Investigate it. The man who is also dismissed is aware. He's quite cognizant of the fact. He sees of the fact. It's a first-saving measure. Who doesn't know in this country that the military is involved? Who doesn't know? You can't. There is nobody that come and say, if the military is not involved, then the military is negligent. Because you are giving billions of naira to protect our land, sea, and airways. If you don't know what is going on there, then you are negligent. And what are you doing? Whichever way you look at it, the military cannot extricate itself from any blame. Whichever way you look at it. This bunkering thing is going on daily. And if you say you're not aware, then what are you doing with the money that you are being paid?
Let's go back to Francis now. Opunabong Katare, let's go back.
It's not hidden. The thing is not hidden.
Opunabong
is aware.
Opunabong, let's go back. Let's go back to your colleague who's also part of this conversation. Fine face right there. I mean, you know how it is. You are an accusation is still an accusation because you can't literally say someone is a criminal until they have been proven by a court of competence jurisdiction, and that's exactly what the law says.
Okay,
and we
can
get out of that.
At home, to blame because it's not proven.
So again, Yes, Fine Face, yourself have literally said that the military, you agreed to the thoughts of Asari Dokubo, that the military is it's really involved in all bunkering or theft, whatever it is, however it is you put it. But then again, Fine Face, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, and I don't think the allegation, whether or not the military, the navy, the police, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is involved in oil theft is new. That is no news. That is, if you ask 100 persons on the streets of Nigeria, let me not say just Niger Delta.
No. So I mean, we probably may not be disputing that fact again, but
there are evidences everywhere. Evidences everywhere.
And one of the things that I cited, that I think that you mentioned, is that you should cite an instance of old theft where the military is involved or the army, and that's what we're saying. Because at the end of the day,
I have mentioned two from the River State Governor.
Of course.
I have mentioned another one from Emoha local government area, Rumoikpe to be precise, which I released a statement about, where they went to collect their guns back after the boys disarmed them in the process of getting involved in oil theft. And Mercy, let me tell you, anything that has to do with oil thefts and artisanal refineries is an organized crime. It's not a one-man business.
Okay, but we need
for them to move it from point A to point B without security, you can't do it. This is past 7 p.m. in the night. If you were in River State after this program, I would have taken you in my car and just drive you across the Uniport Bridge, the Choba Bridge. You will see police, military checkpoint, all of them on the road collecting money, stopping oil theft. They know the routes and where they stay. This is not news. What we should be talking about is how this statement that has been made by Asari Dokubo now, that we have been making, that not be taken seriously, this allegation, how are they working on it to making sure that it stops? These people pay so much bribe to people within their system to be posted to the Niger Delta to get involved in this. They make phone calls to the boys, come and start operation. And they commence operation. I know some communities where houseboats with the security, they are on the river. And they have called the boys to come and start operation, that they are lacking money. This is a common thing that we all know in the Niger Delta. We are more concerned about this because of the environmental impact of the oil theft that is going on. Loss of resources to local communities that depend on the water bodies that is being used to perpetrate this organized crime against the people. This is where I am concerned about. And the loss of revenue to the country, because I believe in energy transition. And I think that as much as we are yet to be able to explore the oil, we cannot have money to transit the country from fossil fuel to clean and renewable energy. So we need the oil to pump for some time to be able to have resources to transition the country. But if the current level of oil theft is going on, then we are not making any progress within the country. But Nigeria is the only country where you have this kind of thing happening, and it is a shame.
That's a good concern, Fine Face, but let us be honest with ourselves. In as much as we are going to condemn this illegal bunkering, that is not the problem you have. The problem is your leadership. Because if the leadership, if you have a prudent leadership, definitely even with the nature we have, we would have gone beyond where we are in terms of development. It has to do with leadership. So while I agree with you, because your statement, anybody who listens to you will think you're trying to extricate the leadership from the problems we're having. The leadership is fully involved. Yeah. Excuse me, but even the Minister for Petroleum, former Minister for Petroleum, Buhari is involved. Because you said it's a cartel. No, what does the under? Even Tinip, you said it's a cartel. That's why you're removing subsidy. Yes. From 2015 to when you left office, cartel. You are going to name and shame them. You did not name and shame them. You are the petroleum minister. So you are wrong. You are equally guilty.
Well, Desmond, are you still with us? Opunabon Katara, we need to understand we have orders. We still have Desmond with us. Desmond, are you here?
Okay, sorry. In fact, I've been having the program for 7 days.
Desmond, can you hear me?
Okay.
Desmond, please, if you can hear me, say something. Well, then I think this is the point where we just go on a break. And when we return, we continue with the conversation right here on Plus Politics. Please stay with us. Well, we're still back with Plus Politics tonight, and we have a gentleman with us. We have Opunabo Nkatarah. We also have Femi also on the line. I hope I'm not mistaken. And then we have Taiwo with us tonight. But let me go to Taiwo because we haven't spoken with Taiwo in a bit. Taiwo, recently, we're getting close to the solution. I remember that the National Security Advisor, Babagana Mukono, said that Nigeria may lose $23 billion in 2023 if crude oil theft is unchecked. My question now is, what exactly can we do to curtail all of this?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the visit by Alhaji Mujahideen Asari Dokubo to Mr. President on Friday. At that visit, he said to Mr. President that he came to pay homage. And when he was done with Mr. President, he addressed journalists, the state correspondents. And that was where he gave that revelation that 99% of the oil theft in the country are perpetrated by the military. And since then, it has continued to generate various reactions. And coming back to what the National Security Advisor, General Babagana Moguno said, of course, we know we have been battling with the menace of oil theft for so many years. And for that reason, the country has continued to lose huge sum of revenue that will have been used for developmental purposes in the country. And I also recall that the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative in April this year said that between 2009 and year 2020, that Nigeria lost over 600 million barrels of oil to oil theft. And if you look, if you put that into Naira figure, that's over several trillions of Naira between that period that the Nigerian Extractive Transparency Initiative talked about. So there is every need for the current administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to do the needful in ensuring that we curb this menace, because whether we like it or not, we are challenged by infrastructural decay. And these are some of the money that if it actually comes into the country's coffers, we can use for developmental purposes, we can use to develop the health sector, we can use to develop the education sector, we can use to also, fund our military to fight insurgency, kidnapping, and banditry and the like that the country is being challenged by. So the president, like I said, deserves every other support. Every other major stakeholder must come around and give necessary advice. And particularly when it comes to oil theft, you and I can never be part of it because we don't have the capacity, we don't have the logistics to do so. So it's like when you say the crown of the king got missing in the palace, do you ask ordinary subjects of that kingdom? No, you ask the palace guards. You ask the security men within the palace. And that's the reason why you cannot wish away the allegations from Alhaji Asari Dokubo that 99% of the oil thefts in the country are perpetrated by the military. And quickly, there were reactions from the military, particularly the Navy. The spokesman for the Navy, Commodore Adedotu Ayovon, was quick to react and said that Asari Dokubo made the allegation so that he can get whether support or request from Mr. President. And the military, on the other hand, also challenged Alhaji Asari Dokubo to name names that he who comes to equity must also come with clean hands. You can't just give a bogus, ambiguous allegation. That you must be able to also pinpoint those who are also perpetrating this thing, because you also have a background as regards monitoring our oil facilities. We know Asari Dokubo doing that, We also know government Tompolo, particularly during the regime of our former President Goodluck Jonathan. These are people who are also major stakeholders in the Niger Delta region that you can never wish away. So the president, it is never too late, and it's better to be late than never. We know what has happened in the past. Moving forward now, every measures must be taken to ensure that we curb these illegal activities that we can say tantamount to some cartels. That we can tantamount to some cartels that are denying the country the huge resources from this oil theft. And if I could recommend, we know that our military, particularly the Navy, they patrol our waterways every other time. So why are we still talking about oil theft when we know we have our Navy on a standby every other minute, 24-hour surveillance on the waterways? So who are the people behind this oil theft, if not the same people that Asari Dokubo has accused? And again, why can't we also deploy drones? With drones, you can sit back in your office and Taiwo go on our waterways. So these are some of the measures that I think the country can deploy to curb this menace of illegal oil theft, oil bunkering, particularly in the Niger Delta region.
Well, Taiwo, before we move to Opunabon Katari and then Fine Face on the other side, again, you know, very brilliant. And I think that you have raised valid questions that we have been asking. If the government has improved spending over time in terms of security, and then again, we cannot literally boast that oil theft has reduced. You also have several operations that have been put out. Then what exactly are we dealing with? But if you say that then we begin to use drones, these drones are not, you know, operated by themselves. Of course, we understand that there's AI at the system, in the system right now, where you have artificial intelligence being used, but that's really not the case. So if you're saying that we're deploying drones and all of that, do you think that that's enough? Because you still have a system where the drones themselves are not operated by themselves. They're being operated by humans and people. So again, what exactly are we dealing with? But I move away to Opunabon Katari and Fine Face. So I start off with Opunabon Katari. There's been an operation that was flagged off in April, that was in 2022. And then, of course, you have it saying stop the thief at the One River State jetty, okay? So if this operation has been ongoing, exactly. So if you had operations where government has launched to say we need to stop activities, why exactly are we still talking about oil theft? And do you then think that it makes sense that Asari Dokubo would be alleging that the military is involved in, you know, sabotage of the entire system?
Well, to a very large extent, Mercy, you answered the question this way.
Did I?
Yes, you did. But okay. Don't worry. Let's pass it. Let me answer it. The truth about it, well, let me quickly respond to what I think it's Taiwo said, my brother Taiwo said, when they talked of drones. Taiwo, I think you're forgetting quickly that was how we had the beavers. What happened? Like Mercy rightly said, these things are controlled by men. The drones might have problems. There might be malfunction when it's time to operate. And when it's not time to operate, they will work perfectly. So let us leave the drones because they are controlled by men and not spirits or God in heaven. On the issue of operation, whatever they call it, we are used to beautiful nomenclatures and so on. Just like our laws, we don't have problem with the law. We have problems with implementation of the law. They have all those things in place. Most times to justify the amounts they collected. Who is going to operate them? I tell you of a story. 2004 or so. He's late now, so I can mention his name. In 2004, there was this militants clashed on Hospital Road. It was more or less like the theater. Hospital Road was like more or less a theater where they come to exercise their prowess. militants clashed, and I called the AC operations there. And I said to him, I said, look at what is going on, because my office is an hospital road. So look at what is going on here. He immediately called his boys. And do you know what they said to him? They said, okay, no fuel, APC. That is, this APC armored personnel carrier, no fuel. Then he said, okay, let's go and buy fuel. So, okay, even the fire set we get from all kinds of excuses. And at the end of the day, when I saw him in the evening, cutting a long story, he said, this was what happened. But eventually somebody came and told him that these boys were empowered by the government. If they will not go and die for nothing. So in essence, what am I trying to tell you? Most of these characters, because they benefit tremendously, the point I'm making is they all have interest. Because they benefit tremendously from this thing. They will even tell you, if at all you have a sincere man controlling from the control room. Those are the people that will even come to tell you, by so time, this man will be in the control room. So be careful, you just hold on. When he's out of the control room, I'll tell you to move it. There is high level complicity. So it's not all about operation this, operation that, and operation this. It's all rubbish. It has to do with sincerity and commitment on the part of the officers. Otherwise, you are talking of the bunker. The bunker, you are not talking of bunker. Wherever you have bunker, you ought to have the civil defense and the naval officers. Where are they? The ones that are there are the ones that are colluding with this person to perpetrate the crime. So it has nothing to do with what you launched. What you launched is immaterial. You don't even need to launch. If you really want to combat this, you don't need to launch. So it's all about commitment, it's all about service, it's all about sincerity. It is not how many things you launch. It is not Operation Tiger, Operation Scorpion, Operation this. Then when you do that, then they now buy new cars for them, pump money in. The commander is eating like what Buratai and Co were doing. And after this, the former NSA came on air to say, look, the money's released. There is nothing on ground to justify that. That's the former NSA. Their successors said the same thing. Rather, they were rewarded with ambassadorial in Nigeria. So it's not about the launch. This launching is another way. It's like a gravy train, another way to raise money. Okay. And once those monies are raised, you see them parade. The victims are ordinary citizens on the road. You see an armed man, what is his business? He's beating up a civilian on the road. What's his business? That's what you see. That is where their power runs. They will not even go after the Boko Haram. They will be beating up civilians on the road. So it's not, it has to be, and it has to come from the top. What I expect is to say, well, Asari Doko, Melo, I call him Melo, I still call him Melo, because his name is now for the public, and I still call him Melo. It's actually my
open about. Let's quickly share the thoughts of Fine Face because we're out of time.
Is to say, look, this is the allegation. Call the service, okay, you have dismissed them, they want to retire, they can't. So they are acting was, I want this to stop. When the president, if Mr. President is sincere, not the former lame dog president I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Buhari, who was a disgrace enough. If the president is sincere, this thing will stop to, even if it doesn't stop, it will reduce to.
Openabong Kataria, we are out of time, but we need to connect with Fine Face for his thoughts now. Fine Face, okay, do we still have you? Fine Face, do we still have you? Oh no, unfortunately, we have been disconnected. But as we cost it down, you're probably sure that you are the one that we have now. Following the conversation that we have, of course, the statement that was made by the National Security Advisor, Babagana Mugono, saying that Nigeria may probably lose $23 billion in 2023 if oil or crude oil theft is unchecked. I ask you, what ways do you think this present government administration led by Tinubu can come in against the fight of oil theft in Nigeria?
Are you asking me?
Yes, please.
Am I the one?
Yes, please. Okay, Taiwo is there, but I think he spoke to that briefly. Then I think it's your turn.
Okay, fine. It's simple. Like I said, it has to do with sincerity and commitment on the part of the president. And it's not going to be eliminated overnight.
But with these allegations, I'm so sorry. But with this allegation that we have already on board, do you think that what's necessary is that, the president fires, the service chiefs, or, probably ransack the entire system? If you said that the military is literally involved, what exactly can this...
First and foremost, the general was not overdue there. The matter is in the court. We're talking of firing of service. That is not the partnership of the court. It has to do with the president. If, for example, now you give an order, marching order, not the order that Buhari gave to the general of police to go to relocate to Bono that did not go and said they were going to investigate after the matter. That's not the kind of order. If he gives an order and uses one as a sacrificial lamb that will disobey that order. See, the problem is most times the orders that disobey flouted with impunity. And when these things are done and one is not going, the other forget about people who know it themselves, the man will keep power. But when the yuan is being used as an example, as a scapegoat, others will fall in line. All you need to do is give a marching order to the police and the civil defense. To say, I want this thing reduced to the barest minimum, if not eliminated. I tell you, there will be casualties. 1 or 2 persons will die, no doubt about that. But it will reduce. Definitely not eliminated, but it will reduce.
Okay.
But when you have this laissez-faire attitude, it is only what they give to you on paper you read. Nothing will happen. Nothing will go on because of...
All right, gentlemen, we have to let it go at this point in time for the want of time. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Padabal Katara, thank you so much. And Taiwo, thank you as well for also being part of the conversation. We do appreciate you. Okay. Well, I'm sure that you gentlemen can hear me. We'll probably have this conversation after this timer. But that's it on the show tonight on Plus Politics. We will return tomorrow. Thank you. I'm Messi Boko. Have a good evening.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. Although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adeolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos, Island Maternity to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunso Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these foremothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end. Never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives' course correctly growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilupeju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilupeju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College, Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well. And that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times two. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from peering eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands, based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. Quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be resilient. We pushed on basically because we wanted to make our parents and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the light that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today. To this end, I join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective desire to have a brighter future for not only our children, but for us too. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Heisei Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Heisei Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Good afternoon. This is the news update. I am Messi Bokpo. The President Bola Tinubu on Thursday said he invoked the spirit of freedom during his electioneering in Ogun State. He said this during the campaign season. Some of his popular statements that resonate with Nigerians and his supporters were used to invoke the spirit. The former Lagos State governor said that hardship that accompanied the Central Bank of Nigeria cash swap policy during the electioneering period forced him to invoke the spirit of freedom in the southwest state. Tinubu had on June the 3rd set social media on fire when he vented his frustration during the presidential campaign in Abeokuta, saying it was through his effort that the ex-president Muhammadu Buhari made it to Aso Rock after failing thrice. It was during the event that he blurted out of his famous quote, "Emi Lokon, it's my turn." The annual ritual kicked off at various Muslim praying grounds across the state. Eid el-Kabir, also known as Salah, which is the festivity of sacrifice and of the final rites of the celebration in Saudi Arabia. The report.
As early as 8 o'clock, Muslim faithfuls in Kaduna State trooped to the Eid prayer grounds. Allahu Akbar! His message, the chief imam of Central Mosque, Kakuri, Sheikh Jibrin Ibrahim, emphasized peace, love, and unity as he enjoined Muslims to be mindful of their utterances, especially now that the country is facing serious security threats. Others insisted on the need for all to shun religious and ethnic biases.
The whole year and what really happened here, I urge all our people here, our community, whoever so wishes, whoever has a means and the will, should go and sacrifice his ram today. This is a day for sacrifice of ram. God says this is the day he likes to see blood of ram flowing all over.
Feeling very excited. I'm happy because it's a yearly occasion. I'm very happy. And then I see our brothers and sisters. We are here to celebrate Eid al-Kabir. Alhamdulillah.
I'm wishing them Eid Mubarak. Very, very happy to see my family and my friends and the mosques, everybody. I'm very, very happy.
After the Eid prayers, the Sheikh slaughtered a ram, which signifies the sacrifice offered by Prophet Ibrahim. In Kwara, Muslim faithfuls in their large numbers joined their counterparts across the globe to observe the prayers amidst heavy security presence. Focus of speeches are on unity and development of the country.
Let's be our brother's keeper. We all have hope in this country, and this country is going to...
May Almighty Allah continue to be with us, protect us, And most importantly, may Almighty God protect the new leadership that we have at the federal level, as well as the governor of Kwara State.
And we continue to pray that the Almighty Allah should give us the benefit and accept our sacrifice as a means of ibadah, that he will accept it.
Meanwhile, the Emir of Ilorin, Alhaji Ibrahim Zulu Gambari, cautioned idol worshippers within the ancient Ilorin metropolis against desecrating the city and its environs, saying the city is an Islamic community inhabited by peaceful people. Despite the rainfall in the early hours of the day, many of the Muslim faithfuls in Rivers State gathered for the open-air special prayers called Salat al-Eid. Speaking with newsmen after the Eid, the chief imam of Rivers State Central Mosque, Abdul Malik Yahaya, called on Muslim faithfuls to continue with the love shared during the festival.
The khutbah was strictly adhered to the teachings of Islam as we commemorate the Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Adha simply means the festival of sacrificial. So the significance is all revolved about thanking Allah wa ta'ala and being merciful to God Almighty. And in that, we believe that Almighty Allah having spared our life to witness today, there's need for us to be grateful and be grateful to Him. And that is the message that we'll tell to the people today.
Some other Muslim faithfuls who spoke to our correspondent said preaching unity and peace remain the panacea for peaceful coexistence, and citizens should abstain from unlawful acts in all they do.
Authority should serve and not to be served. When that is done, then you see that they will roll out programs that will best serve the interests of the people.
The most important prayer is for peace, love, and harmony. If there's no peace, there will be no leadership. If there's no love, there will be no peaceful coexistence among the people and the citizenry. The Muslim Ummah in Rivers State never had it so good like this. And we want to thank the synergy between the Muslim community and the government of Rivers State.
After the prayers, Sheikh Alawi, the Imam of the Ogbogoro Central Mosque in Yenegua, Bayelsa State, said God honors the act of obedience, which is the significance of the day for the Muslim community.
This celebration is how Prophet Abraham was about to slaughter his son, Ismail, because he get it in the dream. So Allah bring a ram to sacrifice instead of Ismail. There is a celebration that we are doing today, Eid al-Doha. And that is a celebration, He gives every human being that really Almighty God have power to do something which man is not expected.
Others who spoke to Plus TV News thanked the state government for providing resources for them to celebrate this year's Eid al-Kabir. They also highlighted the importance of Hajj, which is one of the 5 pillars in Islam.
To celebrate this Eid as a mark of that festive. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and at the same time, we thank the state government, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, for carrying us along.
We will perform Hajj in Makkah, and after Hajj, we will abide therein in Hajjana, which is heaven. And today is the 10th day that pilgrimage has spent in Makkah. What they actually go there to perform is sacrifice.
In Imo State, Muslim faithfuls also gathered for the Eid prayers. The chairman of the Muslim Council of Nigeria, Imo State Chapter, Bashir Uwakwe, enjoined all to pray for the success of President Bola Tinubu's administration.
Bola Tinubu, whom Allah have chosen to be the President of Nigeria, the 16th President of Nigeria, that may Allah Almighty give him all the wisdom to pilot the affair of this great country that is full of uncertainty. insecurity, corruption, hatred, suffering, and a lot of it.
In Makurdi, the Benue State capital, the prayer ground was crowded as faithfuls prayed for the peace and progress of the country. The sacrificial ram was slaughtered as an act of obedience to God.
Alhamdulillah, you know, the other government has passed, which all the country had expected a good governance from Tinubu government. And we the people, we should help him with prayer.
With peace, you can achieve anything. So we are praying to the new government that came. Let them try their best to make sure that we have peace in our Benue State. Because without peace, you cannot work. Without peace, you cannot farm.
In Adamawa, Governor Amadu Umar Fintiri of Adamawa State and the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, joined other Muslims at the Central Eid ground in Yola to observe the prayers. After the prayers, Governor Fintiri moved to the government house where he slaughtered his sacrificial rams. He then proceeded to the palace to receive Salah homage from traditional title holders.
I hope and pray that our prayers today will lead us to peace, prosperity and development in the country and Adamawa in particular. It is our fervent prayer also that we will continue to coexist for the overall existence of this country, because we need this country. Nigeria is bigger than an individual, and we will continue to build our peace and prosperity.
In Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde played host to Muslim leaders in the government and the People's Democratic Party in the state. The governor appreciated the Muslim communities for remaining peaceful in the state, despite attempts by overzealous politicians to sow the seed of division.
They were peddling a lot of rumors, a lot of misinformation, misinterpretation of things. They were trying to push Oyo State, towards a religious division. Where is cashless now? Where is yes? He said they were printing new notes, that they've destroyed all the old notes. What are we spending now? You can use your power, use your position, use your influence, and say, look, I will do this. But if God says, look, I will not leave my people.
He advised public office holders to always allow God prevail in their decisions and policies.
Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has congratulated the Muslim communities in Abia and across the nation on the celebration of Eid al-Kabir festival. This is as he thanked the Muslim faithfuls in Abia State for contributing immensely to his election as governor. In his goodwill message he signed, Oti rejoiced with the Muslim community as he joined millions of others worldwide to mark the most important religious festivity in Islamic calendar, adding that this year's celebration of Eid al-Kabir is special in the state, being the first to be celebrated under the new administration in the state. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex and Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Messi Boko. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional about improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit too, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding, but we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, the base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still can't feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents, and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, oh, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, you know, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, you know, what's their pension? You know, all of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. You know, so all of these things are generational challenges that, you know, has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's, you know, supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? You know, that's how you can, you know, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then, you know, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, you know, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, you know, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Nigeria's fiscal sustainability is becoming a growing concern as the country's total public sector debt stock has surged from 46.25 trillion naira to 81 trillion naira, as revealed in the Debt Sustainability Report published by the Debt Management Office, DMO. Now, findings have shown that Nigeria's debt servicing cost has increased by 55.71% to 1.24 trillion naira in 3 months. According to data obtained from the Debt Management Office, between October and December 2022, Nigeria spent 406.77 billion naira on domestic debt servicing, while it spent $312.27 million on external debt servicing, giving a total of 550.51 billion naira. However, between January and March 2023, Nigeria spent 874.13 billion naira on domestic debt servicing, while it spent $801.36 million on external debt servicing, giving a total of 1.24 trillion naira. We will keep our eye on Nigeria's fiscal sustainability. Also, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, has urged the federal government to take the measures in response to the rise in inflation and its impact on households. Well, stay with us as we analyze these issues. I am Justin Akadonye. Business Insight starts right now. Welcome back. Before we get to the matter of the day, let us just show you just how to write an informal proposal. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Writing an informal proposal. The thought of writing a proposal overwhelms many people, but the task does not have to be daunting. Informal proposals are written when people need to ask permission to make a purchase, undertake a project, or write a paper. This type of proposal is a way of persuasively putting forth an idea and asking for action to be taken on that idea. When writing a proposal, consider who will read the proposal and what that person may or may not already know about what you are proposing. Follow these steps when writing a proposal. 1. State your purpose. Do this clearly and concisely so that the reader knows immediately why you are writing. 2. Give some background information. Explain why you are proposing your suggestion so that the reader has a better understanding of the problem. 3. State a solution to the problem. This is where you give specifics about your suggestion. 4. Show costs. Lay out any costs that will be involved. 5. Conclusion. Wrap it up by restating the problem and the proposed solution.
All right, welcome back. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am being joined by Gospel Obele, economist, and together we'll be looking at Nigeria's public debt stock and, of course, the issue of inflation, how it's impacting on Nigerians. Many thanks for joining me, Gospel Obele.
Thank you for having me, Jay. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Now, according to the debt sustainability report published by the DMO, Nigeria's total debt stock has surged from 46.25 trillion naira to 81 trillion naira. Do you share any concerns as by the country meeting up with its obligations, judging by the present day realities?
Well, the best we can do right now is to restructure obligations in terms of servicing obligations and, if possible, even restructure repayment and all of those dynamics. And that's safe to say reasons why the current President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very much inclined on the revenue side and closing up all the necessary gaps that exist, to fix these issues. However, there is now need to internally begin to rethink and rework the economics of debt financing, which technically we can't really do without because we are not even generating enough. So whatever President Bola Ahmed Tinubu seeks to achieve or seeks to do within the context of revenue mobilization will not still be enough because the markets and the productive sectors are not really working at maximum potential or even mid-level potential to generate the weight of revenue that's required to finance developmental projects. So however, there's still going to be some form of reliance on debt financing. But we're expecting that some little more, the leverage around investors' confidence has been built due to the unification of the rates recently, would enable that conversation, and that negotiation of debt servicing, debt obligations as we go on into the future.
All right, now let's still stay with the report. According to it, the federal government's projected revenue of 10 trillion naira would push the debt to GDP ratio close to about the 40% limit, that is reaching about 37.1%. In comparison, the debt service to revenue ratio would come in as high as 73.5%. I just want you to break all of that down. What does that really mean?
Sorry, say again.
I said that there's some figures that was released by the DMO talking about debt service ratio and all of that. But let me specifically quote the report. It said the federal government's projected revenue of 10 trillion naira would push the debt to GDP ratio close to about 40% limits. In comparison, the debt service to revenue ratio would come in as high as 73.5%. What does all of that mean?
Yes, thank you so much. Debt servicing to revenue ratio simply means that the amount of your revenue garnered every year, all right, that fiscal year, that is used to service debt. So if you're looking at that as 75%, it means that that means 75% of total government revenue at the very least of things will be used to service debt. And servicing debt does not necessarily mean that you're repaying it. It technically means that you are paying the interest charge on those debts and maybe a little percentage of the principal, depending on the agreement and restructuring contracts you had with the principal. So what that simply means is that there may be little or nothing significantly left, for financing public sector or, even public sector finance or public expenditure to a very large extent. And it's also a bit worrisome again, because when you also look at the block of revenue potential of the 2023 budget, and you're taking 75% of that chunk for servicing, it tells us that we're in a really, really fiscal mess, and there are big concerns around what fiscal sustainability means. So give or take, the primary low-hanging fruit for the president now will be to expand revenue. Because if you expand revenue, it means that you'll be taking a lesser percentage of the revenue to service debt. And technically means you have more money to fund your developmental aspirations. Secondly would be to also leverage, the growing, quote unquote, the perceived growing investors' confidence, and then take advantage of that to, find ways to rake in more development financing streams for our infrastructure or investment purposes. The very large big ticket sustainability pathway in the whole of this thing. I mean, the most sustainable way around this whole mess, to a very large extent, will be to ensure that debt financing and also extra revenues that are being raised into public expenditure are used in critical sector that can help us, unlock productivity and revenue and FX receipts as quick as possible. Once we can begin to achieve that, it's a lot easier for us to service debt, repay back as much as we can, which also grows some form of confidence within the ecosystem, as well as also grow our market capabilities, to fund our developmental aspirations ourselves. So more monies will be required to jumpstart the Nigerian economy, and part of sustainability becomes on, are we making enough? And how do we expand the market to make enough so that 75% give or take can shrink based off on, increased revenue targets and all that.
Okay, so just before we leave off this issue and talk about inflation in a moment, you talked about the new measures that the president has put in place in recent times. Now, but my question right now would be, how confident are you with the fact that the last assembly actually raised the limit of the ways and means, and what implications are we going to be seeing anytime soon?
We're expecting that many of these policies, the ways and means and all that, let's not forget that a lot of things are really in the developing stage. There's a new administration, new set of lawmakers, and to a very large extent, what's the sustainability of our regulatory frameworks or legal framework, to thrive, beyond all of these economics of change that we find right now. All right. So that's very critical for us to be able to achieve the goal of this bill or this act that has been designed or rolled out in the first place. Now, any form of interruption on the execution process of it, being the fact that government has changed hands, you have new people coming into the space, and they still need to settle into the government. We're still in the settling, we're not even up to 90 days yet, all right? So a lot borders heavily at risk of execution, knowing fully how the Nigerian space, thinks about policy, thinks about rolling out bills and acts, and thinks about those who would take those things and run with them. All right, so what's the economics of this change, and how would it impact on the overall objective of these policies and acts that have been introduced? Let's not forget also the president has also sought to change the board of many of the parastatals right now in Nigeria, and there are lots of parastatals the success of this bill, is largely dependent on, the institutional strength of these parastatals. All right, so will it make or break, the future of this policy in context to it delivering its objective? And these are the rising developing questions that we're envisaging. So for now, it's a ticket of let's watch how the process evolves, who's executing what, and to what extent we can really lift off on the positive side of these bills, going to market and helping us deliver on the objectives.
All right, it's still Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. We still have Gospel Obele with us in the house. We'll take a very quick break and we'll be turning our attention to inflation in a moment. Do join us again.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back to Business Insights. Now, Gospel, thanks for staying with us. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, has urged the federal government to take measures in response to the rising inflation and its impact on households. With the latest consumer price index data released by the NBS, which indicates a continuous increase in inflation rates, LCCI recommends reducing taxes on essential food items. Gospel, do you share the LCCI stance on reducing taxes on essential food items to curb rising inflation?
Well, LCCI represents the voice, the organized private sector voices of businesses in Nigeria. It's safe to say that some form of incentive has to go into the mainstream, considering the rising cost of doing business and the rising cost of living. So it's not just enough to say you're making it easier for businesses to run. You also need to make it easier for consumers to patronize, to buy, to facilitate that circular flow of money. There has to be a balancing out of how this incentives economy works. So I understand the position of the LCCI, and it's a good position to take, knowing fully well that at some point we need to, create relief initiatives that can help stakeholders along the value chain, take on. Because the idea is that if you relax taxation, it will also help productivity help reduce the cost of business. Taking into cognizance that supply chain and raw materials are now more expensive. So it just means that you're taking the cost burden for the producer, somewhere else on the value chain outside supply. So technically, the assumption will be that once manufacturers or producers release their products, they can retain pricing per unit the same way they've always done and not necessarily have to increase it because supply chain has increased. I don't know if you know what I mean. So that's the perspective I say the LCCI is coming from. However, it doesn't always happen like that, because they've seen a huge lack of, advocacy, lack of data to measure up the impact of these policy proposals, on the doing business landscape to a very large extent, So, and we're also in a context where lots and lots of producers or businesses are seeking to make what we call abnormal profit. All right, you increase the price per unit of an item because raw materials have now been expensive or taxes have gone up. But regardless of what has gone up, you also double the price because you want to be able to create enough window to have much cash flow into the business. And it's safe considering the volatile environment we are in right now in Nigeria, but it's still not the expected norm. All right, so if LCCI can take a step forward to lead some controls and regulatory processes around how these economics of reducing taxes to maintain profit and all that works, it's a good one. However, I would expect that the government would drive these reforms from a much more holistic perspective. Yeah.
All right, as we round off now, Gospel, in May, headline inflation reached 22.41%, marking the fifth consecutive monthly rise, while food inflation rose to 24.82% from the previous month of 24.61%. With the recent fuel subsidy removal, I'm sure that the figures for June would be higher. How do we mitigate all of that amidst the Naira float and the new foreign exchange regime?
To be honest, Jay, it's a very complicated time. We are living in very complicated times, and we are living in the core VUCA reality, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. First off is the need for the government to envisage. You need to create scenarios of what will happen. So what will happen when you take this policy, when you do that, when you do that, and secondly, how coherent are these policies to start with? One of the reasons why our inflation numbers really got this bad was, take for the central bank, for instance, there were a series of incoherent policies that were further destabilizing the environment. So one policy has to be able to reinforce the growth and development of the polity or the business environment. Not, counter, you don't want counterintuitive or counterproductive policies to be in the mainstream. Secondly, you also want to avoid unnecessarily making policy announcements that could turn the market behavior, that could influence market behavior in 24 hours, all right? So, and that's what we saw in the subsidy case. And all of these things have to be taken into cognizance. The Nigerian context is now very complex and very sensitive. Any wrong pronouncement or a relay of inconsistent policies will hurt the economy so bad, and we'll get to see it in inflation and all the economic variables. So first off is the need to revise the layout of policies that must be executed to get Nigeria to the next level. But however, ensuring these policies are coherent, such that one is enabling, not disenabling the other. Number two is to also rework the behavior, the language, the public speaking and all of that of public officials, all right? Do not make statements and assertions that could trigger market behavior, knowing fully well that the market is like this is an offense, all right? Lots can happen in 24 hours right now in the Nigerian economy. You want to avoid that. Number three is to carry all the necessary stakeholders along in full consultation. And that's a bit relative again, because many of the decisions Nigeria needs right now to enable reform and all that will be very hard decisions to make, which is why lots of planning and rigorous scenario planning has to go into these policy choices, these policy statements, and how you even execute them. More importantly, the timing of the execution and who is executing. So if you can begin to take cognizance of all of these dynamics as we go into managing policies for reforms, in the new administration, hopefully we can get to see some form of improvement. However, I do not see inflation going down anytime soon because the backlog of policies and pronouncements have been enforced where we are today. And it's going to get worse because it's not just those policies or pronouncements, it's also the fear of what may happen as a result of what's currently happening. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So again, arguments on round tripping, arguments on abnormal profits and demand supply, disequilibrium and all that will also reinforce that fear of what may happen. Panic buying is also on the table due to this subsidy conversation. Unification of the exchange rate. The exchange is going high. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. That fear is also enabling new waves of price increases into the market. So we can see the impact, not just for today, but in the future. So lots of things have to be considered if we must find any drastic or strategic change in the scheme of these complexities.
All right, thank you so much, Gospel Obeli, for your time and, of course, all of the useful insight that you always share. We do appreciate them.
Thank you, Jay, for having me.
My pleasure. As we go on the show today, there is the need for professionals in the built environment to form strong advocacy against quackery and sharp practices. The tide of incessant building collapses in the country must be stemmed. Now, these form part of the submission of stakeholders at the 13th edition of the Lagos Architect Forum. In this report, it brought together architects and other professionals to share thoughts on the theme, the City of Lagos. What is Lagos? My name is Justin Akadonye. I'll return again tomorrow and I'll leave you with details of that report. Bye for now. Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long captivated people from all over the world. However, these architects have converged to share ideas and critical insights to effectively midwife a livable and sustainable Lagos state.
We try to analyze the physical development within the city of Lagos and see how we can get government to key into some of the suggestions that as professionals we think they should key into.
When we talk of the thriving city in the world, these are cities that never sleep.
What it is all about is to synergize, to interact with the private sector, the public sector.
Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long captivated people from all over the world. However, these architects have converged to share ideas and critical insights to effectively midwife a livable and sustainable Lagos state.
We try to analyze the physical development within the city of Lagos and see how we can get government to key into some of the suggestions that as professionals we think they should key into.
When we talk of the thriving city in the world, these are cities that never sleep.
What it is all about is to synergize, to interact with the private sector, the public sector, the manufacturers, the suppliers of building materials.
In recent times, incidences of building collapses have become recurring, even with a city as commercial as Lagos. As one wonders how this tide can be stemmed, government is advised to ensure monitoring, as enforcement does not stop when approval is given. The professionals believe that state government should domesticate the National Building Code, as well as show political will to stop the menace.
The building code actually has some compliance forms built into the document, such that at various stages of the development of the building, you have relevant professionals signing off at different stages.
Are we shying away from our responsibilities? Are we ready to take up our responsibilities? And to be honest with you, please be ready for more collapses, because if we are not ready to do the right thing, then be sure that these tragedies will continue to occur.
Until we can have a proper governance structure on the construction process, where we start to track who designs, who supervises, what are the stages of construction, what are the stages of certification, and it's available on a digital platform. This is why this is Lagos.
The NIA ensures that it will continue in its advocacy role as watchdogs to promote best practices in the building procurement process to avert ugly consequences of building failures and collapses.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa lakpa, caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lapa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it, because I wanted to do a come-out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshidat Badmus. I was really sad about it, because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message, because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her, because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief, because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation, because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshood. That was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members rather. And in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get, some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig. And nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tokpe somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tokpe's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tokpe's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tokpe, I told them I was interested in meeting Tokpe. But guess what? Tokpe is dead. Tokpe died as a result of isolation. Tokpe died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have 2 parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least one, I would say some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer header clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. To sleep for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarapa land. Ibarapa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarapa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer header clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarapa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora and here now, there is no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarapa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Benin-Gwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Benin-Gwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Benin-Gwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Benin-Gwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Erena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Folware.
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in the position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 0005719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind? When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons is
has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Good evening. I am Messi Bokbo. This is the news update. The President, Bola Tinubu, on Thursday said he invoked the spirit of freedom during his electioneering in Ogun State. He said this during the campaign season as some of his popular statements that resonated with some Nigerians and his supporters were used to invoke the spirit. The former Lagos State governor said the hardship that accompanied the Central Bank of Nigeria cash swap policy during the electioneering period forced him to invoke the spirit of freedom in the southwest state. Tinubu had on June the 3rd set social media on fire when he vented his frustration during a campaign, during the presidential campaign in Abeokuta, saying it was through his efforts that the president, Muhammadu Buhari, made it to Aso Rock after failing thrice. It was during the event that he blotted out one of his famous quote, "Emi Loko, it's my turn."
What I ask for is prayer. That we have a country. I'm determined to help our country, to steer the ship of the nation, build a good team, positive for this country, and deliver on all promises that were made. The hope is recharged, is here. That hope will never fade. That hope will recharge your lives in a positive manner. I am here, still making that pledge of the campaign promise. There is no difference between us and any other members of the Nigerian family. I've seen that in France during this discussion. And we are the children of the same parents, living in the same house. We are only sleeping in different rooms.
Motorists plying the Makurdi-Alade Otukpo Enugu Highway were stranded for hours following the blockade of the road at Ekpaoyong by angry residents over renewed killings and the communal crisis between the people of Mbasombo and Bavio in a protest over the incessant killings, rape and abduction and destruction of properties.
A combined team of police, DSS and army should be stationed in town here so that they will bring lasting peace. The governor is also seriously working on it. Unfortunately to us, as we are trying to end the crisis, some element will cause more problems to ignore more crisis.
The Nigerian Navy has reshuffled the appointment of top senior officials comprising 56 Rear Admirals and a Commodore. The Director of Information, Commodore Adedotun Ayovon, in a statement said those affected by the reshuffling are Rear Admiral Olusenye Bankole, formerly known as the Director of Logistics Defense Space Administration, is now appointed as Chief of Communications and Information Technology Naval Headquarters, while Rear Admiral Alexandra Bingel, former Director of Combat Policy and Tactics, is now the Director of Logistics Defense Headquarters, among others. The National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control has alerted Nigerians to a batch of unwholesome Sprite 50cl bottles circulating in Nigeria. NAFDAC said the product was discovered following a consumer complaint received and investigated by Post-Marketing Surveillance Unit of the agency. The agency said the investigation revealed that over 5 crates of the implicated batch of Sprite 50cl glass bottles were discovered to be contaminated with particles. It added that the affected batch of the unwholesome product had been sampled for laboratory analysis in the NAFDAC laboratory, and agency has also directed all zonal directors and state coordinators to carry out surveillance and mop out the implicated batch of unwholesome products. Unrest that's outside Africa has continued in France for a second night as security forces deployed in their thousands to quell protests over the fatal shooting of a 17-year-old boy by police, which French President Emmanuel Macron described as inexcusable, while pleading for calm as justice took its course. Approximately 2,000 riot police were called up in a sub around Paris following the fatal point-blank range shooting on Tuesday morning of a teenager during a traffic check in Paris suburb area. The protesters set fire to rubbish bins and fireworks were set off in the area as well as in other communities of the region to the west of Paris in the eastern city of Dijon. And now in business news, the National Bureau of Statistics said the average price of liquefied petroleum gas, also known as cooking gas, fell last month. In its liquefied petroleum gas price, May 2023, the Bureau said the pricing of filling a 5 kg cylinder dropped by 6.07% to 4,360 naira in May from 4,642 naira in April. However, the price rose by 11.20% year-on-year from 3,921.35% in May 2022. Also, the average retail price for refilling a 12.5 kg cylinder of cooking gas declined by 7.61% on month-on-month basis from 10,323 in April to 9,538 in May 2023. Now, on a year-on-year basis, this rose by 9.30% from 8,726 naira in May 2022. On state profile analysis, Cross River recorded the highest average retail price for the refilling of 12.5 kg cylinder with 11,083 naira, followed by Jigawa with 10,975.00 naira and Akwa Ibom State with 10,174 naira. The lowest average price was recorded in Adamawa State with 7,925 naira, followed by Zamfara and Borno with 8,128 naira and 8,200 naira, respectively. And now in entertainment news, Madonna has been hospitalized due to a serious infection. A talent manager and producer announced these on Instagram as the Material Girl singer, 64, was in the ICU due to health scare and is now recovering. On Saturday, June the 24th, Madonna developed a serious bacterial infection which led to several delays in the ICU. Madonna was preparing to kick off her Celebration World Tour next month, commemorating the 40th anniversary of her career. Madonna's last health issue was back then in late 2020 when she underwent her hip replacement surgery 11 months after an injury she sustained on her Madame X tour forced her to cancel several shows to the North American leg. And in football, or in sports news, the Nigerian Football Federation has debunked the news making the rounds that it's renewed Super Eagles manager Osero Pesero's contract. There were reports that Pesero's contract has been extended till after next year's African Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire. The report also said that the NFF gave the Portuguese a minimum of a semi-final finish in Cote d'Ivoire to get an added time on the job. According to the media director, Ademola Olajire, the Federation has not begun the process of renewing the Super Eagles handles contract, which current deal expires this week. With the Super Eagles qualification for the 2024 AFCON after beating Sierra Leone Stars 3-2 in Liberia, there are indications that the coach would be given another short contract. However, some stakeholders are against handling the former Venezuela coach a new deal due to his not too impressive performance with the Super Eagles. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex, on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Mercy Ebokpo. Many thanks for watching.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is S.A. Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for S.A. Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true S.A. Azinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Water is one of the key trends that shape our industries and the future of living, urbanization, sustainability, health, and overall well-being. With water as a key ingredient, has the core of the Grohe brand, a leading global brand providing complete bathroom and kitchen fittings in the world. So today I have a guest who will be talking with me about sustainability. We have Mohamed Ataya, leader North Africa, Lexil Emena. Mohamed Ataya has worked with Grohe since 2010 and is currently the leader of the North Africa, where he enhances Grohe's management strategy and drives new business opportunities. Prior to his current position, Mohamed served as the leader of the Gulf and Pakistan, in addition to several positions as the leader of ELS and Northwest Africa and the regional financial controller for the Middle East and Africa. Hello, Mohamed. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Hi, Fumi. How are you? Thank you for the introduction.
Okay. So tell me, what does sustainability mean to you and how crucial is this for the sanitary industry?
Yes. First, so thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about such an essential subject. We at Grohe, one of the leading brands offering full bathroom solutions and kitchen fittings, our goal is to create better homes for everyone, everywhere. And it's based on four main values. That is design, quality, technology, and last but not least, sustainability, which stands at the heart of the brand.
Okay. So how crucial is this for the sanitary industry?
Okay, so what I can say that Grohe in 2021-2022 ran its Energy for Life campaign across 13 countries in Europe, Middle East, North and West Africa, where we have contributed €1 for every selected shower system and thermostat purchased to support UNICEF and Lexil's Make a Splash partnership. We have collected a total of €1.2 million that is being applied directly to partnership activities, supporting the underserved communities, specifically in Nigeria, and as well other countries like such as Indonesia, gaining access to basic and safely managed sanitation and hygiene. Okay. As well, talking about UNICEF collaboration, where they support the efforts of the Nigerian government to become open defecation free by 2025. The Make a Splash partnership enables the creation of community and household demand for sanitation, improving sanitation for 1.5 million people. UNICEF is also collaborating with the government to strengthen systems, optimizing the role and reach that sanitation markets can have in providing consumer access to supplies and services. This will enable additional 250,000 people to reach higher level of sanitation services.
Okay, so
we are always really happy to contribute in achieving the goals such as the SDG 6, okay, that relates to sustainability matters.
So how does your company ensure that its products and its materials are sustainable?
Okay, so actually we offer a range of sustainable products that help consumers save on their water and energy bills while protecting valuable resources. In fact, GROHE has 456 products approved by environmental product declarations. On top of that, our net zero ambitions are driven by preservation of water and natural resources in our operations and sustainable housing and lifestyle solutions for future generations. In addition to that, our new MENA Regional Distribution Center is powered by renewable energy through solar panels. We are investing in solar technology, combined heat and power plants, and innovative manufacturing processes such as 3D metal printing that save materials to ensure sustainability from cradle to cradle. We are closing the loop on production and eliminating wastage through increased material recycling.
Interesting. Okay, so let's talk about the global water problem. So to address global water-related development needs, nations are coming up with strategies that emphasize universal access, and that is critical to health outcomes, to livelihoods, to sustainable social, economic development. Now, how does your company support Nigeria to achieve its goals regarding the SDG 6, that's clean water and sanitation?
So, GROHE in 2021-2022 ran its Energy for Life campaign across 3 countries in Europe, Middle East, North and West Africa, where we contributed €1 for every selected shower system and thermostat purchased to support UNICEF and Lexeus Make a Splash partnership. We have collected a total of €1.2 million that is being applied directly to partnership activities and support the underserved communities, as I mentioned, specifically in Nigeria and other countries like Indonesia, to gain access to basic and safely managed sanitation and hygiene. As well, talking about UNICEF collaboration, they support the efforts of the Nigerian government to become Operation Defecation Free by 2025. The Make a Splash partnership enables the creation of community and household demand for sanitation, improving sanitation for 1.5 million people. UNICEF is also collaborating with the government to strengthen systems optimizing the role and reach that sanitation markets can have in providing consumer access to supplies and services. This will enable additional 250,000 people to reach higher levels of sanitation services. So we are happy to contribute in achieving the goals of SDG 6.
Okay, so research shows that 8% of wastewater in low-income countries undergo treatment of some kind or any kind, and experts estimate that over 80% of discharged wastewater worldwide is untreated. Now, this statistics is alarming. So as an industry expert, tell us, how vulnerable is Nigeria and the rest of Africa, and what can be done?
Actually, it's an important question, and this is why GROHE initiated its GROHE Installer Vocational Training and Education Program. It's called the GIVE program. In order to help improve training facilities, GROHE started setting up a fully functioning training environment where students can benefit from the brand's vast expertise. We have launched GIVE program in Nigeria in 2022, where the main goal is to build up and develop the skills of installers and students. In addition to that, for our Sato business, we can say we are working with partners to scale up our distribution and manufacturing efforts to increase the availability of Sato's award-winning toilet and tap products in the country. These efforts include training the next generation of highly skilled masons throughout Nigeria, ensuring they are equipped to install Sato toilets in their communities. Among our most successful masons are Amara Noe and Kenshuko Oduku. Since their training, the pair have installed more than 3,035 of our products in their local communities. By equipping local people with the knowledge they need to start and manage successful sanitation businesses, we are not only establishing sanitation supply chains, but also promoting improved health and contributing to economic growth in the communities where we operate.
Interesting. Okay, so in your opinion, what practical steps can Nigeria and our leaders begin to take to ensure that we have a sustainable future for our country?
Actually, here maybe we need to discuss about investment in investment in infrastructure. So governments and international organizations can prioritize investment in wastewater treatment infrastructure. This includes the construction and upgrading of treatment plants, as well as the development of sewage networks to ensure the proper collection and transport of wastewater. That's why at the Grohe brand, we invested in educating young students to be professional plumbers with our GIFT program. And at the end, we always take the opportunity to look for future collaborations to help and support the community.
Okay. All right. We'll take a short break. When we come back from this break, we'll still be talking sustainability, and Mohammed Attaya will still be with us. Stay with us.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country.
It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching One-on-One. My name is Fumi Onuajefe, and I have my guest with me, Mohammed Attaya, and we're talking about sustainability, especially as it pertains to Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So, Mohammed, my next question to you, that with sustainability, what we've seen for most organizations is mostly talk, and then there is no action to this. So can you describe a recent project where your company has successfully implemented a sustainable practice?
Yes. So actually always we have ambitions. So we have main goal to reach our net zero, let's say, ambition driven by preservation of water, natural resources in our operation, and sustainable housing and lifestyle solutions for future generations. We have our MENA Regional Distribution Center is powered by renewable energy through solar panels. We are investing in solar technology, combining heat and power plants and innovative manufacturing processes such as 3D metal printing and safe materials to ensure sustainability from cradle to cradle. Now, cradle to cradle is a model where we use the components at the end of life phase of the products to recycle, to reuse, to produce and create new products. So we are closing the loop on production and eliminating wastage through increased material recycling. On top of this, we offer a long range of sustainable products, helping consumers to save on water and energy bill. So Grohe already has 456 products approved by environmental product declarations. And we have campaigns like Energy for Life and the Elixir partnership with UNICEF enable us to bring stakeholders together to facilitate more investment.
Interesting, thank you. So as an expert, in the sustainability and the leadership space, what is your opinion about sustainability being a factor for business success?
Exactly. So actually now, in many countries, especially in our region, in our area, water saving and consumption is an essential subject as well for governments. So, and this is where we see that many governments started introducing new regulations in order to offer products that save water and consume less energy. And actually, we were really successful in this matter. Already our products were in a way meeting those standards in different countries, even before introducing those regulations. And this enabled us as well to penetrate and increase our market share in different countries across the region.
Okay. So in your experience as a leader in the sanitary industry, what are some of the most innovative and effective approaches to driving growth and expanding the market share in the commercial development space?
Yeah, so actually yes. So again, this relates us to the same topic which is sustainability, because this is where we see as well as an end customer, it's always looking to have the product with best quality, giving the best features as well, offering the best features. So sustainability as well plays a role, essential role in this topic, especially if we're talking about commercially how we can expand our market share in different markets. So because at the end, our customer is looking for innovative products and as well saving water, saving energy, and it's an interest for whether the customer is a project customer, a developer, and end customer, always looking to have a product offering the best quality and consuming less water and energy, so consuming less resources, natural resources.
So as we wrap up, we'll run out of time. My last question to you is to ask you, what has been the best career or leadership advice you have ever received, and it was from whom?
Yeah, actually always one of the best advices that I received, always you need to smell for opportunities wherever you are. So whether once you wake up, okay, and you go into the bathroom, whenever you see, let's say, a shower or a tap that is not, let's say, our brand, then here we have an opportunity. Then we identified a white spot here and see how we can as well get our products in this, let's say, in this project or in this field or in this area or in this region. Always smell for opportunities because this is very important. We need to be really proactive. And yeah, sure. And this is one of the main learnings really I got from my leaders, actually, my leader in growing.
Oh, fantastic. So on a lighter note, my last question to you is, what was growing up like? What was your childhood like? Where did you grow up? And what do you miss about being a child?
What? Sorry?
What was growing up like for you? And then what do you miss about being a child?
What do I miss? Okay. So I miss one thing. That someone to take care of me. Now I'm taking the responsibility, taking care of many people of my family.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't have this privilege now when I'm older.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for joining us today to have this conversation on sustainability. I hope you will join us again sometime very soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's all we can take on this episode, which focused on sustainability. I hope you join us again soon. My name is Sumino Ajefe.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Coronavirus, a word which became popular in our vocabulary in 2019. But scientists and medical experts tell us human coronaviruses were first identified in the mid-1960s, meaning it has existed for years, centuries even. The World Health Organization, WHO, on March 11, 2020, declared the novel coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak a global pandemic. The first known case was in China, and there were reports that the virus originated from wildlife sold at the Wuhan market. Over 6 million lives were lost to COVID all around the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the Ministry of Health confirmed its first case of the novel coronavirus on the 28th of February 2020. The aftermath of the pandemic has changed the way we live, the way we do businesses, the way we work, and the way we relate with people. There has been a good and not so good side to this pandemic, but in all, it impacted the entire world.
I think for me, and I guess for many other people, it was the hugest shock of the decade, because suddenly what you call normalcy disappears. Even the regular attempt at just moving out of your house is fiercely restrained. First, there was we had to start learning what to fear and what not to. And then for many of us, it was house arrest, whether or not you liked it. It's not what we want to hastily remember. We just know, like somebody humorously stated, that it's one of those years I didn't use, so I cannot add it to my age.
How I felt, the prevailing emotion during the pandemic, I was scared. During the pandemic, I was scared. When it first started, I was scared. I was scared because of when I turned on the television, I see the number of people who are sick or dying. It was very scary. When it first started, the fact that I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to work as I would normally do, even though I would work remotely. I couldn't go to work, I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to places, I couldn't go to church, I couldn't do anything. It just made me feel trapped.
So I think I must confess that it was one of those most rewarding eras or times for me, because I am very, very introverted. And so I'm one of those who, if I chose to stay indoors for 90 days straight, I would throw mental parties. It didn't have the sort of popular impacts it did on others who were practically scared of their own shadows through that time.
COVID-19 was a global pandemic. Everybody was affected directly or indirectly. I'm not an exception. We were greatly affected, but thank God we didn't lose any life in the family. Everybody came out of it stronger and better. The COVID actually had its positive side, which I would look at as rediscovering who you are and giving the best of who you are to the society.
I'm a legal practitioner by practice. My profession is legal practice. So at that period of COVID-19, many courts were not sitting. In as much as the lockdown brought some good, it also bedeviled certain professions.
For like a month, that was a lockdown. So the economy was shut down. So it affected me. And I believe it affects everybody.
By the grace of God, I didn't run out of food. Even though I'm working, I work with federal government. So I didn't run out of. But notwithstanding, what about other relatives who are depending on us? We were not able to stretch out help towards them. So definitely, if it's not affecting me, it affects most of my relatives.
Then I was overseeing a school, an international school. Our salaries were not halved. We were just paid like the basic of. So it was a terrible time. It was a terrible time.
So we should give the people that is how they ask people to start. Go. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I certainly saw the impact of COVID around me economically. And I think it was the first time my wife and I had to sit to say, truly, there's an immense need to be grateful to God. And it was largely because we started getting calls from those who had to live from hand to mouth, whose income was strictly daily, and if they didn't do anything daily, then lunch was threatened, dinner was had to go on leave and the likes.
I remember this particular woman, very distinct. She stood out among the other people. She came in and she said that she has like 3 kids or 4 kids. I can't actually remember the number, and they haven't eaten in days.
I think one of the things I learned, or a number of things I learned during COVID, I would just list them in no particular sequence, is that I think one of the first thing is to understand your fears. There was just a cloud of fear that queried logic, even when you knew to well that this doesn't make sense, but you just have to do it. I remember standing in the queue in the pharmacy, and this guy went paranoid. You're standing too close to my child. You're standing too close to my child. And I'm a medical personnel, and I was wondering, Oga, calm down. You don't even understand what this is. And you're already paranoid over 6 feet and the likes of those kind of instructions that we were given. All of us had to learn and relearn health habits. I just recently, I remember being amused because I attempted sneezing and I quickly reached for my elbow and I said, how this hasn't disappeared, after almost 18 months, 20 months after that episode. So a good number of us had to learn some of the things that are very helpful today. We had to grow some degree of intimate familiarity with masks. A number of people who would never have used masks in their lives now, cling to them very fiercely.
I believe people would do what they are supposed to do when pushed, when pressed, even though it's the right thing. During COVID, I mean, usually you're supposed to cover your mouth, your nose when sneezing with your elbow. You're supposed to wash your hands regularly. It's something it's basic hygiene. But a lot of us didn't imbibe that. Now, post-COVID, whether or not establishments decide to maintain the culture of using a mask or continue to bring, put a wash bowl and detergent or, liquid soap for you to wash your hand or not, your hygiene should be your priority. It just goes back to what I said earlier on, that that's what COVID has taught. Your health is very important, and hygiene is also something that you should take very seriously.
I think to expect a cure for a COVID would be to demand of nature too much. And I say that because it arrived and it met on the stage illnesses like HIV, malaria, and these, to the best of our knowledge, only have palliative options, not cure, not outright cure. So I think with every phase of humanity would come an epidemic like this that helps us reshape our perspectives.
Chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum raises alarm over the insecurity and tension ahead of the forthcoming governorship elections in Kogi State. And would also address calls for the involvement of women in key positions in the Tinubu-Shettima administration. This is Plus Politics. I am Messi Bokbo. The chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum and president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, and Gabriel Adoku, has raised alarm over the insecurity and tension ahead of the forthcoming governorship elections in Kogi State. Now, he expressed concerns that the elections slated for November the 11th, 2023, might not hold if violence continue unabated, given the manner innocent people have been killed outrightly and their properties been burned. Earlier this month, the Kogi state government had confirmed an attack on the convoy of the governor, Yahaya Bello, by gunmen along the Abuja-Lokoja highway. Also, full-scale manhunt and apprehension of notorious criminal gang in the state. Well, joining us to make sense of this in this discussion is Kingsley Fawon, Commissioner for Information, Kogi State. Thank you so much, Kingsley Fawon, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Messi, for having me. Good evening, viewers around the world.
Well, so apart from the fact that there was an attack or an attempt on the convoy of the governor, Yahaya Bello, there are also reports that from the leadership of the Social Democratic Party in Kogi State, who happened to have appealed to the president to intervene in Kogi to maintain law and order. That's following the attack as well on the governorship candidate of the SDP, Yakubu Ajaka, and his supporters. So I'd like to ask you, Kingsley, can you quickly bring us to speed with what exactly is going on in Kogi State in terms of security?
Thank you very much. Kogi State is one of the most secure states in the country today. We inherited a crime-infested state when we came in 2016. But today, it is one of the safest because of the security architecture, the security policies and strategies of the Yahaya Bello administration. So what we are saying is that despite the fact that we have the governorship election on November 11, we will not want a situation where the gains we've recorded in terms of security will be reversed because of the political desperation of the politicians. Right now we are witnessing flashes of insecurity, but the state government is on top of this situation, and we will ensure that we maintain the level of security that we are witnessing in the state, and as well improve on it, because as the criminals try to invent new ways of trying to make the state insecure, we are also upping our game to ensure that the state remains one of the safest states in Nigeria. So ignore any of these reports that you get. Whatever is happening here are efforts at ensuring that the lives and property of our people are not put in jeopardy because of political desperation.
Okay. So I totally understand that you are the Commissioner for Information in Kogi State, and I really don't expect a different answer from you. But if you look at the fact that there's been a lot of tension ahead of the elections, we know that the elections will be held in November, all things being equal, on the 11th, to be precise, 2023 governorship elections. There seem to have been a lot of complaints, up to a point where you have the chairman of the Arewa Consultative Forum and the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architecture, Gabriel Adoko, who has raised the alarm over insecurity ahead of the elections. So again, categorically, apart from the fact that efforts have been made to curtail all of this, what exactly are you dealing with in the state? Is it politically motivated? Are we talking about kidnapping, banditry? What exactly is going on?
Yeah, we don't actually know. Let me pick it from two perspectives. We don't actually know the event that Gabriel Aduku was talking about, whether it had to do with the operations of security operatives a few days ago, which led to the neutralization of a notorious kidnapper, murderer, and criminal that has been declared wanted by security agents. Maybe it had to do with that. I can connect that because we can see where the complaints, where the noise is coming from. We don't also know whether Architect Gabriel Aduku is also trying to defend his candidate of choice, because he was part of a splinter group within an ethnic organization that endorsed the candidate of a certain political party. And we know that supporters of that certain political parties have been seriously complaining on social media because of the operations that took out the criminals a few days ago. Maybe he's trying to defend his own candidate, or, because it would be unfortunate for him to use the platform of the Arewa Consultative Forum to promote an ethnic agenda that he is known for. Kogi is a multi-ethnic state, and the present administration in the state has done a lot to unite the people of the state. So nobody can play ethnic politics in the state again and succeed with it. So having failed to use the platform of his ethnic organization to promote his candidate, maybe he's trying to use the Arewa Consultative Forum to be able to achieve his dream. But, that is going to be very unfortunate. If Arewa Consultative Forum, that is having all the 19 states of the northern region of the country in it, could make a Kogi person the chairman of the forum, that is a sense of fairness, because Kogi is the southern part, is the most southern part of the north and the most northern part of the south. So you can see that if they could make someone from Kogi the chairman, that person should live up to the billing of ensuring political neutrality, fairness, and justice, and not do anything that will endanger the unity, cohesion, and togetherness of the good people of Kogi State. So he will need to make more clarifications as to what exactly he's talking about. Maybe he's still trying to promote his candidate, or he's trying to use the platform of ACF to promote ethnic division in one of the northern states of Nigeria.
Well, so I think that we'll come back to that conversation. First of all, yourself and himself, who's in absentia now, but looking at some of the statement that has been made, is about Kogi State. And then at the end of the day, we're asking, is there insecurity in Kogi State? Or is just are we just manufacturing one of these reports? Because we hear that, the governor, there was an attempt on the governor's convoy, Yahaya Bello. There was also an attempt on, on the SDP candidate himself, of course, which he has spoken about, and other insecurity issues. So at this point again, let's be very certain. Is it that, we're just making stories, or are there political tension? Is there political tension right now in Kogi State?
We can't refer to what happened between the SDP candidate and the convoy of the governor as a measure of insecurity. It was a clash orchestrated by supporters of the SDP candidate who attacked the convoy of the governor, blocked the governor from passing.
So let me get this correctly, Kingsley. Are you saying that, the attack on the convoy of Yahaya Bello was orchestrated by, the SDP and their supporters?
It is not about suspicion. It was a clash that was in public domain. He was trying to overtake that convoy. He was blocked by a vehicle where they were keeping arms and ammunition. And then the security had to rise to the occasion to be able to take the governor off the place. Some vehicles belonging to the convoy of the governor were smashed and damaged. Shots were fired at these vehicles conveying the security operatives that are to secure the governor. So it is something that is in the public domain. We have decided we are not going to talk extensively about it because it is a matter that is being investigated by law enforcement agents, and we know that they will bring their reports to the public and ensure that perpetrators are prosecuted.
In other words, you are saying that the SDP is responsible for the attack on the convoy of the governor of Kogi State?
100%.
All right, then. There's so much confidence in that. But again, like you have said, do you have proofs?
Definitely. It was a confrontation on our convoy coming from Abuja. We have proofs. We've presented all of this to.
So how do you know that the confrontation was coming from the SDP? Because then again, the reports that we're having right here is that members of the opposition party are not allowed to breathe. And that's because the powers that be in Kogi State are intimidating and harassing the people. But then again, you were saying that the recent attack on the convoy of the people, and also dismissing the fact that the SDP president, the governorship candidate, was attacked. So
let me give you these scenarios. A few days ago, the candidates of Accord Party held a very massive program in the state, bringing all his supporters across the state. Nobody harassed that congregation. Recently, Senator Dino Melaye, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, went around the state to meet with traditional rulers, to meet with interest groups. Nobody harassed his convoy or the congregation of his supporters. Also recently, the candidate of the ADC, Honorable Leke Abejide, went around to meet with royal fathers and also unveiled his deputy governor. All of this happened in Kogi State. He was not harassed. Nobody harassed him. So the report that the opposition parties have been harassed is ludicrous. It is false.
Not opposition party, specifically the SDP is saying that their governorship candidate was attacked, as well as their supporters.
Let me land on this thought. This is an isolated case, and it is a case of desperate politicians who were thinking they could harass a sitting governor in a state. An attack on the governor is an attack on the authority of the Kogi State. It is not just about the governor, it's about the people of the state. So if others are going about their campaign without any hindrance, without any molestation, without any harassment, why is it that it is this particular person that is complaining of harassment? Why is it that the police, the state security service, went on an operation to neutralize criminals who were bent on disrupting the peace of the state, and it is still the same party that was complaining about it? So you can nip it together and know where the problem is. What we are sure of is that we know that politics is not a crime, but crime cannot also be politics.
That sounds
so
very
we are not
familiar.
going to politicize criminality in the state. When you
but again, I'd like to take you on this particular one, Kingsley.
Thank you.
You have stated that because the PDP and other political parties have had their rallies and campaign without any sort of violence and whatsoever, then again, you just assume that, the fact that the convoy of the sitting governor, Yahaya Bello, was attacked would have been the SDP. So were you able to identify any member of the SDP? Were you able to, see stickers? Was there really anything? I mean, because you say, you sound very sure that it's the SDP that's involved. I'm not holding brief for the SDP, but I'm asking questions now. Because from what you have said, it sounds like it's just a conspiracy theory. You're forced that let's just assume that the SDP would have been responsible for the attack. But then again, if you have a government, because a government has a responsibility of securing lives and properties, whether or not they belong to a certain political party or not, the complaint from your state has been that tension has actually increased ahead of the elections. And one is asking, what exactly could be going on? And you have also dismissed the reports coming from the SDP saying that that's not true. Maybe they're turning the stories, but don't forget that they're also citizens, they're also part of the state. So again, I ask, also, you have reports, especially coming from you, saying that at some point you understand the fact that the attacks that are coming, you know who is responsible, monarchs have been involved in insecurity and what have you in your state. So, for sure, do you have evidence? Could you identify, or did you identify any member of the SDP has been involved in, the attack on the convoy of the governor of your state, Yahaya Bello? Who's your principal?
Thank you very much, Mercy. And I'm just going to answer all of the things you've said is seeking for proof. And I'm just going to answer you by saying that the tundra that blocked the governor, and we found arms and ammunition in that tundra, is a tundra that was branded with the colors, stickers, logo of the SDP. And also in that convoy was the governorship candidate of the SDP. All of this happened in his presence. We have video evidence to this effect. And I am repeating and reiterating emphatically to you that there is no tension whatsoever in Kogi State. Others are campaigning around the state. Even the SDP candidate has gone around the state to talk to people to campaign. He was not harassed by anybody. It was that incident of blocking the way of the governor that led to that skirmish that day. And, what we are saying is that despite the fact that they don't belong to the ruling party, it is not about the party. Governor Yahaya Bello is the governor of Kogi State, governor of people that are in SDP, in APC, in everywhere. So it is his responsibility to protect all of the people of the state. And that's exactly what the governor is doing. So I am saying emphatically, no political tension.
So you're saying that there's no insecurity consent or security consent in your state? Well, we have been speaking with the Commissioner for Information in Kogi State, Kingsley Fanwo. Kingsley, can you hear us?
The people are going about their normal businesses. There are no issues whatsoever.
I think that we lost connection for a bit, but I like that you reiterate or, come again. Let's talk about that, because we're looking at the state of security in your state. And we know that for sure over time, there's been several complaints that, Kogi State used to be very peaceful, but then again, it's neighbored around almost 9 states, and there might probably just be a trickle-down effect with the political tension that has been reported from different quarters, including the attempted attack or whatever that happened on the convoy of the governor. There seemed to be a lot of consent from different quarters. So I asked literally to you, are you saying that there are no security threats in Kogi State, that everywhere is peaceful? No banditry issues, kidnapping, terrorists, and what have you?
Kogi has been very safe. In the past few years, we've put in place a security architecture that has been able to deal with the issues of security. Part of the effort was what you saw a few days ago when the Security Joint Task Force went after a notorious kidnapper, murderer, gun runner, and ensured that he was neutralized. When they approached the place, he opened fire on them and wanted to kill all of those security agents, but he was neutralized at the end of the day. So in Kogi State, we don't have warlords, we don't have criminals that are above the law. We ensure that we do everything humanly possible to encourage security agencies to be able to maintain law and order in the state. So I am saying again, Kogi is very safe. Kogi is very peaceful. Only politicians that are afraid of the past, that are afraid of their fake identity, that are afraid of their fraudulent past, that are afraid of their criminal machinations. Only those politicians are afraid of coming to Kogi State. If your hands are clean, you will come to Kogi State, regardless of your political party, to campaign and engage in your political activities. Others are doing it. Why is it just one party that is complaining bitterly about the whole scenario?
So you're saying that there's been no attack on any human life, properties have not been destroyed or burned whatsoever within this period, 2023?
Let me give you a scenario. There is no society in the world where you have...
No, you haven't answered my question. I'm asking, are you saying that there's been no security or insecurity incident, however, in 2023, up until January, till this moment, there's been no threat whatsoever?
That's where I'm going. I cannot be boxed to a one-answer situation. What I'm saying is that there is no society where you don't have insecurity. What separates and distinguishes any state government is how you respond to that security threat. And we have been responding in such a very spontaneous manner in the state that the people have so much confidence in our government, in our security agencies, in our security architecture. So I am not saying that totally there are no flashes of insecurity here and there. Yes, we have one or two of those situations. But what matters most is how we have been able to deal with the situation and put it under control to ensure that our people are safe.
So, but there are also still concerns that, people, members of your state and people are worried about the elections that are slated for November the 11th, even though some people will still have a lot of time to November the 11th, saying that if all of this is gone unabated, then there might just be concerns of not having the elections holding. So what exactly is your government doing categorically to address all of this? There are also some points where you have also stated, your government has stated that you understand those who are involved in this criminality, and you're doing everything to address it. So if you know those who are involved in it, how come they have not been apprehended?
The temperatures, the political temperatures in the state. We are not going to allow that. We are going to ensure that we have a free, fair, credible, and peaceful poll on November 11th. That is the commitment of the government. And we have started that. What I expect is that some of these so-called statesmen are supposed to come out to hail security agencies for ensuring that criminals that would have disrupted the election, some of them have been taken off the stage. And what it means is that we will not allow anyone to continue to kill Kogites and kidnap Kogites and create a situation of tension and
Kingsley, we seem to be having
chaos in the state. Nobody's above the law. And like I said, politics is, you can play your politics peacefully, and at the same time, crime is no politics. You cannot be involving yourself in criminality and say you are playing politics. The state will make sure that such a...
Well, it's unfortunate that the allegations that, the powers that be, it's an undemocratic situation in your state, as political opponents and other stakeholders who want to run for political offices in the state are constantly subjected to intimidation, harassment, and threat. Can you please speak to this? And when they say powers that be, what powers are we referring to? Could it be the incumbent power? Kingsley, can you hear me?
I have to take the question again because I didn't hear.
All right.
Yeah, you have to take the question. Yeah.
So I'll take that because we're almost out of time, and this will probably just be the last for us. You have spoken about, the security situation, saying it is not what we're hearing. It's a different situation whatsoever. There are probably just elements who are just trying to, make things get out of hand. But then again, your government and yourself have been quoted for today to say, what is responsible for insecurity in your state. And I'm asking, if you know those who are causing and constituting a nuisance, how come they haven't been apprehended? That's on the one hand. And then secondly, there are also complaints from different quarters saying that this current situation ahead of the elections in November 11th is undemocratic, as you have powers that be not allowing political opponents and stakeholders to run for political office, as they are being subjected to intimidation, harassment. What powers are they referring to? Could it be the incumbent, especially when you talk about contesting for political office and then having powers that be? So what exactly are we dealing with?
We are both, we are both journalists. And when journalists say sources that do not want their names mentioned, then
I will say that again, is the Arewa Consultative Forum.
What I'm trying to bring out is when you say there are concerns in certain quarters, what are those quarters? Where are they?
The Arewa Consultative Forum. They're very vocal on this particular one. They have stated that there are powers that be in Kogi State that are not allowing political opponents to contest for offices or office in the state, that they are being subjected to intimidation, harassment, and in court, powers that be. So I ask you, what powers do you think that they are referring to? Could it be the incumbent?
I don't speak for them. And I've given you the scenario of the peace that we have in the state, of how political candidates of political parties are going around the state to campaign peacefully, without molestation, without harassment. I've told you all of this. So if they are talking about powers that be, I think they would have to define it and let us know. But I know that one of the powers that be have been neutralized by security agencies a few days ago. Maybe those are the powers that be that they are referring to.
All right, Kingsley, we have to go at this point. Thank you so much for being part of the show. We do appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
All right, then. We have been speaking with the Commissioner for Information in Kogi State. He is Kingsley Fawo, right there, joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll be discussing the calls for women involvement in Tinubu Shatima's administration. Please stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space, with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Well, despite significant progress, women continue to face numerous challenges in various spheres of life, particularly in the domain of politics and governance. Now, beyond ministerial appointment, recent administration also appointed women to leadership positions in different governmental agencies and parastatals. The appointment by the current administration in the past few days signals a departure from the posture of government under the immediate past administration. While these efforts have been demonstrated, a commitment to women's involvement in government challenges and limitation must be pursued. Well, joining us live to discuss this is Femi Lawson, National Secretary, Campaign for Democracy, the CD. Thank you so much, Femi Lawson, for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Yes, please. Well, Femi, what do you think about, the body language of this administration as regards the involvement of women in governance when you juxtapose that with, the pattern that we have experienced over the years?
Well, I think it is important to acknowledge the fact that there seems to be signs that there will be deviation from what we experienced in the last 8 years as far as the participation and involvement of women in governance is concerned. If you look at the position of women in leadership in Nigeria between the year 2011 and 2015, you realize that there was a major setback between 2015 and 2023 of the 8 years of the last administration. We have fewer numbers of women in the National Assembly, in the state assemblies. We have fewer numbers of women in the various, ministry, department, and agencies of government, especially those in the appointment position. And it tells you that that administration did not give so much, regard or priority to involvement of women in governance in Nigeria. But if you look at the appointment made so far by the incumbent administration of President Bola Tinubu, you come to realize that there are indications that Nigeria may be heading back to that time where women, are beginning to be involved in governance, not just as being, appointed to position of government without, credible, representation, but we are beginning to see the readiness of the administration to give women key positions of government, just like we have seen in the number of special advisors already appointed by the president. We've had, 3 major positions ceded already to the women, and there are a lot of opportunities that are being opened for women participation. We are believing that the Bola Tinubu administration will deepen this commitment further by ensuring that more women are employed and are engaged in key positions of governance in Nigeria. And in doing that, the government must look at women participation as a key way towards ensuring that this country is transformed economically, socio-politically, and others, because it is not enough to just bring women to come and play celebratory roles, in government.
Well, you talked about, there might just be signals and signs for this administration, but having signals and signs, it's not the actual deal. But quickly, let's look at the national agenda policy that was formulated, and then the issue of 35% affirmation action in Nigeria, which was in 2006. So with the sign and signal that you're looking at, do you think that for the very first time that Nigeria as a country and this administration would actually fill the gap of 35% affirmative action for women? Femi Lawson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Did you get my question?
Okay, now is the country ready to fulfill the 35% of our motivation?
Not necessarily the country. I'm saying, of course, the nation, we have a new dispensation which is led by Bola Tinubu. And I'm saying that prior to this time, in 2006, there's been an affirmative action followed by the national gender policy that is asking for 35% in terms of appointive, position to women And you mentioned that there might just be signal and signs from this administration. And then I'm saying the 35% affirmative action or quota. Do you think that this administration will meet that quota with all of the, hey, we're going to involve women in governance and what have you?
Well, the capacity of the administration to meet that at 5% quota would depend on how much our women are beginning to show interest, and organizations like us and the media like yours are pushing for the actualization of the 35% affirmative action. We have come to realize that in politics, there's really usually no free will gift. Positions are not usually freely given. Power is not usually freely given, except where there are specific demands by stakeholders, by interested parties, even by the demography that we're talking about. How much are the women doing, in ensuring that, we get at least 35% of women in governance in Nigeria? And how do we get this? It is about looking at those women, who have shown commitment and, interest in governance, in politics, and of course, who also have the expertise, and the experience to be involved in government. Like I said, it's not going to be given just because we want women in politics. Take, for instance, the 2023 presidential election. A lot of women went to sit back, hoping to be the usual campaigners and voters for the male politicians, except for the case of one person, the candidate of the Allied People's Movement, a very young lady, Princess Chichi Oje, who despite all odds, insisted on going ahead in the race. And of course, she became the only woman who participated in the presidential race out of the 18 presidential candidates of the various political parties. Why do we have only one woman contesting that exalted seat when must our women wait and sit back and expect that power be given to them a la carte? No. We must begin to identify women who have shown commitment, who have shown the zeal, and who have the capacity to participate in government.
I mean, if we want to go through that, you are probably talking about, elective position at this point in time. But we're talking about the appointed, because that's what it is. And if you remember vividly, when this government came on board, President himself, during his campaign, he said his administration will give women the best representation in government. That's what he said. And so we're hoping that for the first time in the history of the country, since 2006, we probably would just be saying, hey, 35% affirmation gap has been closed because this administration has done that. Do they have the capacity? Would it just be a political statement? Yes, there might be signs and signal, but what exactly? Will we have 35% giving to women in this government? Because they have promised. And if you want to talk about women not being capable, whether they are ready, they have to just so qualified and all of that. There are too many qualified women who are out there, knowledgeable, they have the expertise. You want to go everywhere, they're there. So the problem then again is, will this government fulfill or close the gap of 35% out of the 100% and give 35% to the women?
Yeah, in achieving that, we must, as advocates, we must, as the civil society, we must, as the women, begin to make these specific demands. The truth is that, like I said, no president, no governor will just wake up without, especially when you look at the dominance of the men in Nigerian politics and administration. The men want to have all the elective position, all the appointment position, if possible. So we must begin to insist that the women are considered, and at least the government must be ready to give that minimum of 35% of appointment positions, that are going to be occupied in the government to the women. And this must be women who are competent, who have experience, who have expertise in various fields. There's nothing stopping this administration from giving the women, the responsibility of constituting the bulk of the economic team of the administration. We have seen, how women have performed excellently in terms of economic management in the past. So we'll bring experience and bring competence and people who have the experience and expertise on board to come and drive the economy of the country, to come and drive key sectors of governance. And I'm sure there will be productivity, there will be result if this is done.
Well, Femi Lawson, why exactly have we grappled with this? I mean, for a country as ours, We know that for Africa as a continent, there are other countries that are, looking up towards in the continent as a big brother. What exactly has been, our concern with the involvement of women, our challenge or, struggle with involving women in governance, that we have had to have a policy to that effect, and up until now, implementation is just the problem. Not for the cost that you lack women that are qualified.
See, the idea is that we should be concerned because there has been a deliberate, tendency by the state to continually suppress that particular demography, which unfortunately constitute the bulk of our population, the majority of our voting population, who constitute the strength of any society that seeks to develop. No society will seek to develop without involving the women in the development plans of such society. But unfortunately, governance in Nigeria in the past have been reduced to the business of the men. And that is why this demand, this agitation, and another sort of need for policy, implementation arrive and are continue to be in the front burner of our discussions. And that is why we are still here today. And until we begin to see very conscious efforts by government and other institutions to position women and allow them to earn, as much as the men are had in terms of access to government, in terms of access to institutions of state, we may continue to have this kind of demand and this agitation for policy implementation. And we must consider that this is a demography that is strong, that is large, and cannot just be pushed aside and reduced to supporters of government and political parties.
So there's this saying that, is out there. A lot of people have stated that if women are given the position or given the opportunity in governance, it would be a spin-off for the nation. It would turn things around, being the fact that if you look at the nature of women, they ought to be mothers, and they would also bring all of that, into governance. Do you agree with this school of thoughts?
I completely disagree, and I will continue to disagree with that school of thought. It sounds so much like, an inferiority complex on the part of people who push such positions, especially men who push such positions. If you look at where women have been, given positions of responsibility, using this country as an example in the past, you realize that rather than coming to become dominant, they rather become so useful to the system and become so productive in most cases, even more than the men. And if you look at in the past, Nigeria's economic team has always been headed by a woman, and the records are there that even after office, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has continued to remain relevant and remain productive, and just like every other woman who were in the economic team. Like I said, if you look at some of the women that have participated in politics and have contested election in Nigeria today, you have seen how much they have been able to rally the men around them, to ensure that they deliver on this mandate or, the promises that they are making during elections. It is usually the men. I'm a man, but it is usually on our part as men that I find it difficult, playing, as operating as team players rather. But I think the women have the capacity to, get more people to work, get more people to drive the process for productivity, even than a lot of men who are usually of that sentiment.
So we're saying that I think that you were going to agree with this school of thoughts, because when I talked about the spinner, I meant that, it was going to be for the positive for women. So yes, you were agreeing to it, not disagreeing, because your position felt like you were agreeing to it. But that's it. But just quickly, because we're out of time. So are we then saying that the issue of governance and politics is a gender issue, that if you're a woman, you can do better contributing, to governance and development and policy making and decision, or if you're a man, it's a different thing? Is it now a gender issue, or is the issue of capacity, individuality, personality, among others?
We cannot continue to talk about capacity without gender equality, especially when you look at how much our women have been relegated in terms of governance, in terms of participation in politics in Nigeria. Like I said, we must look back and encourage those women who have shown courage, who have shown the readiness, who have shown the capacity. Like I said, a lot of them, look at the only female presidential candidate in that election, look at women who contested senatorial election. Let's look at other women who have shown interest and capacity, who have the zeal, who have the passion, who have the love and patriotism to serve this country, and bring them on board as far as making this gender equality a reality in the new administration.
Femi Lawson, this is where we have to let it go. Thank you so much for being part of the show this evening. We do appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure.
All right,
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. And that's it on the show tonight. I am Messi Ebopo. Have a good evening.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscence. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi local government area of Ekiti State, and mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabis from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agri Development Program, while mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504. And of course, a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet, we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure, where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today. Although there were few cases of spoiled brats, who will do anything to lure us to exotic life of on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Biora, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths. And even for us too, it is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You are not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. It's a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well. When you take in fruits, your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly. When you take enough fruit, you have a very glowing skin. When you take fruits, you have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them, because it's easier to take when you make juices or you make smoothies. it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayome Saleh, and today, we have two ladies in the studio and one on Zoom. I believe so. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, NJ. Hi, Jenny, baby.
Hi.
My salsa partners.
Oh my.
Wow. They will hear it today.
Wow.
I'm going to go and start my salsa classes. Whoever you are there, I'm on a salsa. NJ, you will regret carrying me.
I already regret it. We haven't even gone. Oh my.
But hey, I like it. Now, thank you for finally carrying me there. Let me see whether I will like it and stay.
A pleasure. I think it's for me, it's very good workout. And I realized that every time I dance salsa, I'm always smiling.
So there was one movie, I think it was Jennifer Lopez that acted the movie. Is the song I remember in my head. Da 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 dee da da da. Da, 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 da. The finals. Many years ago, the movie has been in my head.
The world of salsa is about to meet.
They're about to meet. Who is coming down for salsa? I'm coming for you people this evening. But Jennifer, we look forward to it, right?
I know, I'm ready. I'm ready.
You see, we are ready.
You know, I started salsa when I was in Abuja. Ooh. Yes.
Nice. So but for you that is really tall, you're 6'2". Are you able to find a partner?
No. I would love to see you I actually did not find partners. But I think that's one of the reasons why I wasn't really too enthusiastic about going all the time, because most of the people who would have danced with me were quite short. And then everyone was rushing for the teacher, right? Because I'm just like, how many of us will be on this line waiting for this man? I need somebody else to dance with. So,
Trust
but
me,
we'll see.
I understand what that height thing does, because really, most male salsa dancers in Nigeria,
they are vertically blessed. No,
Thank
blessed.
you.
They are vertically
Thank you.
blessed.
So it's always, even for me, I find it's quite hard.
Right.
If you find it hard,
so
that means I will find it challenging, difficult.
They would have to figure out other ways. If the person is actually a professional and quite good, they have other ways of actually.
I was going to say that the truth is, it's very important to move your body. A lot of times people realize, they don't realize that you literally are in a very static position all day. Really. Thankfully, smartwatches help us to say, oh, time to stand up. Like I just stood up now, oh, well done, you did it. But truly, if you really check it, we are very sedentary in our lifestyle. So for every opportunity that you get to try to even just do something, right, I would advise that is important. It's not so much of just, the activities. It's more of, keeping your body alive, keeping your health, as well. So if it is tennis, if it is salsa, if it is running, if it is whatever it is, but make sure you're just moving in one way or the other. Yeah, I don't know if Diola is there. She's supposed to be joining us via Zoom. Okay, so Diola will join us via Zoom, right? They would admit her shortly. All right, so today, remember we had talked about, so on Tuesday we had talked about, let me give a background quickly. We had talked about the challenges of this, what did we even talk about now? Now my brain is a bit scattered, but it's okay, yeah, so it then dovetailed into something around maintenance culture, right? Okay, do Nigerians have to suffer, right, for the growth of Nigeria? I think that was around the conversation. Yes, sacrificing. Yeah. Thank you, that's the word. So then conversations came around, what's it called now? Maintenance culture. Because it is one thing for you to build infrastructure. It is a different ballgame entirely. When you see those infrastructure in 5 years, 10 years. Like I went to Paris, I saw buildings. They tell you this building is 800 years old, 300 years old. You're looking at the building, and it doesn't even look like it. So it just brings me back to a lot of things that we face in Nigeria. And it's heavily hinged on the fact that we lack maintenance in every ramification. And this is not even just unique to say, now, this is not government properties alone. Even as individuals, private businesses, something is falling apart, fix it immediately. No, you would wait until the place is looking run down, Sometimes they would even get to the point where they have to just completely abandon that building to then go to other things. So today we really want to discuss maintenance culture, right? And how it has impacted the economy. And here's what we found as today's quote. It says, another flaw in human character is that everybody wants to build and nobody wants to do maintenance. I think Diola has joined us. Hi, Diola. Are you there? Okay, I think we'll get her back. All right, so maintenance is key for everything that we want, of course, to last, and it is also the rule of nature that applies to every aspect of our lives. The state of our infrastructure in Nigeria shows, as I'd said before, that not only are our resources being poorly managed, but our infrastructure is also not being maintained, as I'd mentioned. So today is our ladies' night out, and NJ, Jennifer, Diola, and I will be discussing the topic, the impact of zero maintenance culture on our Nigerian infrastructure. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's quickly run off on a break. When we come back from that break, we'll see what we found in the news. Thanks for staying with us now. World Wind Day, or Global Wind Day is a worldwide event that is held on June 15th. It is organized by Wind Europe and GWEC, that's the Global Wind Energy Council. It is a day when wind energy is celebrated, information is exchanged, and adults and children find out about wind energy, its power, and the possibilities of it that it holds to change the world. This is a very beautiful day. I love the wind. Who likes wind? You know what? Go ahead.
Wind as in wind?
Yes, no, wind.
Yeah. So who wouldn't love wind? Even dogs love wind.
No, it's a very beautiful day. So
cool air.
I went to, I think, Amsterdam in 2019. So from Amsterdam, we took a bus all the way to Paris, right? Come and see windmills. It is so beautiful to behold. And I know that outside of, because I know that renewable energy, a lot of people just focus on solar. But outside of solar, renewable energy, I think Nigeria has a capacity, especially in some parts of Nigeria where they have very, very strong wind. Yes, you actually have the capacity to be able to generate energy with wind. So I mean, there's so many. There's hydro, there's wind, there's solar. There are options, for energy, and I'm loving the fact that because now these issues around the Electricity Act that has been signed by the president, possible that now we can now see more diverse sources of energy. So wind would be one of the what's it called, the options to explore. But I hear that it's a lot more expensive, to set up compared to solar. I'm not 100% sure.
I feel like we don't even have those windmills anywhere around here. We don't even have the land.
They're for Lagos. Let's go to where
maybe in the area.
Even there for because I think the way the place is choked, wind don't go.
The buildings,
because if you see those things, they're like farmland. So it is like no building at all. It's just you just see gigantic, very high, tall windmills. Yeah. So I
don't think we can set something like that up here.
They can, for instance, I think people that are into farming, they can explore those options, especially up north, right? Those massive farmlands. So instead of running diesel or whatever, you can
also. It's a big investment.
It's massive. No, it's massive. But you need partnerships for those kind of investment. Diola Sulaiman, she's joined us via Zoom. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
It's a rainy day.
Very, very rainy day. Our makeup artist did not come by the way today. So all these things you are saying, we did it ourselves. We are proud makeup artists today.
And you're
blaring horns today.
I have to tell Lagos State government that because there's no road for my makeup artist to pass. How are you, Diola?
I'm good, thank you.
I can imagine when I saw the message that Jola will be joining my Zoom, I said, okay, something has happened on the roads. It is well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day to talk about alternate source of energy.
I'm telling you.
And of course, like you rightly said, with the new bill that has been passed, we hope to see more state governments, exploring different options. Yeah. Especially outside of Lagos. There are massive lands that are just wasted. I mean, these are options that manufacturing companies can begin to explore. Yes, I mean, it's capital intensive, but in the long run, you look at the long-term benefits, versus, with the way we're going and increasing cost of diesel or any other thing. I mean, it's a one-time investment, but Nigeria is, there's a lot of wind in Nigeria, so I think it's a solid investment.
Absolutely. I've never seen one here in Lagos, but we used to have a lot of wild winds in Kaduna State while growing up. You just see it coming, you run inside your house.
Yeah,
and all of that.
I think I experienced some in Lagos, but it was, I think I was a kid then. If I've experienced like serious wind since I've been alive, probably twice.
No, it was almost all the time.
Because there was one I saw when I was younger. I actually saw it moving this way and it was carrying things that people were running.
Let us just go and harvest it and convert it to energy. All right, so Jola, let me come to you. What did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, a rather sad one. The headline news is Kano building collapse. Authorities confirm 1 dead, 3 rescued alive. This was said to have happened at the collapse of a demolished building, Daula Hotel in Kano State. It is said that Samino Yusuf said that the victims or the rescued dead that are trapped under the debris are yet to be identified, and that this occurred when a scavenger, got into the building at about 1 p.m. and they were scouting for irons or metals, from the debris of the building that was demolished halfway, when the building suddenly collapsed and trapped them. On the part of the Kano State Commissioner for Police, he said that they had visited the incident scene, and that they have condoned off the building, but that the scavengers were defiant, hence the occurrence of the incident where they were trapped. This is very sad. We hope that the government is able to, the state government is able to rescue any, or if there is any other person that is trapped in the building. And I sincerely just hope that we can begin to have proper building codes for demolished buildings such as that, and that even citizens begin to understand the dangers, buildings like that pose. In Nigeria, we're not very, we're just rather carefree.
If you want to demolish a building, shouldn't you have, what's it called?
Cordoned off the building?
Yes, like very under tight, very strict security that nobody goes in. Shouldn't you have done that?
Well, the commissioner is saying that was done, but the scavengers.
If it was done, they would not have been found in the building, Diola.
I know. It's just rather sad because, again, we look at this and it's just needless. It's unnecessary death. It's just sad.
Very sad.
It's very sad.
Welcome to you, NJ, your story.
So my story is about a 45-year-old Belgian man called Mr. David Bierten. So he reportedly, he was suffering from loneliness, and he decided that he wanted to spend more time with his relatives. So he faked his own death and turns up at his funeral in a helicopter to teach his family a lesson. So he told his wife and his daughter about his plan, and they went on to, show it on social media, share it on social media that he had passed away. And they were able to gather all family members to a certain location. And he turned up at his own funeral and left his family obviously dumbfounded and shocked, as you can see in the video. And he told them that it was a prank and he wanted to teach them a lesson on the importance of staying in touch with each other. Some people on some critics on social media defended him, and some claimed that was a cruel,
No, it's not cruel now. Have you not seen that video that guy had been drinking? Did you see that particular one that he's been getting drunk? They've told him stop drinking, you're not here. So one day he got drunk and woke up in the coffin. Not in that video. The family actually stayed in the church. He was in a coffin. They were there like they were mourning. They were crying. He woke up and said, "I'm dead." They said, "No, everybody was looking like he's a spirit."
They acted like he was a spirit.
They acted like he was a spirit. So so it makes a lot of sense. This song that Patoranking sang, "Celebrate Me While I'm Still Alive," not people say when I don't live this life, you go call the fake am for my back. That song is so true. A lot of times, right? I keep on saying to people, and that's why for me till today, it doesn't make any sense spending money in a funeral. Do you understand what I'm saying? Spend all the money while the person is alive. Enjoy. I love quality time. Anybody that knows me knows that I can gist with it. If I care about you, I can gist with you for 10 hours and it will not look like I've been talking for 10 hours. Like literally, you must find time to bond. Don't wait till the person is dead. What are you now coming to the gravesite to do? Do you understand? So I think I'm with the guy. It's just that the guy he tried.
That's very extreme.
It didn't go too far, because look at it now. Did every member of the family show up?
Yeah, but what if somebody had you know how it can,
Yeah.
how you can hear one news and then maybe your aunt hears it and then
I give that
maybe,
to you.
maybe she's having some
big
health,
heart and she
and
also
then she
dies.
passes away and then
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
But the truth is that
He
I
deserves
think
to be
the lesson, is that truth is we really don't spend time.
Enough time.
We don't have, and most times we are always busy,
Because we're
and
trying to survive.
Okay. What he did is I was talking to a friend of mine. I think it was even today. He said he was just reflecting that honestly, what in this life? Like, what are we running for? What is the hustle? All this drag, what is it for? Let's just really sit back sometimes and just look at it. What truly matters at the end of the day? So if you understand what truly matters, you pay attention to it. I saved Jennifer's story for the last because I'm coming together with the story. Jennifer, you want to say?
All right, so a lady cries out on Instagram. She shared a video. She was crying out saying that a young girl was swept away by the flood at Agege, and she was in a tricycle when this happened. So they put up the video. And I don't know, this is just really, really sad. Like, you can see how flooded it is. And she was saying that if she could help, she would have tried to actually help her. But then the water is a lot. So she just saw the girl and the tricycle being
I think we should
washed away.
Actually even listen to what the lady was saying.
Governor Sanwo-Olu come and help them in this area, left and direct in front of me. This flood has carried a whole Marwa and one girl. The girl just passed by my side now. And the girl is a special child. This water has carried the girl. I could have stopped her. This water, this is a batio, they are batio khana. Ogo didi maru akolo, pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn nínú, ọmọ kan ta ló rán ọmọ yẹn ṣe. Omi yẹn ti gbọ́ ọmọ yẹn lọ. Please, this happen every year. Nabulegba, just look at it. Look at it. See, just look at it. See, people cannot come in, people cannot go. Look at it.
So I think it was last week Thursday that
we talked about flood.
We talked about flood.
Yeah.
When I was vibrating, that Uti was trying to explain certain things to me, I can't relate. Do you understand? Because we know that when the rains come in this Lagos, it comes.
Yeah.
Do you understand? It makes no sense as a government. Like, are you happy watching your people suffer? Are you happy watching your people die every single year? It's not like there's a year that we don't go through this. What I did not mention to you was that in my own house, we had to come together as a community, contributing money to create gutters and build the road. There was a day I ran out of my house. I went to my sister's house in Magodo because the water had gotten up to my bonnet. It was like with prayer and fasting I was driving out of that water. People have to live in these conditions day in, day out. And you tell me we have a government. Like, I don't understand how these people are able to sleep at night. A young girl now, a needless death. She's dead. Because I don't even know how they're going to recover that girl from that water. This is where I always say that, first, we all know that we have a responsibility. But the government, come on. It's not like you do not know. There are some very, very prone areas that we know whether come rain, come sunshine, flood must happen.
Yeah.
Why do you have to watch people die? And the Speaker of the Lagos State House is Agege is his constituency. It doesn't make any sense. When you talk, people feel like you just want to attack the government. Nobody is attacking you. I'm just tired of seeing people suffering. I am tired of seeing people die for no reason. And it makes no sense. And this is why we're talking about the maintenance culture, because it also builds into what we're saying. We'll come back from that break and we'll continue the conversation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
All right, thanks for staying with us. So last year, the World Bank described the level of quality of infrastructure in Nigeria as low, despite the federal government's claim of borrowing to finance infrastructure. Now, the government, the report rather stated that the country ranked 132 out of 137 countries for infrastructure in the 2018 Global Competitive Index. Nigeria's physical infrastructure gap is estimated to reach $3 trillion over the next 30 years, and at the current rate of expenditure allocation, it will take 300 years to close the country's current infrastructural gap. It goes without saying that the poor state of infrastructure in Nigeria has a severe effect on the life of the citizens and the state of the economy, of course, the economic activities. Now, from the incessant electricity issues, housing problem, lack of proper water, and sanitation infrastructure, it is clear why we need to address the existing maintenance culture in Nigeria. So today we are asking what the impact of this zero maintenance culture on Nigeria's infrastructure. What is the impact? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. Jennifer, you were going to follow up on the story for the flooding.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I don't know if they fixed that area, but growing up, because I grew up around that area, right? And I remember that they always have, the gutters, they were really wide and big and deep. So there was nothing that protects you. Sometimes if you have to go to Abattoir, you probably have to jump over the gutter, or there's always this tiny plank that they put around that area. And I don't know if that's still the situation right now, because thinking about it, and that is where this happened. So it's like once there is that flood, there is nothing, right? It pushes everything down to that gutter. So if anyone falls in there, how do you save somebody like that? And it's really, really sad, because I don't know. It's tiring.
Very tiring. So maintenance culture is not something that is, strange to us. Like, knowing that we have zero maintenance culture is not a strange thing. But I want to ask, why has it lingered? Why are we not seeing? So, you put a beautiful road, for instance, you put the medians and all of that, you wake up. As soon as the government is leaving, the next thing you're seeing that somebody is coming to pull up all those things. Nobody's holding them accountable. Nobody's arresting anybody. Nobody has gone to jail for vandalizing public infrastructure, right? So, if we really want to count the cost of what this zero maintenance culture is on Nigerians' infrastructure, like, really, we literally cannot even put a cost to it. There's an audio that is going viral on TikTok. 7 days, I no go front, I no go back. I did for Sapele Road. That was a driver lamenting that he's been stuck in a particular spot. He's not going forward, he's not going back. But they've used it to turn music. I did for Sapele Road. I no go front, I no go back, and all of that. I know fit to go front, I know fit to go back. You understand? That was the summary, long and short of it.
Yeah.
Right? We've not even put a cost to how much we have lost in terms of revenue. Right? With this poor or poorly maintained infrastructure. We've not put a cost to why we are not able to expand our infrastructures. You know why? every government that comes in will first of all go back and say, oh, this hospital that was built, they are renovating. You see them spending millions of naira and millions of dollars on maintenance, on renovation, on renovation. Which, in my opinion, I believe that if there was a proper structure to ensure that there was maintenance of those properties, we don't need to go back and revisit. Instead, we are building newer infrastructures and then maintaining them. We don't need to, because those ones are well maintained. Yeah. So I don't even know how to measure what we have lost or what we are losing as a result of zero maintenance culture. But let me come to you, NJ.
So when it comes to maintenance, we can see it clearly in every area or the sense of it, which would include from the airports. When you go to the airports, they tell you, we just have a newly built airport. And then you get there, and then within 2 weeks or a month of its opening or its unveiling, you find out that the lift isn't working, there's no light at some points, the escalators are not working, some doors are not opening, and things like that. And when you even come to maintenance, there are even different types of maintenance. What we do most of the time in Nigeria is corrective. So we always, because the jobs are substandard and not done properly, that's why every year every time when a new government comes in, they have to correct what the previous government has, maybe the damage that has been done.
Correct it poorly. Yeah. State it there, because yes, somebody has to come again.
Because actually there's supposed to be preventive maintenance. And then before even the corrective. So there are different even levels of maintenance, but we always find ourselves doing corrective maintenance most of the time, because even at the beginning, we don't use the right materials. We're always using substandard materials and things like that. And we always, like you say, they give the costing, and the costing runs in billions and trillions and what have you. And every dispensation has a budget for these same things every time. Every 4 years, we have every time we have a budget. We have a budget for infrastructure, for the development of infrastructure, and for the maintenance of infrastructure. So you always wonder why the money attributed to the maintenance is not used for maintenance, and the money, you're not seeing new structures being put up. And it's a major, this thing has become a major problem because it affects every area of our lives. When you talk about transport, when the transport system is not good, we end up, most of us, when the roads are not good, we end up at the mechanic every month, because you have the whole, first of all, the whole bottom of your car, everything is gone, and then you have, potholes have damaged the tires, have damaged different parts of your car. So this thing boils down when we have bad housing. When we don't have, adequate housing or adequate water, it affects as a family. You see cholera, you see different, illnesses, you see flies, you see. So we have to understand that all these things have a ripple effect. And I always say it starts with us. We as Nigerians, that's why I keep saying we're not even ready for the kind of change we want. Because we as Nigerians, we throw out things, trash. The trash that we throw out on the road and on the streets of Lagos is what gets into the gutter and clogs it. I know that is the responsibility of the government, of the state government, and the institutions and the agencies to make sure that these things are taken care of and well maintained. But guess what? We run a population of 200 million, thereabouts, and counting. And if 200 people are littering the whole streets of Lagos, how many people would you require in order to maintain Lagos to that standard that we're looking for?
Jola, let me come to you.
I would always come back to the fact that Nigerians, whether we like to accept it or not, we're just wicked and we're selfish people. It's as simple as that. And it starts from the commissioner or the governor or the local government chairman or the agency director or PAMSEC who says, okay, you know what, rather than give the construction of a road to a company that has been building roads with a track record of, solid roads and all that, you give it to your friend. Your friend gives it to a shoddy company that is just trying to find their feet, or a company that they just knocked together. Nobody is doing any monitoring and evaluation, no quality control, nothing. The most important thing is money comes out of the government coffers. Taxpayers are paying for it. And it's as if, you know what, you get whatever we give to you and keep your mouth shut. Again, because citizens, we do not understand the power that we have. We do not understand the fact that at some level, we can actually sue certain people. And until we understand that we can take people to court, we can demand accountability, Nigeria will keep being a free-for-all. I mean, it's a free-fall. Nobody cares. And then guess what? These people, they probably fly jeeps and all that. Okay, maybe a jeep can probably navigate through, you know, when there is flood and all that. Or they can fly in their helicopters and all that. Go. If you're traveling out of Lagos, it's even worse. Like, you will be literally scared to move out of Lagos to go and do anything. Ordinary Ogun State, if it rains, from Itoikin to, in fact, Itoikin is almost like halfway between Lagos and Ogun State. Ogun State is supposed to be gateway state. Now, you are supposed to expect that a lot of food coming into Lagos come through that road. So it begs the question, if the roads are not accessible, how do we transport food? How do manufacturers, factories, goods and services, how do they come into Lagos? But guess what? I can bet you, if the governor of Lagos State is moving from Lagos, the governor of Ogun State is moving from Lagos to Ogun State, he'll probably fly an helicopter. He doesn't care. And guess what? We don't hold anybody accountable. So until we get to that point where we take into cognizance everything that's enough is enough, is trying to put out there in terms of literacy, and understand our responsibilities and our rights, we won't see any change. It will still be the same. We will keep on being the casualties of this senselessness. That's all I can say. And then, of course, as citizens, we do the most. A newly constructed road, at least I have witnessed that, a newly constructed road, you find people selling gala in traffic and all that. They know that if there is free flow of traffic, they can hawk their wares. So they go in the night under the cover of darkness. They dig new roads. Of course, nobody cares. If anybody says anything, they say, please, mind your business. We want to, again, there is no enforcement of law. There is absolutely. Nigeria is almost as if Nigeria is just, just take as much as you can, and every other person face front. If you want to talk, you to take your own and let me just be. So it's a sad place, really. It is.
Okay. I know you've raised a very, very valid point around digging of holes. But I remember that there was a time a governor in this state said street hawking was banned, right? Whatever happened to those laws? Because the truth is, if there are no traffics, you will not see people selling in traffic. They will go and find alternate source of income. That's why you see when you travel abroad, there are millions of malls, shopping malls for you to go in, drive in, and even if it is one pack of a sausage roll you want to buy, you must go, pack, buy it, and you so do you understand? Like the sanity that people have abroad. I mean, I was in my sister's apartment, like in their estate, and I saw where they are bathing dogs, where they bathe their dogs. It is so clean, that you can actually bathe a newborn baby there. And I when I saw it, I shook my head. I said to myself, where human beings they bath for Nigeria? You can't even, like literally you can't. I literally will have to hold myself. Do you understand? In their estate, they see the swimming pool. You would think you are in a 5-star hotel. The swimming pool that it's within their estate, not even something that is like, you would think you're in a 5-star hotel. Their lobby, their foyer, where if you don't want people to come into your house, you can entertain your guests in a common area. You would think you are somewhere else. Right? These are people that understand value for human life. Let me tell you something that I think with maintenance culture. If we as people start to set up standards, it go hard for me to look this and say, I won't go spoiler. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if I've seen the way the standard of this thing is, even me say, go say, no. Even me, I need to relax in this thing. Do you understand? So when I'm getting up, I would arrange this. If you needed to have seen me in their lobby, I was helping them to arrange the throw pillows well, because when I came in, everything was intact, it was put together. Right? So I wanted to leave it better than I met it. Have we even talked about public toilets? This one, generally, it's not even only government building. Generally, it's like we have a phobia for clean toilets in this country. Because if you go to even the top organizations, just say make you go. That's why most organizations, when I enter your organization, you know your toilet, I'll go check first to know who you be. Because when you even go to those toilets, you will be wondering, like, are there human beings in this building? It's like it is a crime for you to have a very decent toilet. So most of us, when we went abroad the first time, because of the way the toilets were pristine, they were white, we used to sit on it. We don't know say toilet disease, did you? Even though say the thing clean, is white. Because that was how, when you've been badly, your mind has been badly programmed to believe that it is only when a toilet looks brownish and whatever, that's what makes it a dirty toilet. Do you understand? So when you traveled abroad and you saw clean toilet, you just sit down on it until you started having, what's it called? The things that come with infections and all of that. Then you now realize that, it's not because the toilet looked, but you could see, right? So when it comes to this maintenance, standards first have to be set. Do you understand? And I think that standard comes from whatever we, first of all, we develop. So once we set a standard, do you understand? If they burn you well, go and vandalize it. Or, do you understand? Once you set those standards and people see it, the reason that they can take a whatever to go and hammer a road and dig up a hole is because the road in itself too is not, there's a road, if you like, put, what's it called? You need to literally use a digger or whatever, what's the name of that thing, to dig out the hole. You need to deploy machineries to come and dig it out. But we don't have all of those. So if we're talking about the cost, every government that you see now, they spend so much money. The other day say they want to renovate National Assembly with billions of naira. I'm wondering, how did we get to that stage? Do you understand? Do you know how much we're losing with all this so-called renovation? We would have been using it to create, what's it called, newer infrastructures. But let's take a break, right? I want to open the phone lines. Hopefully we can get a few calls in. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Should be coming down, right? This should be coming down. I'm just upset. All right, so if you just tuned in, we're discussing the impact of this zero maintenance culture on our infrastructure. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow, Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. Now, our phone line is now open. You know the rules. Turn off the volume of whatever device it is that you're watching us from. The number to call is 070-2500-7749. That's the number to call. NJ, you were going to come in.
Yes, I was going to say that there was a recent story. I think it happened earlier on, I think late yesterday, 3 a.m. in the morning yesterday. You know, motorists called in to inform the police of a vandal that was tearing apart the Ebute-Metta Ero Division bridge, that, towards the end of Ebute-Metta. And he was caught at 3 a.m. in the morning. So these are the issues. So just like you were saying, Uwa, these are the issues that we keep having. And that's why, for me, I keep coming to we as a people. Because it starts with us. If we do not create and, cultivate the culture of maintaining, even within our immediate environment, this is how we go. So they built a bridge. And because you do not own a car, or because you think that you will not be affected, you go and you vandalize the bridge. Have you ever stopped to think if you have a family member on the bridge the day it collapses?
Let me take our first caller. This way. Books from Ikorodu, I believe. Or bots from Ikorodu. You're live.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Honestly, I like your mood this evening. I really like your mood. Yeah, good evening. Most of us are in that mood, but we can't talk out because let one not be arrested. Your mood this evening is very, very understood. Because what we are going.
Oh wow, so sorry. So sorry. Try to call back. My sister. If they want to arrest me, they arrest now. Wait till remain finished. Do you understand? Like I'm like tired. I don't know how to pretend anymore.
I don't think.
Like, would you watch your child? No, on a serious note, would you watch your child suffer like that? Would you watch your child die like that? Come on, let's start to think about other people other than ourselves. It is so wicked and selfish. It's not like these things. Let me tell you something. Everything that happens in Nigeria, right, is not something that is new to us.
Yeah.
It's something that has been happening.
And we've refused to do something about it.
Loma from Abia, you're live.
Good evening, my dear sisters in the house.
Good evening,
Loma.
I say my mind and say it is truth. And I'm not accusing anybody. If you want to arrest, expand your prison. Expand yourself. I will be ready to go in. Now, let me just tell you. Zero maintenance culture has made Ikotepeno Road today in a deplorable state in Abia State. Bende or Hopia Road, this is a federal road in a deplorable state. Ozuakole or Hopia Road is in a deplorable state. Now, when you see all these things, you start asking, who are those representing us? Who are those doing that are saddled with the responsibility of this framework on all this? You don't see them doing the whole thing. So it's quite unfortunate that this zero maintenance, I'm telling you, my dear sister, in Abia State now, this railway in Abia State, they have closed the rail line because they were not able to maintain it. They have now removed all the rail line in Abia State. No more rail line. You ask, why is it so? So if this present administration will, the way they are going, if they will do the needful, let them make sure that they should remove zero maintenance culture and make sure that FEMA do their work and every other agency. Please help me tell the government, let them return back our rail line that they removed. We don't have rail line again in Abia State, in Umuahia.
Thank
you very much.
Thank
you, Loma. You know, I saw a video. I watched a video about the dilapidated state of Obudu Carter Ranch, right? And that place looks like a ghost town. You know, Obudu Carter Ranch was once celebrated. People went there for vacation. People wanted to. Yeah, it was an attraction site, right? And it's like people keep saying, "Oh, why do Nigerians keep leaving Nigeria to other places?" It's because we have nothing here, right? And the things that we have are not being maintained properly. And the person who made the video showed us the cable cars. When they made that cable lines and the cars, people were very excited about it. And that was one of the reasons why people wanted to go all the way to Cross River to see it and to experience it. But it is as good as dead. There is nothing there anymore. The entire place was just ghostly.
You're even speaking back, this is back, I had an experience because I've been there, I visited, and this was 2000 and, mid-2000s. And even the cable car wasn't working as at then. So I'm not very surprised that it's the way it is. And even like Loma said, this Ikote Bene road, I've been
not the road that we passed.
That is where I'm from. So I understand his pain because
they took me to NJ's village.
Since I was little,
my heart was in my mouth.
Since I was little, in short, over the years, I think some people have, tried to maintain it. But since I was little,
it's been like that.
Going back home was.
Let me take Ogbonna from Port Harcourt. Ogbonna, you're live.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm so sorry that people have to feel this bad about our roads and other infrastructures are not maintained in this country. The truth is, the government officials and their, I don't know how to put it, how do you award a road contract to someone that you do not bother about adding another, I don't know how to put it, where they can be able to continue to maintain that project or that road for another 5 years or 10 years. That can be done because you don't just award contract and they do the road and then everybody gets away, both the people that constructed it and every other person leaves the road, it will go bad. So it should be added in the contract that this road, you are going to maintain it for another 5 years. You, the contractor that is constructing this road. The same thing goes to the buildings. Include there where someone can continue, that the constructors or the contractors, whoever they are, will continue to maintain such road for another 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. That way, that infrastructure will last.
Thank you.
What you said is all abroad. That is what they do. They add it to the contract language or whatever they call it, where they will continue to maintain that road or that building or whatever it is or the bridge for another 5 years or 10 years.
Absolutely.
And the government is their duty to fund it. That's where it should go.
Okay, thank you, Ogbonna. I like where you're going with the conversation, and I want Diola to come in. But the truth is, again, people would argue, and Uti, if you are watching, she's the one that will argue with me that Lekki Ekpe Expressway, that because of the toll, right? That's why it is the revenue from the toll. And I beg to disagree, right? This road is too small of a road for you to toll it in the way you're tolling it, right? See, there is revenue that is being generated from commercial buses, from commercial, like, so for instance now, if there are trucks, like commercial users of these roads are the ones that are supposed to be taxed, not private, car owners. So once you are able to properly collect those taxes, I suppose what they are having all these touts on the road, right? You'll be able to have revenue to maintain those roads. Enough revenue, right? It doesn't have to be on the citizens. We're already paying taxes anyway, right? So if you are able to take the commercial, users of these roads, both the trucks and all of those things, and tax them appropriately, not the one that they are collecting money on the street and we don't know where the money is going to. Let me take somebody else. They don't want me to talk again. SA, USA. Thank you for calling. SA, you're live. SA, are you there? Did we lose her? Oh, sorry. Try to call back. I mean, so Diola, I want you to come in, right? How do we prefer a solution if we were to? Because I don't want to leave this conversation all doom and gloom.
We as a people, we must imbibe the culture of excellence individually before it becomes a national movement. If I, Adiola, as an individual, can put excellence in everything I do, I'm on the road, with the culture of excellence. I know that I can't drop anything on the road. I know that I can't do this. I know that I can't do that. And then, from there, it becomes a situation where everybody knows that, listen, this is the right way, that is the right way. The second thing I would say...
Diola, sorry, just give me a minute. I think SA is back. SA, you're live. Sorry, Diola, I'll come back to you.
All right.
SA, you're live. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead quickly. Essay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Essay, we can hear you. Oh, I think the network is bad. So sorry, you can try to call back again. Diola, please wrap up your thoughts on that.
So the second thing I would say is enforcement. I mean, there must be punishment. It must be a criminal offense. You know, if you provide substandard work where you are a government contractor, you should be penalized. I mean, this is not even a case of pay a fine of you should actually go to jail. You know, from the person who awarded the contract to the departments that didn't ensure that there was proper monitoring and evaluation, to all the contractors, they should go to jail. And there should be a court that will not be biased, that will try that case. I mean, when we begin to see examples of that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Diola, for that. Let me take Daniel, I believe, from Lekki. You're live. Daniel, go ahead. Uh-oh. We're having problems with the phone lines. Daniel, apologies. I think we're having issues with the line. You know,
I would say that if we have...
I like waiting Diola they talk. She sweet me for body. Because you see, all these things where they talk now, it doesn't really concern me. My father has turned down a federal government road job because of the shadiness of the job. Asking him to just go and pour sand on the road. Kawasa Kasakawai. You understand? My father says, so somebody will drive on that road and die. And you now put the blood on my head. I would rather leave the job, right? If we begin to even arrest all those contractors that do shabby jobs, right? We will get somewhere. But you see, they cannot arrest them because they collected bribe from them too. Yeah. They collected kickbacks. Let me take Daniel. Oh, who is back again? You're live.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Well, I'm actually enjoying your discussions with the other ladies, but I think the point should be, what exactly are we going with the culture of maintenance in our country? I think it starts from the home. I remember when we used to be younger, back in school, our teachers teach us certain regulations of cleanliness from home, even on the street, by picking up pieces of papers or whatever dirt you have on the floor, even in schools. But recently or presently, how many schools do that anymore? How many of them tell young students or pupils from primary schools how to be clean, how to be patriotic to their country? Because it starts from the home.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
As you grow,
that culture then it grows with us. Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's wrap up this conversation, ladies. Because I don't get anything I want to talk about when we say he goes sweet quickly.
So for me, I agree completely with what Daniel is
Yeah.
saying. I also agree with Diola as well. There needs to be penalty for this. I mean, if you even look at how we live, sometimes you live where you're currently staying in your building or your apartment, and you're moving to another place, or maybe the agent has shown you like 10 houses, 9 of them are really bad and terrible, and you can see that the landlords
Who
are
lives
not
there?
Yeah, who you
Is
see
that
the
the only
house,
landlord?
like,
Is
what's
the
happening?
tenants?
You see tenants, you see their rooms looking terrible, the toilets, and you'll be asking yourself, how can you live in
human
this
being.
state, right? And you can't even move in there because you know that the landlord will leave it for you to take care of, and it just doesn't make any sense. So I think we all need to do our part, right? But I think that the major part of the work is on the government, right? Just lay structures. There needs to be proper structures. There needs to be proper standards, and let us follow through on that.
Standards.
Yeah.
Okay. Diola, do you have one more thing to say? A second.
Excellence, excellence, excellence. We must do better as a people. We must have a higher standard of ourselves.
Absolutely.
We must tell ourselves that cleanliness is the very best of what we can. I mean, from cleanliness, it speaks to our values as a people. If we don't have values as a people, there's absolutely nothing that can be done. We will just keep thinking that we can just live life anyhow.
Absolutely.
Nobody would arrest or nobody would. There are no
you're right.
repercussions. More like.
And
Yeah.
in 2 seconds.
Yeah, for me, I would just say we're responsible for our environment, and it is our responsibility to keep ourselves healthy by keeping our environment healthy, and it starts with us.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think I have what I want to say should come out of my mouth, but let me leave it there. The truth is, let's first of all set a precedent. Let's set a standard, right? And everybody will fall in line. There has to be penalties. There has to be penalties. This maintenance culture matter is definitely not over. As you can see that my blood is still hot. We'll definitely bring it back. But thank you so much for watching, and apologies to those that we couldn't take your messages and calls. You know, today the lines were really jammed. Thank you for watching. Now, please remember, you can join us across all our social media handle. Like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation, right? And if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. It says, another flaw in the human character is that everybody wants to build and nobody wants to do the maintenance, right? So, I mean, this is important. We're hoping that we will move from this. We will start to see a better, culture in Nigeria. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Okay, Nigeria, it's that time again of True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we bring to you Nigerians that are worth emulating, Nigerians that are role models, people who have done us well in their various fields in one way or the other. And today, my guest on the program is unique. I know I have a few people like that who are unique, who have also met, like owner of Bua Group, Isiaku Rabiu, who also Davido, that's another person. Those are two people that I know I've met who are also like this. What I mean is that, it is common knowledge that most Ajebotas don't work hard. They are just there, but that is the main reason why my guest on the program is unique. She comes from that kind of family, but, before we even had her on the program, we've asked some of her staffs, how is your madam? And they told us so many things, wonderful things, things we expect to hear, the things that we heard. So, today, finally, at last, last, everybody go chop breakfast. My guest on the program is the Group Managing Director of Champion Newspapers, Dr. Mrs. Nwadiuto Ihekanwani Iwanyanwu. You guys know Iwanyanwu footballers. You know, we used to hail them in those days and all that. Thank you very much for having us, ma.
Thank you so much.
Our normal and traditional question that everybody has answered. In your own personal way, in your own definition, how would you describe or define a true Nigerian?
Wow. A true Nigerian is a patriotic, hardworking Nigerian who believes in the unity of Nigeria, who believes that Nigeria is motherland, and who will abide by rules and certain engagements that will bring prosperity to Nigeria. That's who I consider a true Nigerian.
Just like you are doing, bringing prosperity.
Wow.
You know, prosperity also has a lot to do with employment opportunities. You know, that is why I felt very bad when the CEO of Dark Communication passed on, Raymond Okwesi. I'm sure he's your good friend too.
Very good friend. It was a very tough situation.
Yes.
You know, we are definitely going to miss him.
Yes.
He's a gem in the industry.
Exactly.
And he has forthrightly defended democracy.
Exactly.
And I really pray that the Lord will give the family the strength to endure and grant him rest.
Amen.
You know,
Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said when I was introducing you in the program, you, from our investigations, especially with your members of staff, they say you are very hardworking, you are honest, you are straight, and you are focused. That is very unusual with people who come from a wealthy home. Like I know the true Nigerians, we also have an award where we give people award. We've given people like Isiaku Rabiu and Davido. We've also had them on the program based on that.
Yes.
You also agree with me that it is true what I'm saying, that most rich people's children don't work hard. They are just few. So what is the reason behind your working hard?
Well, you know, this is a common saying, but it might not actually be 100% true, you know.
But 70%.
Yes, maybe 70%. But it cuts both ways. Maybe if you feel everything is done for you, there'll be no challenge. You wake up, you see a house, you see a home, you see a factory, it's set up, they say it's your own. And the person probably will sit down at home and the money will generate for himself. But for me, I never really perceived myself as a rich man pikin, I will quote, because my dad made us work hard. In fact, when I come out and hear larger than life statements like, oh, that's the daughter of a billionaire, I look behind and I say, am I the one that you're talking about? Why? At home, we're basic. You know, hard work. You must be prompt, you must contribute your quota to the house, and you must achieve whatever goals that was given to you. And he never gave us money like that. Oh. You have to work hard. You know, probably he thought if he so empowers us as a small, when we are young, that we might not have the zeal to work hard. So I did everything everybody else did. And there's something I found out fundamentally wrong with most billionaires in Nigeria per se. I started working in Hadel and Enik, my father's construction company, at 15 years old. You want to buy things, say, you want this, go and work and find out how tough things are. And I began from the finance department. Very basic, you know, very, very basic. They threw me to, under the tutelage of Chief Ben Ikejaku, who's a very tough guy. You can't come to work 1 minute late. You can't loiter around. And I think that really shaped me. What I'm trying to say that most billionaires, their children, even as grown up, they've been to Harvard, everywhere, they come back, they don't know what their parents are doing. And then they don't even allow them work in a secular company. Then when the guy passes on, everything goes down. You know, first of all, let them actualize their dreams. Second of all, show them what you're doing. When I was in school in the United States, I went to school in Michigan, and I realized that the Arabs, they were much into commerce and trade, and they had supermarkets and all that. The 9-year-old child can handle the cash register. He doesn't loiter around in the neighborhood playing with kids. So we have to lay this foundation. Children need shoulder to stand on. Even those who don't have that rich parent or something, they go out there and hustle. Some people will not some parents are too protective that their child cannot leave the corridors of their house. And then at the end of the day, we blame them. And then, when funds are too available at a young age, it's a problem. We also know that, So I think the parents also should take an inventory of how they have raised their children from the upcoming ones and make sure that we expose them to hard work. Hard work or work does not kill. Most of parents of teenagers abroad, at 14, they're doing McDonald's. That could be Bill Gates' daughter. That could be this. You know why they're doing that? They want them to learn. This is what it takes to make money. So I also think that we should impact some values in our children that will encourage hard work. Right from when I was 14 years old, my father would keep on telling me, there's dignity in labor. There's dignity in labor. And now I've understood what dignity in labor is. Honest work, honest pay, then you enjoy your money.
If, God forbid, there's chaos in an area, the first people that will suffer it is these billionaires' children, because everywhere they go to, driver will carry them and they don't even know the bus stops. And without their father's backing, sometimes even when they graduate, they finish, they don't allow them to hustle, look for job, the normal things. So from what you have said, I am thinking that if, because I have seen you now, I've seen the president of Boa Group, I've seen Davido. Davido works harder than most of every other artist.
Very true.
And you wonder what he's working for, because he already has the money. His father has the wealth, but he works very hard. So I'm thinking that your advice would be from what you have said, is that billionaire children should allow their children hustle.
Very true.
Be on the streets,
exactly.
Enter bus, go through the normal, so that they will be stronger.
Yes, and it will even make you appreciate the times when you see that your driver that will drive you.
Oh, yes.
And it also, I know a particular billionaire that the son gave a lot of trouble. Their car spoiled on the road, and the mom hailed a taxi. The guy said it's very embarrassing to enter
a taxi.
That was when the mother just thought to herself, wait a minute, we have provided this kid with so much, and this 14-year-old boy was struggling. Until I recommended for them to go to a pastor who now took him to Ajegunle, where he saw a fellow 15-year-old girl soak gari in the morning, wait till nighttime for the thing to rise, so there'll be enough to eat. And where she had one exercise book, this boy wept his eyes out. And that was a turning point, and he gave his life to Christ. I think we should show people real-life situations, because we also adults are exposed to real-life situations, so that they know the world is not a bed of roses. Yes, because
they appreciate the opportunities they have.
Exactly. A lot of the times we blame this rich man's children when they are busy obeying and staying in their house. When they are busy, they go out there and catch all the big degrees abroad. And then they come back, you won't let them practice or work elsewhere or use their talent. They are stage managed and shielded. I think also being somebody from that kind of, parentage, I'm lucky I was allowed to hustle. They need that. Some of these children cannot stand pressure of work and all that. Davido did his own because I'm sure his parents allowed him.
Yes.
There are these stories about what he wanted to do, and they said you must get a degree. Then he worked hard and got it, and of course they allowed him to be himself. Because if you don't plan to succeed, that's failure there. So he set the templates of his own, and there's that liberty you feel when you're making your own money and when you're contributing positively to the society.
And it also helps to the so-called billionaire.
Yes.
No more.
Very true.
Yeah, the children manage your resources properly and do the right thing instead of that life that they don't know their left and right, just squandering it and investing it wrongly.
Yes. I call it entitlement mentality. Because once you have groomed them to that, sit down at home, oh, you want to travel first class, you want this. So at the end of the day now, when the guy is gone, they start eating the money. When the money is finished, that's where the trouble starts.
Okay, this is a very key question. You know, women in position of power, you know, women who are in politics or who are, I saw a lot of women like you at your awards, who still come to the awards later, you know, who are CEOs of banks, women. I remember during Desiani's case, the campaign then was that, okay, they say women leaders, a woman has gotten an opportunity and look at what happened. We are not saying that the men don't do it, but let's start from, how best do you think a woman who is a leader, who is a CEO, who is a head, how best do you think you should manage your marriage and your profession?
Excellent. In fact, this question has arisen in many angles, whether in church, whether in business, whether in women fellowship or gathering. You know, it's a beautiful thing for us to have marriage, have children, and the first success starts from the house. If you have not put yourself in order, you know, the house in order, you won't be able to succeed. And that's why it's important who a woman marries. And the other angle I've seen is that no matter how rich or blessed you are, you must know that you're under your husband. You know, a lot of men, if you carry them along with love and respect, I mean, in a marriage, we're not competitors. We are together to build up our home together. And then, contrary to what some people think, if you're with the right spouse and you show him love and he shows you too, and there's openness, I think you can make it together. Don't forget that he's the head of the home. Don't forget to consult him in your decision making and even make plans together. And then concerning the children, you must be unified in what you think about child upbringing. So it won't be that your ideas are different from his ideas, and that will bring a clash. It has always been challenging for most women, I'm sure, managing the children and also having a corporate job. I mean, I've been in this business now for over 36 years old, 36. And also I experienced, it was a time I was actually actively, you know, procreating and having children. And I'm happy that most of those my children now, they're in university, apart from the younger one who's about to find his way. What actually worked for me was making sure that any little time I have, dinners I had together, prayers in the morning, counseling, and taking each child as an individual, and also getting quality nannies or child au pairs. Don't just bring in anybody into your house, and make sure that you are following the godly ways of raising children. You know, some of us turned out good because every Sunday there's Sunday school. Oh, you don't make up an excuse that you're not leaving the house. And those things have a way of putting you through the right way to be guided and how to behave in the society. Like I tell my children, you're the ambassadors of the family. So they may not know us, but when you're out there, whatever you do, people will look at you and say, where do you come from? So that's actually from this, we was feeling this way. Look at the general society as a Nigerian. Let us also see Nigeria as one family. All those who want to do things that are not reputable should also think, how will it affect Nigeria? You know, because that goodwill rubs off. That goodwill will bring open doors, you know, to our country. So we should do that. Nigerians are doing well abroad. You know, those are in science and all that. The other ones that are carrying illicit, you know, business, they should also think about it, that it will be better to be known for good than for bad activities.
And you know, most times what surprises me, you see people who are known for bad and see how they eventually end up, and people still want to go the same way, especially or let me not talk about politicians, but
I understand.
You understand? I wonder why, you know, a governor, you are coming in as a new governor, and you have seen what the previous governor, how horrible the previous governor of a state is, and how he ended up, his name being messed up, EFCC, this one, that one, and then people still repeat the same thing, even though they know it's going to end up very bad. So sometimes I wonder.
Well, the wonder wouldn't be too far if the judicial system and the agencies did their job well. I think it will not be something people would like to engage with. If there's punishment for those kind of activities, I think it will lessen in government.
So how would there be punishment when they have immunity?
When the immunity is over, maybe they will then, we have to do some investigations. When the tenure is over.
That is why, I don't want us to continue.
I know.
That is why they always steal more money than they want. So that when you now prosecute them after, they just give you half of the money or 40% of the money and still take 60.
Yes.
We're not really achieving much.
Very true.
Well, somebody once said we should remove that immunity, and I agree with it. So that even as you are a governor, you can be checked constantly.
That is
But
true.
with that immunity, you can't, I don't know.
See, they put immunity to avoid lawsuits and distractions so that they can focus on, governance. But, I think every law and every rule can be reviewed. So with this new incoming administration, maybe they can look into it, because it has become an order of the day that different things are coming out concerning fraud, mismanagement of funds and all that. And then again, look at Nigeria today. We need a lot of help. We are borrowing and borrowing unending because of all these things, So I think it should be one important issue to look at.
Now that you touched this administration, one of the questions I was going to ask you is your opinion about subsidy removal, and what's your general opinion on this new regime of Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Well, first of all, I congratulate him for ascending into the presidency. And, we have watched and we have seen that he came prepared. The strategic decisions he has taken, and so far, so good. And the removal of the fuel subsidy, it has been highly debated. He's just the only one that has really had the courage to pull it off. That on its own had caused a lot of problem, in Nigeria. And, the returns on, funds, investments, all that. So I think removal of the subsidy, came in at this time, but I thought probably there should have been a bit cushioning for the effect the common man would feel, because all there had been in the previous time is increase. And with removing this, people are beginning to feel the pinch in expenditure without relative increase in income. And some of us that do print business and all that, that newsprint is imported, dollar is not stable, so it has affected a lot of things. Yes, he's making the right move. Even some of our oil stolen and marketed in other West African countries, removal of this subsidy will also help us monitor. And then the money that they will bring into the country, into our coffers in Nigeria, will help development in infrastructure, education, hospital. Because when I look at the earnings, when I listen at CNN and they say Nigeria makes so much from oil revenue, I'm like, where is this revenue? So it's probably going into private individual pockets. So with this now, there'll be a measure of control.
But what also you think he should have done it systematically, or they would have waited for 6 months or 1 year before? How do you think he would have applied the subsidy removal?
I would just be thinking that maybe palliatives that could help, or anything that could help. That's it. I'm in support of the removal of the subsidy, because the money is not coming into the right places. Now we are going to start seeing our real revenue. And I know at the end, like this season now may be challenging, but when this is done in a few months, 6 months would have been too long, no. But it's just that I thought, maybe a month, give some palliative and see how things go. But it has happened. So now we're waiting for the monies to come in and to be applied in the right place. I'm excited about the president. I'm excited really about the education sector that he's looking into. My heart used to bleed concerning what was happening to the universities. Yes, and even the approval of loans for those who are indigent. We should be looking forward when we're grooming the children in the university, or as it were, putting in money in education, latest innovation will help move us forward. So all those things were comatose in the past. So I'm excited. And again, concerning President Ahmed Tinubu, he has hit the floor running, and I believe he will do well.
He's talk and do.
Exactly.
Talk and do.
Some of the changes he has made, and we like them. And then I'm also thinking that he has a template. He didn't just come to start thinking. A, B, C, D he has done, and there'll be another set. And I pray he continues in this way. I pray.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A lot has changed over the years, especially in regards to journalism. Social media is almost taking over print journalism. What methods are you using? What have you done differently from what you've been doing with this new era of social media?
That is great. In fact, almost some years back, maybe 10 years ago, when the news of the world had their challenges, they warned us that very soon that print media will have challenges because people will be reading online electronically, and that we need to prepare ourselves for these upcoming challenges or prospects, as it were. We thought, okay, no, it will never stop. We'll never go. We'll never stop the printing from happening all over the world. But the truth is this: it has come to stay, and we have embraced it. It is a welcome development because now we have realized that the news drops per minute. Those of us on the mainstream media, we already have been there. We have more recognition and staying power. And the Twitter handle, the Facebook, the Instagram is quite useful. As we are speaking now, rather than wait till tomorrow to get the news, by the minute, all of us are flooding the net. We're flooding the space, letting the latest news. And it has affected sales of hard copy. Because even by midnight, everything is out there. Those who now buy hard copy are those who wish to buy. I can tell you the cost benefit of this activity. Because of the skyrocketing price of production, no media house will get up now and boast that we're doing 10,000 copies a day. You look at the person twice. Because, who's going to read the 10,000 copies? You enter offices now of chief executives that you used to go in those days. Every paper in Nigeria, 21, is on their table. You don't see newsprint anymore because it's all, they've read it in the online medium. So it is good. We are also finding ways to generate adverts, income, traffic from there. But for the most traditional people, the newsprint will not go away, the newspaper medium. But we print less. And then for those who want to archive it or those who like that. But in the future, I foresee that with the e-copy and all that, people are just going to. And guess what? It's cheaper for us because the newsprint we're buying in dollars. When I joined journalism in 1994, a ton of newsprint was 18,000 naira a ton. 18,000 naira. As opposed to 1.6 million naira a ton.
Now.
Right now. So when you look at it, how long will a ton take you? If you're printing really to serve the whole of Nigeria. Let's say in a month you use 3 tons. So when you look at now that we have this medium of reaching everybody all over the world, even those in America, I can wake up and say, you haven't seen champion today. Have you seen what happened here and there? And it's exciting. So it's actually very good.
But it will also create a lot of unemployment eventually.
Obviously, even not only in the media industry, look at medicine, in all those lab techs and stuff, people just go now, they have diagnostic equipment, everybody is cutting down. IT has changed the world for good. I say very soon now, in some hotels, when you go to China, have the robots bring your food. Taking away.
I saw on the news yesterday, First Bank, at their reception, it's a robot. It's a robot that will attend to you in Nigeria.
Nigeria.
So I was like, what?
Oh, yes, it's happening, and we now have self-driving cars where you program where you're going, you can fall asleep. They drive you in the United States. So change is coming, and that is why children are now reading no longer traditional degrees. They are reading degrees that are different from what we used to hear about, because that's where the new world is going. Things are changing. So we must embrace change.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately.
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV News now, President Bola Tinubu says he invoked freedom, determination through the slogan Emilokon, meaning I'm next. Gombe State Government extends Eid al-Kabir holiday to Friday. NAFDAC warns against contaminated Sprite drink in circulation. Nigeria rises in latest FIFA ranking, now 39th position. Good evening, I am Messi Ebokwo. This is the news now. President Bola Tinubu has met and exchanged greetings with the former governor of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambode. The meeting was at a welcome party in Lagos, where Ambode also exchanged pleasantries with his successor, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Speaking through the meeting, Tinubu said, "I'm glad to see Ambode, the former governor, served one term in office and lost to the All Progressive Congress APC governorship primaries in the state to Sanwo-Olu in 2019 after a fallout with his then political godfather, Tinubu." The governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, today, Thursday, held a welcome reception for the president, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The event held at the State House in Marina and had in attendance former governor of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambode, among other dignitaries. Earlier today, the president paid a private visit to monarchs in Ogun State, where he was received by Governor Dapo Abiodun. The president, Bola Tinubu, said he invoked the spirit of freedom during the electioneering in Ogun State.
The way you've taken, the way you've responded to me, all I can say is thank you. It was terrible then. I realized that. And I came to State to invoke the spirit of freedom for which I invoked that spirit twice. And that, ever since, has been the spirit that is driving me to serve. By the hardship of no money, no fuel, I credit you. Thank you. To many of you here, I just want to, I didn't know that it would be like this. I only wanted to sneak in and sneak out. Green cabbages. Now I know what it is. Now I know exactly what it is to be a president. It is awesome. And having achieved the prayer of Emilokon and being here, I've redeemed a pledge that I'll be back with victory and the crown. Let me purpose. No distractions. We will arrive at the destination, a positive destination for this country. And it's all in our hands.
The Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, says the weight of Nigeria cannot be carried by an ordinary human except with the help of God. The former Speaker of the House of Representatives said this after observing the Eid al-Adha prayer in Lagos. The CSO admitted that it is a difficult time for Nigerians, but expressed optimism that the country would overcome the current situation. He asked Nigerians to always pray for Tinubu. Meanwhile, the federal government says it will discontinue budgetary allocation to professional bodies and council effective December the 31st, 2026. In a memo to one of the affected councils dated June the 26th, 2023, the Budget Office of the Federation said the move was in line with the decision of the Presidential Committee on Salaries, the PCS. The memo in circulation was signed by the Director General of Budget Office of the Federation, Ben Akabueze. The professional bodies and councils affected include the Nigerian Press Council, Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Soil Science, Agricultural Research and Council of Nigeria, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, and Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarders in Nigeria, Council of Nigerian Mining Engineers and Geosciences, among others. Spokesperson to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Garba Shehu, has denied that the former leader asked his successor not to investigate some ministers under the previous government. He also said Buhari had left Daura for London to go get some needed rest. On Tuesday, an online news outlet reported that Tinubu assured his predecessor that he and his close aides will be spared any anti-corruption war his government embarked upon following the suspension of the EFCC chairman, Abdulrasheed Bauer. He said it remains Buhari's wish to be allowed to have his needed rest and for Tinubu's administration to have the right atmosphere to work on the realization of promises made to Nigerians. The People's Democratic Party in Ebonyi State has accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of attacking its members who testify as witnesses before the election. Petition tribunal sitting in Abuja. The statement alleged that the PDP witnesses who testified before the election tribunal in Abuja were attacked and returned to their respective homes by suspected APC hitmen. The party also accused APC chieftains and leaders of the ground committees and local government threatened the PDP faithfuls preparing to go to testify as witnesses before the tribunal. Reacting to the accusation, the APC state chairman, Stanley Okoro-Magwa, described the allegation as unfounded and challenged the PDP to bring up evidence of alleged attacks on his members before the public. The Nigerian Navy has reshuffled the appointment of top senior officers comprising 56 rear admirals and commodore. The Director of Information, Commodore Adedotun Ayovon, in a statement said those affected by reshuffling Rear Admiral Olusoye Bukola, formerly the Director of Logistics and Defense Space Administration, is now appointed as the Chief of Communications and Information Technology Naval Headquarters, while Rear Admiral Alexander Bingil, formerly Director of Combat Policy and Tactics, is now the Director of Logistics, Defense Headquarters, among others. The police in Kaduna State have arrested 503 suspects for various offenses which range from banditry, armed cattling and rustling, culpable homicide, vandalization of rail tracks, and other related crimes, among others. Mohammed Lare in the local government area in Kaduna State According to the spokesperson of the Kaduna State Police Command, DSP Mohammed Jalij, while parading the suspect at the command's headquarters, he told journalists that the suspect were arrested between May to June 2023. Jalij disclosed that 4 AK-47 rifles, 3 pistols and 2 pump-action guns and 2,800 railway sleepers and 9 stolen vehicles of different brands were recovered from the suspect, among others.
The command, within the last few weeks, in its one-rose task of securing the lives of law-abiding citizens of Kaduna State, have succeeded in arresting 503 suspects for various crimes, which includes armed banditry, armed robbery, handsets and bags snatching, cattle rustling, culpable homicide, rape, shop breaking, theft, vandalization of rail tracks. During investigation, a number of recoveries were made, which includes 4 AK-47 rifles, 3 revolver pistols, 2 pump-action guns, 2,800 railway sleepers, 9 motorcycles of different brands, 2 tricycles, 209 rounds of AK-47 live ammunition. It may interest you to know that the gallant determination of our detectives have yielded more results on some of these cases that are being investigated, with the arrest of 6 additional suspects in connection to the gruesome killing of one Alhaji Shuaib Mohammed Arplong Zazdau on the 17th of June 2023.
Motorists plying the Makadi-Alia-Day Otukpo Enugu Highway are stranded for several hours following the blockade of the road at the Akpa Koyong by angry residents over renewed killings in the communal crisis between the people of Mbasombo and Mbamove in the protests of the incessant killings, rape, abduction, and destruction of the properties in the axis.
A combined team of police, DSS and army should be stationed in Tangu here so that they will bring lasting peace. The governor is also seriously working on it. Unfortunately to us, as we are trying to end the crisis, some element will cause more problems to ignite more crisis.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has alerted Nigerians to a batch of unwholesome Sprite 50cl glass bottles circulating in Nigeria. NAFDAC said the product was discovered following a consumer complaint received and investigated by the Post-Marketing Surveillance Unit of the agency. The agency said the investigation revealed that over 5 crates of the implicated batch of Sprite 50cl glass bottles were discovered to be contaminated with particles. It added that the affected batch of the unwholesome product has been sampled for laboratory analysis in NAFDAC laboratory, and the agency has directed all zonal directors and state coordinators to carry out surveillance and mop up the implicated batch of the unwholesome product. Meanwhile, the governor of Gombe State, Muhammadu Yahaya, has directed the extension of the Eid al-Kabir holidays to Friday. According to a press statement signed and released by Jibrin Yusuf on behalf of Gombe's acting head of civil service, Ahmed Abdullahi, the gesture was to ensure workers enjoy the festivities alongside their counterparts nationwide. The acting head of civil service wishes all workers and indeed the general public a peaceful celebration. Meanwhile, all essential services would be maintained throughout the public holiday, and workers will resume work on Monday, the 3rd of July, 2023. Still ahead, Rwanda contests UK's ruling that describes its asylum plan unsafe for refugees. And we'll bring you details when we return.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
And now to other parts of Africa. The Nyala Turkish-Sudanese Teaching Hospital has continued to provide medical services despite the ongoing clash in the country. The hospital, which opened in 2014, is struggling to provide basic services to all of its patients. Health Ministry said over 3,000 people have been killed, while about 2.5 million people have been displaced. This is according to the report from the United Nations. The administration of the Nyala Institute of Health Services stated that all health facilities in the area were closed as a result of intensification of the clashes. Now, despite the conflict, the management of Nyala Turkish-Sudanese Hospital confirmed that the hospital continues to provide health services to her patients. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said the country is set to remove its troops from Mali more quickly while maintaining order. Germany, which has deployed 1,000 soldiers to Mali, is already retracting and aims to wind up by May 2024. The troops were mostly stationed near the northern town of Gao, where their main task is to gather investigation for the UN peacekeeping mission, MINUSMA. The peacekeeping operation known as MINUSMA is the most expensive mission in the United Nations record, costing $1.2 billion annually. Now it appears to wind down, plunging Mali, a country struggling with jihadist attack, into unknown fate. The Paris Assize Court has found a former Rwandan military policeman guilty of genocide and crimes against humanity during the 1994 slaughter in his home country and sentenced him to life in prison. The court said it had found Philippe Hedgemani, 66, guilty of nearly all the charges against him. He fled to France after the genocide, obtaining a refugee status and French nationality under the name Philippe Mania. The trial of Hedgemani, which began last month, has continued. The United States Humanitarian Agency is horrified by the conditions in Ethiopia, where local officials have reported hundreds of hunger deaths in recent weeks after the United States and the United Nations paused food aid for 1/6 of the country's population over massive theft of the aid. The U.S. Agency for International Development called the aid suspension retching and a measure of last resort because of the extreme scale and coordination of food and aid diversion identified across the country. U.S. officials have said in private that this could be the biggest ever theft of aid in any country. The U.S. and the United Nations first halted food aid to Tigray in March, and in early July, they extended the ban to the rest of Ethiopia, where over 20 billion people rely on such assistance. Meanwhile, Rwandan government says it remains committed to the agreement with London to deport illegal migrants from Britain to Rwanda, despite the British court ruling declaring the deal illegal. A statement signed by the East African government spokesperson Yolanda Makolo said the decision ultimately rests with the British court. The plan to send asylum seekers to Rwanda was announced when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister in a bid to discourage illegal crossing of English Channel. No expulsion have yet taken place, as a first flight scheduled for June 2022 was cancelled after a European Court of Human Rights called for a thorough review of the policy.
So our clients were very scared of being sent to Rwanda, a country they know nothing about, most have never been to, some have never heard of. And they thought they'd reached protection and safety in the UK after a long and grueling journey. And so they were very scared. They'll be relieved that that's not going to happen, but also they've been through a lot of uncertainty over the last year, and that's just compounded the trauma that they've experienced.
A senior official in the presidency of the Central African State has stated that Russia will continue to operate in Central African Republic, with the Wagner Group leader currently fighting the rebellion alongside the army with other contingent. The announcement comes shortly after the head of Russian diplomacy, Sergei Lavrov, asserted that the paramilitary group, who briefly rebelled against the Kremlin on Saturday, will continue to operate in Mali and Central African Republic as instructed, according to Moscow's report. On Wednesday, the first vice president of the Central African National Assembly stated in an interview that the situation in Russia is nowhere and does not affect relations between the countries. The government official added that they're not opposed to the US and France help in keeping order in the country. And on outside Africa, shooting aside the United States consulate in a port city of Saudi Arabia has left 2 people dead, a Nepalese security guard and a gunman who initially opened fire. Officials in the United States and Saudi Arabia confirmed the incident on Wednesday as investigation has continued into the attack. The Saudi press agency, a state news outlet, reported that the death of the security guard, who was part of the consulate private security, was reported, and no U.S. citizens were injured in the gunfire, the U.S. State Department said afterwards. But it added that the U.S. Embassy and consulate remain in contact with Saudi authorities as they investigate the incident. Now, 3 of the fired attackers also died at the scene, and 2 others were wounded in the 2013 Saudi Arabian court sentenced 1 man to death for his role in the 2004 attack and 19 more people to 25 years in detention. The attack was blamed on the Al-Qaeda group. Unrest continued in France for a second night as security forces deployed in their thousands to quell protests over the fatal shooting of a 17-year-old boy by police, which French President Emmanuel Macron described as deadly, while pleading for calm as justice took its course. Approximately 2,000 riot police were called up in a suburb around the Paris following the fatal point-blank range shooting that occurred on Tuesday of a teenage boy during a traffic check in Paris' suburb area of Natari. Protesters set fire to rubbish bins and fireworks were set off in the region as well as in other communities of the region to the west of Paris in the eastern city of Dijon. Meanwhile, Russian authorities have reportedly detained General Sergio, the deputy commander of Russia's military operation in Ukraine, amid a reported plunge of military officials following a short-lived rebel by the Wagner mercenary forces. According to the nickname General Armageddon by the Russian media for his reputed ruthlessness, is a veteran of Russia's war in Chechnya and Syria, who has been decorated by Russian President Vladimir Putin. He was arrested due to what was said choosing Wagner chief mercenary side during the uprising. And up next, UN raises alarm over the rising fuel price, making fight against severe hunger tough. And that's in business news.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,005 when they pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And in business news, the removal of fuel subsidies and rising energy prices are exacerbating hunger in Nigeria, particularly in northern Nigeria, according to the United Nations. Approximately 4.3 million people in Nigeria's Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe State are at risk of severe hunger, with a number of children under 5 at risk of life-threatening malnutrition, doubling in 1 year to reach 700,000. The situation is attributed to the insecurity caused by non-state armed groups, preventing farming and income generation, as well as extreme weather impact. Soaring prices of food, fuel, and fertilizers have further worsened the crisis, while funding for humanitarian response remains inadequate. According to the United Nations, the rising energy prices caused by the removal of fuel subsidy have intensified the battle against severe hunger in Nigeria, particularly in northern Nigeria. The National Bureau of Statistics has said the average price of liquefied petroleum gas, also known as cooking gas, fell further last month. In its liquefied petroleum gas price watch May 2023, the Bureau said the pricing of filling a 5 kg cylinder dropped by 6.07% to 4,360 naira in May from 4,642 naira in April. However, the price rose by 11.20% on a year-on-year basis from 3,921.35 in May 2022. Also, the average retail price for refilling a 12.5 kg cylinder of cooking gas declined by 7.61% on a month-on-month basis from 10,323 in April to 9,538 naira in May 2023. And that's on a year-on-year basis, which rose by 9.30% from 8,726 in May 2022. On the state profile analysis, Cross River State recorded the highest average retail price for the refilling of a 12.5 kg cylinder with 11,083, followed by Jigawa with 10,975 naira and Akwa Ibom State with 10,174 naira. The lowest average price was recorded in Adamawa with 7,925 naira, followed by Zamfara and Borno with 8,128 naira and 8,200 naira respectively. The Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry and Mines and Agriculture has urged the federal government to refrain from implementing its proposed merger of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, and the Nigerian Customs Service. Nasima said these, while it appreciates the pro-business policy implemented by President Bola Tinubu administration, it strongly advised against the proposed merger as it would negatively impact the ease of doing business in Nigeria. The chamber, in a letter dated June 27, 2023, and an address to the president, stated that the mandate of each agency would be affected, leading to confusion, reduced efficiency, and hindered business operations. Seafarers have said that the Nigerian maritime industry has the potential to generate $100 billion annually if properly harnessed. The seafarers said these at an event to commemorate the 2023 World Seafarers Day, organized by the Joint Body of Nigerian Seafarers Professional Groups. Addressing journalists at the event, the Secretary General of the Merchant Seafarers Association of Nigeria, Captain Alfred Onyinye, said the proper implementation of the Cabotage Act could propel the country's maritime industry to generate at least $50 billion annually. Onyinye said that 80% of Nigerian seafarers were jobless and the majority of them were out of the sea. Moso, the chairman of the organization committee of the event, Captain William, said the 70% of vessels operating in Nigeria are owned by foreigners. And up next is entertainment news.
Nigerian record production duo Uzezi Oniko and Okimute Oniko, known collectively as Legendary Beats, snagged the top R&B, hip-hop and rap song of the year at the 2023 ASCAP Rhythm and Soul Music Award for co-writing Essence, the global hit for Wizkid featuring Tems. The award was organized by the American Society of Composers, Authors and Publishers. Dr. Luke took home the Songwriter of the Year award for co-writing such hit songs as Lato's Big Energy, Doja Cat's Need to Know and Nicki Minaj Super Freaky Girl. Warner Chappell Music was named Publisher of the Year for songs including Jack Harlow's First Class and Beyoncé's Break My Soul and Cuff It. Legendary rapper and producer Dr. Dre received the ASCAP Hip Hop Icon Awards. In an unprecedented move that signals a significant recognition of the Nigerian film industry, four of its esteemed figures, Richard Mofe Damijo, CJ Obasi, Jade Osiberu, and Kunle Afolayan, have been invited as part of the 398 new members of the prestigious Academy of Motion Pictures, Art and Science, the body responsible for the Oscars. The landmark achievement announced by the Academy in its 2023 member intake further cements Nollywood's place on the global stage and acknowledges the exceptional contributions these individuals have made to the film industry, not just in Nigeria but worldwide. The inclusion of these four Nollywood figures in the Academy is a significant milestone for the Nigerian film industry. Idris Elba has revealed being mentioned as a possible actor in the James Bond role has always been an honor to him, but talks about his race has turned him off from ever doing it. During a recent interview on the Smartless podcast, Elba briefly spoke about the rumors that he could one day play the James Bond role. He said that when he first heard them, it was a huge compliment for the actor. However, Elba said that while most corners of the world were thrilled about the idea, some corners were not, and it eventually made the whole thing disgusting and off-putting for the actor. Whoever does end up playing Bond will have big shoes to fill, but fans won't likely see a movie for some time. Facebook owner Meta has launched a virtual reality subscription service as it tries to make that part of its business profitable. Meta says paying users will get access to 2 new games a month. For the first 3 months of the year, the parent company of Instagram saw a $4 billion loss at its VR unit. Meta faces competition from firms including technology giant Apple, which unveiled its highly anticipated mixed reality headset this month.
Sports news.
Nigeria has moved up a place in the latest FIFA men's ranking for June. The Super Eagles, who were ranked 40th in the world in the ranking released in May, gained 6 points and moved to 39th position. The Eagles' rise in the ranking was largely due to their impressive performance in the recent African Cup of Nations qualifiers against Sierra Leone in the month under review. On the African continent, Nigeria remained in the top 6, which is a big boost for them, as it means they will be among the top seeds when the African draw is conducted later in 2023. Meanwhile, Morocco remains Africa's #1 nation, sitting in 13th place in the world ranking. Globally, world champion Argentina is still the #1 ranked nation, ahead of France, Brazil, England, and Belgium. Clubs in the Nigerian Premier League have been reminded to commence the licensing process of the 2023-24 season. The IMC advised all participating clubs to take advantage of the early completion of the process and warned that only clubs that have been licensed will be registered for the new season. Following the submission of the season report by the Interim Management Committee to the Nigerian Football Federation, clubs that qualify for the CAF Club competitions were invited to commence their procedures with the NFF in line with the CAF Licensing Regulation 2022. Enyimba and Remo Stars will compete in the CAF Champions League, while Rivers United and Bender Insurance will play in the CAF Confederation Cup next season. The new season will commence on the weekend of August 26th to 27th.
And before we go, the main news again. President Bola Tinubu says he invoked freedom, determination through the slogan Emiloko, meaning I'm next, just to get past the hurdles. Gombe State Government extend Eid al-Kabir holidays to Friday. And NAFDAC once again contaminated Sprite drinks in circulation. Nigeria rose in its latest FIFA ranking, now 39th. And that's the news now. And for more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex, on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Messi Bokbo. Many thanks for watching.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. He too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always bought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, he didn't even leave me around. I had to like wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to like get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Rochi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, you know, just like know what this does and what this does. You know, all those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, Tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or Tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, you know, talking about the usual stuff, SK, Tramadol, Pawpaw and stuff like that, you know. It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. Over here is quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, you know, if I have to go get the stuff, you know. It's a very, very long way. It's a railway line. It's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, you know. You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, you know, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get Tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have Tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligram. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get Tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, you know, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, you know. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you see right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you see that you can see some guys sitting around there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes right at this corner after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, you know. But you know, you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes when you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with. Because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take, this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is gonna like hunt you down. No one is gonna arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
photography for me was more a means of expression than, at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine arts career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. It's all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world, and then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jack, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know, so I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it. You know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, but rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a church goer or anything, but this is real. is because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me do carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for you, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human.
Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I would say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also, not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque, and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. and I am sure you can correct me on this. How
That's
then
correct.
would you support the argument that these churches and or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. You know, if you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. You know, my kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is, you know.
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, you know, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, you know, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, you know, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has two threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, you know, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. You know, when we are talking, we focused on just one religion.
we did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you're going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well, because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute, or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria.
Yes,
and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshipers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndi, I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel, because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Messi. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Messi, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Messi.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first stop for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is sinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay. I have a problem where, one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. You know, so there appears to be a strategic, you know, argument behind, you know, the population, you know, drive that we see happen in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, you know, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, you know, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi, because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the North and the South. There's a lot of
contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you know, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Osses Fox in the fire at this point is that, you know, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that you know are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. You know, they have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. You know, the restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, you know, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, oh, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, oh, I can't seem to find the answer to this. Oh, this is like this. Oh, it looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, you know, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. Oh, this side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there's another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets this scrutiny that, you know, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, oh, this is what the economy looks like today. They're fetching from pension funds. And yes, they're fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We are thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bayelsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think of any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remarks?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church. For example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities, that should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up, and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay, those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that, that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene, Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
I think polygamy is more of an African concept at satisfying the need for variety in a man and the need to reduce single men in the society. I think it's more of a cultural or traditional thing. I think everybody can practice it. Unfortunately, because it is African and it's more of religious, because it's allowed in Islam, and when you look at many of those Orthodox churches in the early days of colonialism, they changed into African churches because the people find it convenient not to live a world of pretense. There's a lot of pretense in those who marry under the marriage laws, and then you have one wife, you have 3 concubines outside. But under polygamy, you are allowed to be yourself. One wife, many concubines, that's just a bloody pretension. Why are you pretending? Those spouses are not recognized by the society. But in polygamy, everybody knows you have multiple partners in your marriage. So, and everybody is known and accepted, and you have done the needful things traditionally on them. There is no pretension. They may stay together under one roof, and they may stay separately, but everybody has equal status in the home. Every partner is a wife in the polygamy. But what you are talking about, that's one is pretension. You are telling the whole world that you are not man enough to have more than one wife. And polygamy does not give room to that because it acknowledges the presence of every woman and the products of such union with the owner of the house or the man of the house. So it's not possible for you to hide children had by your mistresses, like you will do with concubines outside. Everybody knows the other in a polygamous relationship. So the children must see themselves as siblings from the same man. There's no way you have to wait till you die when a woman will now bring a child from a relationship that was known to some members of the man's family, but not to the woman at all. But I think anybody that decides to practice it, well, like in Islam, it's allowed and for a maximum of 4. But there's always one rule that many people don't think about, and that is treating them equally. To me, that's a very big job to do. Even if you have 3 kids from a woman, you must have a favorite among them. And in polygamy, in Islamic polygamy, there is no favorite wife. Even if you know you have a favorite wife there, it must not be shown. But we're all human. One way or the other, you make a slip one day that will tell the whole world, this wife is more important than this other one.
What a wow. That's all I can say right now. You're most welcome back to the show. It's still No Cap. Miles is still very much here. Zibi is very much here. We have one more person in the building, but we'll get to her in just a bit. And after all said and done by Dr. Adagun, I think it's safe to say that's it. We don't. But the last person in the building, the person that just joined us now, will have something to say. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please meet Fumi is in the building. Hiya. What's good? So you've been hearing our banter now.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself first.
What else to introduce? So everything: TV presenter, TV producer, content creator, a mama, a lover, and looking for her billionaire blue people.
Okay, polygamy.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Yeah, so I heard you when you were saying that
Right.
men are polygamous in nature,
Right.
but I just want you also know that. I don't know whether in the generation of our mothers they were not. But in our own generation, we ladies are polygamous too. The only thing that we do is to allow it like how you guys, you understand? We
Okay.
chop and we clean out, quietly. So I want you guys, as you are bugaing around, that you can really, have as many as you can juggle. We have juggle, swallow, do everything, but we keep it
On the low.
we respect your ego. We don't want you hurt. Okay? So that is what I always say about this polygamous thing. And when guys say, oh, they can have as many women as they want, fantastic, but be mature enough to respect that this other person, like you,
Right.
has feelings too. So don't just come and throw it. So Dr. Adagun gonna explain the cultural thing, because I even feel like we do our parents a disservice and disrespect when we shout so much about polygamy, how our parents don't like polygamy, but you're a side chick, you're a baby mama, you're all over the place. Even now, side chick, even have a country, will go to social media and threaten the wife. As in
Social media, even go to their houses,
Even go to their house and
hangouts.
be dragging. And for me, that is disrespected. That is where the man comes in. That's where the man is supposed to draw the line. Like, look, yes, my wife may now know that you are my side piece, side boo, mistress. Because like in France, for example, you have a wife and you're allowed to have a mistress. But they stay in like different places and nobody's coming to rub anything in anybody's
France, here
face.
I come.
In anybody's face. But at the same time, you have to have regard for this woman that you have put in your home. And if you now choose to marry this person eventually, please, let's do it properly and draw the lines. Tell this person that, look, I know that, you can be hot-tempered, you can be jealous. And then the truth is, Miles, we all get jealous. I was just talking about how friendship, somebody saying, oh, me and Zibi were being close. Then who is this Fumi? Does she know me and Zibi? And that's even from the same sex, you understand? So as human beings, we're jealous. We have to regard that. And that's the thing when we talk about Yules and the Edoches, for example. The reason why I feel like Yule even came out in the first place, like this girl, the other lady is pregnant, the blogs were going to open it. You could have done your wife that respect, because for me, it wasn't that disrespect on social media. You could have called her in the house. You could have, said all of those things, because you see one of the reasons, even though...
What makes you think he didn't do that? What makes you think
body
they had that
language.
conversation?
You see that incident that Zibi was talking about?
Yeah, that incident.
You see, when things have been sorted, it's just like how 3 of us are sitting on this set. If we don't align with each other, it will show in our body language. No matter how much we want to package, I'm like, I want to act professional, it will show. So in that last scene on her birthday, if you see her body language was everything like, oh God, this guy, it's enough now and everything. So you have to sort it, because whether we like it or not, in as much as also we glamorize, because monogamy, look, It's not an easy something because God created
tell me about
fantastic
it.
human beings in this life. And I'm telling you,
Amen.
as a child of God, because I appreciate the creation of God. Man, when you see some men with white chests, if you look at my Instagram story today, there's one fine man, no Nigerian artist, white chest, looking luscious. I'm like, God created this one on a Sunday. And then after God finished creating that one on the Sunday, like 12 noon, God will not create another boy like 2. You will not be like, Lord, lead me not into temptation. Because it's not easy to be monogamous. Do you understand? And then the thing is, we connect with people on different levels. I may connect with you on an intellectual level.
Yeah.
I may connect with you on an emotional level.
True.
I may it may just be not even anything, like we say, just for knacks. We just met each other, like each other, shark, everybody's going in their proper direction. Do you understand? So the truth is, as humans, they will never, and I always tell people, when you marry somebody, you will always see someone that is better than that person. It's just
Definitely.
you know, it's like the guys always give that, I wish I met you a few years ago. That
Yes.
because when you say it, you will still marry somebody, you see somebody else that is better than me. So that's the truth. I will always see somebody that is better than my billionaire, but hey, baby, don't be annoyed. So I was see someone that is even richer or wealthier, if you're in that kind of space, that is ready to take you away at any point. It's just like standing there saying, for me, say the word. There will always be people, and then when you now take camp and you move to this person too, you will still find out that like Jeff Bezos too now, you understand? He and his wife, how many years, this other person moved. And the connection, and it can be anything. Some people, and I always tell people that don't change yourself for someone else. And this is why. Because this is who I am. So yes, your partner wants you to be a certain way. So for example, I love lingerie. The only thing that I have not yet gathered my strength to know how to strip.
To rock them.
To strip, to do all of those things. I'm still shy. You know, as a Jesus child raised by well-to-do, yeah, for me, you did a good job. But your partner might have been saying that. But to now feel like when your partner now moves to, because we do that a lot to women especially,
Right.
this man has now met another chick. She's absolutely nothing like you. Doesn't mean anything is wrong with you. But he has connected with this person. It might just be a
very
humor.
different level.
Then you're not trying to now be like that girl. You can never be. Just be the best version of your own self. You can never be that girl. You can never be the other person. It's just like if I meet a man now with, white chest and a fat bank account, then you are my friend. Me and you, maybe my side cockroach, for example. You are an intellectual somebody, you are smart. But I cannot...
Which is also your thing.
Which is also my thing. You understand? I'm a nerd. I like to read. I like to connect with you intellectually.
Right.
But I cannot say to you now, baby, but we want to go to Seychelles now, and you. But that Seychelles thing, or maybe that money thing, he doesn't stress me with it. He's just saying, I'm just seeing money in your account. I'm asking you, what's the money for? And you're like, you just
trying to give it to you.
just a soft life.
Yeah. Soft life.
But even this my net now, I'm a kagidi body. When I say let's go and buy, I'm like struggle. You say we're angry. You're angry.
Okay.
So
fine.
anyway.
Okay, fine. Now, before we wrap up on this one, now on the final note, right? Why do you think the society is frowning towards polygamy right now? Because everyone seems to be frowning, but like I know it's wrong. It's wrong. Even when the Oba or no, if was taking him, like why is he doing that again? Like he's an Oba.
He's an Oba.
He can take as many as he wants. So
I think the economy definitely plays a huge role. Because a lot of people are struggling to take care of one wife and 2 children. So when you have a side chick, just know that whatever resources a wife is getting is cut in 2. And guess who is getting the bigger share?
the wife, innit?
Definitely not the wife.
It's the wife. The wife has
No,
kids.
the wife is not getting the bigger share.
Because there are kids involved,
He needs
innit?
to impress that side chick on the
Mike is
outside.
a good man. But
No, wait, hold up. No, what is, okay, look, if I have 10 naira with me right now, I will spend maybe 2 naira or 3 naira on a side chick, and the rest is for the house, honestly.
No side
I
chick
have
is going
kids.
to be waiting for you to spend 3 naira on her. She wants 9 naira, maybe 9
that's,
naira.
if you, sorry, if you're a man and that's what you do, I'm not saying having a side chick is okay, but if that's what you do, then you're really stupid. Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
Like,
no,
he actually
seriously, come
comes
on.
from actually betraying someone who is in a committed relationship.
Okay,
or
let me
marriage.
put a devil's advocate here. Let me just
we
throw
go.
a spanner in the works.
Here we go.
Okay, so what if that side chick, is like a business partner? She brings in, or not business, she's able to bring you business and bring you, I'm like, when you're saying that, for me,
this kind of-
we have to look at all the angles.
really avoiding
So
this.
what if she you come to me now and say, oh, for me, I have this proposal, and all I just have to say that, oh, Miles, you have this proposal, fantastic idea. Let me call someone in Lagos State and tell them that there's only Miles that they can use. And I keep going on about this film that recently came out, like Anikulapo,
Anikulapo.
how Awaru introduced Saro to everybody else, and even though he
Changed
was
his life.
she literally changed his life. So are you going to tell me that got you a 100 million contract, and if I come to you and I say, Miles,
Alpha.
first of all, my cut not even because you are my side boo or anything. My cut is 10%. Then a side boo now consign. You understand? You're gonna give me something for the something. But yeah, wifey will not tell you when you don't even know how whether I kiss the person that gave me the contract or something. So you see, those things it's never cut and dry. It's never A and B. They're always going to be black and white. It's always going to be gray areas. We have to realize that. Once we realize that, then we know that everybody. My own is that let the man just have sense, be mature. Period.
All right. That being said, we are not advocates of side chickism or side cockerellism here. We're not saying go and have a side chick or go because you say they told us that on the Plus TV. They're the ones that told us. We didn't say that. We're just putting out there the way it is. Okay.
But I know you still do what you want to do.
Yeah. Still do what you want to do.
But I wanted to answer your question, Miles, where you said that why the people.
Society.
I don't think the society is condemning. So two things. Right. I think one, we are pretentious. So we want to we're doing something in secret, but want to come out and say, no, I don't do, I'm holier than thou, I don't do, I've never, I'm a virgin, so like that kind of thing. Even after you have had 30 children, you're still a virgin, but it's okay. But then the second thing is that people who have experienced polygamy, and you see polygamy is in different ways. There are polygamists that they live with all their wives in the compound. True. It was a gidigbo moment that they were fighting all the time. There was a lot of resentment. There was a lot of, because we're in Africa, there was a lot of witchcraft and jazz. Somebody took your name to Babalawo.
It's still there.
Once you have experienced that, you do not want to. Because, it is a traumatic experience of people who have gone through bad. I was talking about a family that I know that all the children are so close, but of course their mothers aren't as close. The father succeeded in making all the children close, but it's not going to work. So what works in polygamy family A will not work in polygamy family B. Okay. Going back to why the man should have sense. So it's two things. People are pretentious. People genuinely also don't like it because of the experiences they have seen personal or their families and their friend, and they see the resentment that it brings to. So that's why. So that's what I think, though. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with
that? Very interesting perspective.
All right. Now, there's no how on earth we'll talk about polygamy and we'll talk about side chicks, and we will not have this discussion. I think this is another discussion people frown at. A lot of people. For one, there was a time I met someone I was supposed to go out have a relationship with her, and along the line I found out that she had like 2 kids, and it was a problem for me. I'm like. Okay, why didn't you? Why wasn't this the first thing you put on the table? Like, oh, I have 2 children. Why are you telling me now? Now we've gotten deep, like into 2-3 months, and you're now telling me now I'm deeper with you. So it was a problem. So we're talking about single mothers and baby mamas. Somebody said they're actually 2 different things, but I think I want to be schooled today. So single mothers and baby mamas. What's the difference, please? Let me just first.
Okay, I will answer that question, but answer my question to you.
What's the question?
When you were saying that you dated this single mother that had 2 children, why did it make you uncomfortable when she eventually told you that she had children?
Okay, it made me uncomfortable because we didn't have that conversation. If she had one child, I have a child, right? So when I'm meeting anyone for the first time, that's one of the first set of things I tell you, like, oh, I have a child. Are you okay with this, right? I think she should have just laid it down before me first. Like, guy, I have not even 1, 2. That's a lot. So we're gonna have, you and I are gonna have like, I'm not having more than 3 children in my life. Maximum of 3, minimum of 2. So added with your 2, my 1, that's 3. Then that 2 from
so you didn't like her enough to take her with her 2 children?
No, I did not.
And you ended the relationship?
Yes, we had to, real quick, not before we went further.
Interesting. I mean, there's something called first date conversation, second date conversation, first month relationship. I think
you're gonna live long.
I think if you guys haven't been together for up to 3 months, you guys are still seeing each other. You guys are not in a committed relationship. It might be, some people might consider it overkill on the first date to say, oh, I have a child or I have 2 children. So you judged her because she had 2 children, and it's fine because it wasn't going to align with what you wanted. Exactly, and that's fine. But because maybe perhaps there are a lot of people that share that idea and people don't really listen to understand the backstory of why someone is a single parent or not. In our society, there's this perception that if a woman is a single mom, chances are she lived a wayward lifestyle. So people don't want to know whatever the backstory is. So because of things like that, that's why a lot of people are not going to be so comfortable just bringing it out to the table immediately and saying, oh, yes, here's my phone number. By the way, I have 2 children.
Boom. Just like I think I'd rather prefer you just do that.
That's you, because
now just let me know. I don't really have a problem with it, but let me know if it aligns with what I want to do in my life. Because my mother is a single mother now. We had 2 boys. Do you understand? And she lost her husband at a very, very young, tender age. I was 13 when I lost my dad. So every man that came her way, and they just see both of us like these two boys, they just flee. Automatically.
Wow.
She's still single today.
I still feel like they didn't love her enough.
Like they just like, two boys, Sha. Nami will carry 2 boys. Upon boom, they're gone. So she just, after a while, she just stopped dating and she just, you know what, I'm gonna just stay
Focus
with
on
my
my
kids.
children.
And so today, Mama just stay single, just enjoy her life. But she has a white boyfriend, Sha.
Wow, that's nice. I like her. I like
So
her.
it's your turn.
Okay, so finding single mothers and baby mamas. So
Right.
this single mother thing, I feel like the baby mamas are intentional in the sense that they see a guy, they want to have a child for the guy, like with Nigerian celebrities. You see a guy, or with celebrities across the world, you see a guy, you're targeting, you're like, this is what I want to do. I want to have a baby by this, that song, have a baby, be a millionaire. So I want to have a baby by this man for money's sake, for his status sake and everything. Single mothers, defining single mothers in my own Fumi's terms. So single mothers are people that have been married, like I was married,
Right.
or they were dating someone that they loved, or, well, I'm not saying that the baby mamas, before people come from me that you don't love your celebrity boyfriend, but hey, they loved, or, someone that they were in a relationship with, they were married to, and then things went south and a child was involved and the man now, just is taking care, this woman is now left with the responsibility of taking care of this child. So that's it. So like the baby mama, she's intentional. She's not looking at, look, there's a two-face here. If I, handle this guy, if I do this, I'm going to have a boy.
Those are the trappers.
She trappers. Do you understand?
So what happens to those who are not being baby mamas for celebrities or rich people? Just there are lots. Go to Makoko, baby mamas plenty there, plenty. Makoko there, plenty baby mamas, plenty. So what happens to
So
those? Why do you tag those ones?
That's what I'm saying. Because
Single
even baby mama came from like an American entertainment term. You understand? So but guess what? Because we always think that things are just exclusive to us. This thing have been happening like for a long time. I knew one of my friends' mom, for example, when we were younger. I think I was like even the first woman that I knew that had children for different men.
Right.
So the only thing was that her own father took my friend out of. I said, you know what? I will raise my daughter. I'll go and raise. So some women are just like that. So those women, some of them were also, how do I put it, either careless, like, they met this person, they thought the relationship, not careless, but they met this person, they thought the relationship is going to work. And how we always use children as what will seal and hold the relationship together, which is not true, because if you like 100 children, if a relationship or marriage that will fall apart will go to pieces, you get it. But that's the, that's the thing with, for me, with baby mamas and single mothers. So those ones were hoping that they could do that. Some may have been intentional, some may have not. And so
I have a few matured friends who are still single, like in their late 30s, mid 30s, and all they say to me these days is like, look, I just want to have a child. I don't even care about the guy. He doesn't have to take responsibility. Just get me pregnant, and I will take care of my child. Do we still call those ones single mothers or baby mamas?
I think, to be honest, that term baby mamas, I find it a bit disrespectful.
Okay.
That's personally, I find it weird. I feel like it degrades women who consciously or unconsciously had a child without being married. So I always frown and cringe whenever I hear people being described as baby mamas. I mean, even some of the baby mamas so-called baby mamas who have children for celebrities, some of them are not just hoping to trap, they're actually hoping that maybe I would be the one that this person will end up with. And unfortunately, in some cases, it doesn't happen.
Okay, let's put the final notes out there for me, from your part, before we wrap this up.
I just feel like live your best life, be responsible,
I saw that comment.
male and female. Let everybody have sex so that the world will be a better place. Simple.
Okay.
I think self-control is very, very important.
Yeah.
If you're single, you're not wearing that shackle on your finger, that's fine. Live your
Shackle,
life.
wow.
Yeah, some people see it as a shackle. Some people see it as, something precious. Depends on which way you're looking at it from. But once you make a commitment to someone to be in a relationship, be with that person. If for some reason you choose to take a walk out, don't do the whole side chick, side cockerel thing. Be bold enough, tell your partner, we're done. And everyone moves on and everybody's happy.
All right. That being said, shackle wearing or not shackle wearing, and the major thing is you should have sense. In the words of me, you all should just have sense. Okay, cool. If you're gonna indulge in some things, let your partner know. Nobody's holding you. You're old enough now. You're above 18. Happy? No caps. We came, we saw, and we definitely conquered. We have to go. Right, we have to go. We're done. We'll be here next week, same station, same place. But if you have anything contrary to what we said, you want to argue with us, it's fine. We love argument here, right? Just go to all our social media handles and let us know what you feel about what we discussed today. And trust me, we will reply you. Or we'll even bring you back here next week and continue. So we gotta go. Adios. Drink a lot of water and mind your business. Ew.
to live in denial, suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. But your brother raped me. Oh, bless your... He did, and you know it. You know this. He did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me, and I came to you. I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother, and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh, cut the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism. all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me.
You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No more. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
Effective December 2026, the federal government will discontinue budgetary allocations to professional bodies and councils. We shall be taking a look at what this is all about this morning on The Breakfast. We'll also take a look at the front pages of some national dailies with an analyst joining us to dissect them piece by piece. Good morning and welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's the Entrepreneurial Thursday edition. I am Maureen Menong-Izigwe. Top trending this morning, President Tinubu introduces 1,000 Naira annual vehicle proof of ownership fee. Well, that's one of our top trending this morning on The Breakfast. The new levy was introduced by the federal government Joint Task Board, according to the Lagos State Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transportation, Engineer Abdul Hafiz Toriola. The proof of ownership certificate will serve as valid proof that a vehicle is legally owned by the registered individual or entity and will contain vital information such as license plate number, model, and year of manufacture, in addition to the owner's name and address. He added that the document will be issued at the point of renewing vehicle particulars at a minimum fee of 1,000 Naira only. Now, the introduction of the levy has widely drawn criticism from Nigerians who see it as a further means of putting more burden on the people and causing them untold hardship. Well, according to the latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics, there are at least 11.8 million vehicles driven on Nigerian roads, which would thus generate 11.8 billion naira for the federal government annually. So now this is something that Nigerians are saying, come on, you're already making us tighten our belt. How much more should we tighten our belts? You're asking us to sacrifice. We're the only ones that should be sacrificing. So that's it. It's out there. Nigerians will be paying 1,000 naira to prove that they are the owners of the vehicles that they already have proof of ownership certificate for. Well, that's just that. Well, second hot topic, second top trending, is on Governor Adeleke's orders to arrest the Asiwaju of Muslimi of Yoruba land and others. That took place at the Oshobo Eid ground with some resistance as armed soldiers executed the arrest order. Different reports coming as to why this happened. Some said that there is an attempt on the governor's life. Another says that there was an issue of seat, you know. They were dragging where to sit at the mosque yesterday, and so at some point the governor felt embarrassed by the conduct of the person he had asked them to arrest, Asiwaju Muslimi of Yoruba land, and sent his people to arrest him for disrespecting him. So there are two views to this, two news, two stories, two sides to this story. Threat to the governor's life, tussle over a sitting position in the mosque. Not a good story, not a good thing to come out. These are men of high standing, and some level of decorum should be displayed when these people are in public places and when they relate with one another. All right, so that's the much you can take on top trending. We'll be going forward now to give you the weather report and come back to look at the front pages of the national dailies this morning. We have Ezekiel Anya, a public affairs analyst, who will be joining us from Akwa Ibom as our analyst this morning. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And it's time for Off the Press, where we take a look at some headlines of some newspapers in the country. And we'll begin with the Punch newspaper. And the Punch newspaper this morning leads with Salah. Current pains necessary, says Tinubu. Government preaches unity. Salah, current pains necessary, says Tinubu. Governors preach unity. And the riders there, President assures Nigerians of better days. PDP lambast APC. And governors demand peaceful coexistence as Muslims celebrate Salah. So there you have the picture of President Ahmed Tinubu and some other people there, top dignitaries, Nuhuru Badu, former governor of Lagos State, Fashola, and some others at the praying ground. You have others, pictures of other Muslim faithful celebrating the Salah at different places. So those are the pictures on the front pages, the front page of the Punch newspaper. You have going down, drama at Senate ex-spokesman and Adeleke supporters clash at Idil ground. Yeah, drama there. Senate ex-spokesman and Adeleke supporters clash at Eid ground. That happened yesterday. And above the masthead of the Punch newspaper, you have marketers project 700 naira a litre for petrol. 700 naira a litre for petrol. That's marketers' projection. And then 120 billion naira USSD debt won't be cancelled. Telcos tell banks. Nigeria's digital infrastructure inadequate for cashless economy. That's World Bank there. Page 20 is where you have details of that. Business Day from the Punch newspaper. And Business Day is leading with 4.4 trillion naira cash bonanza for federal government, others as FAC gets boost. 4.4 trillion naira cash bonanza for FG, others as FAC gets boost. Nigerians suspended travel plans to US, Europe as fares soar. Nigerians suspend travel plans to US and Europe as fares soar. Summer travelers shift to Egypt, Rwanda, South Africa. Well, those are the two major headlines on Business Day. And from Business Day, we move to the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper leads with Salah, presidency, PDP trade blames over bleak low-key celebrations. The 6 is where that story is written. Presidency, PDP trade blames over bleak low-key celebrations. And that's talking about Salah there. You still have pictures of President Tinubu and some dignitaries praying yesterday at the Eid ground, and then a smaller picture of Nigerians there, some Muslims who are also praying at different sections of the Eid ground. Above the masthead you have flooding, FCTA to evacuate residents of Trademore Estates. We saw horrible videos and pictures from Abuja last week. Very horrible. So FCTA to evacuate residents of Trademore Estate. Details of that is on page 8 of the Guardian newspaper. Land Use Act between powerful governors and oppressed citizenry. Land Use Act between powerful governors and oppressed citizenry. Page 4 is where you have details of that. Lobbyists stranded as Tinubu relocates from Babylon to White House. Page 6 is where you have details of that. FG to stop funding professional bodies councils from 2026. That's our hot topic today. We'll be taking a look at this in depth, and details of that is on page 5 of this newspaper. Adeleke Senator clash over reserved space at Osun Praying Ground. Details of that is on page 7. And stock market gains 5 trillion naira in 6 months. And that's the much you'll be taking from the Guardian newspaper. From the Guardian newspaper, we'll move to leadership. And leadership is leading with Sultan to political leaders, shared your extravagant lifestyle for Nigeria's sake. Shared your extravagant lifestyle for Nigeria's sake. Page 4 is where you have details of that. And the mass strip there. Despite shrinking income, Muslims celebrate Salah in style. Above the masthead, you have Abbas loyalists scramble for 15 juicy committees. "40 Nigerians regain freedom from Libyan detention." That's on page 8. That's where you find details of that. What happened to these Nigerians? Why were they imprisoned in Libya? And how did they regain their freedom? And here you still have that headline, FG to stop funding professional bodies councils in 2024. Page 6 of the leadership is where the details of that is. And so you have pictures of people celebrating Salah, praying and killing ram. This is, the biggest, I believe, that Muslim faithful celebrate in the year. It's a very big one, and there are divergent views on how Nigerians celebrated it. Muslim faithful celebrated it this time around. Some are saying it's too low key and attributing it to the economic realities on ground today. Not many people having enough to celebrate with. Well, that's the much I'll be taking from the Leadership newspaper. Okay, so we'll take a break and then we'll unveil our guests who will be joining us to analyze these headlines. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Okay, welcome back, and it's time for our guests to join us to take a look at some of the headlines we just read out from the front pages of some national dailies. Mr. Ezekiel Nya-Etok, Public Affairs Analyst, is joining us now from Akwa Ibom. Good morning to you, Mr. Ezekiel.
Good morning and happy Salah celebrations to everybody in the studio and all Nigerians.
Indeed, indeed. Well, let's start with the headlines on the Punch newspaper. Salah, current pains necessary, says Tinubu, and then governors preach for unity. You listened to his speech yesterday, didn't you? What do you make of his speech? The president saying that current pains are necessary. Nigerians should make more sacrifice.
Yeah, I think that there's a major disconnect that we really need to not just talk about, but interrogate and fix as fast as possible. You know, when I've been privileged over the years to have a direct relationship from the presidency to several state governors and everybody, I've been that privileged. And one thing stands out. People get to the president or to the governors and shield them from the realities on ground. And it takes a few people who understand this, who should understand this, who saw this when they were outside and now they are inside, for them to say, no, I need to be in touch with current realities. And let me say this, one of the people that did that impressed me and something I needed to copy was Mr. Peter Obi when he was, the governor of Anambra State. He gave phones to student leaders, secondary school, head boys, and say, this is the line, you can reach me directly. Send me messages. Let me get in touch with you. And I know he did that to other sections. Every leader, every president should have a dedicated line that nobody holds for him. He holds it. And you don't need to call that line. If you are calling, you're wasting your time, but send messages. Now at night, he will just sit down. It seems that my network is, I don't know if you can. Okay, good. Then at night, he would sit down or maybe in flight or something and just randomly go through things. Why am I saying this? The first thing is that I don't know to what extent Mr. President is aware of the hardship and the pains of the people for real. That's number one. Number two, I don't know to what extent he understands the psychology of human mind, human being, of leadership and emotional intelligence. Number three, I do not know to what extent he appreciates body language as opposed to spoken words as being the better and higher communication to the generality of the people. Why am I saying all this? Number one is that there is massive suffering, unprecedented level of suffering in the land. And number two, as a leader, the first thing he wants to show is body language, not just speeches. No. He wants to see himself as very simple. He wants to see himself as target driven. He wants to show the people that, look, times are hard and we've all got to make sacrifices. How on earth do you explain how the convoy, no matter the explanation of a Nigerian president having close to 100 SUVs, the video made the rounds, and I don't know if his media minders were careful to go through the mindset of the people, the different comments. I belong to over 250 WhatsApp groups, and I can tell you that from every section of Nigeria, when I have time to go through some of those things, because most of the things you just delete, because you can't read them. If you do that, it means you're not going to do your work. But you just stumble off things, which is just what I said earlier. You know, some things will jump at you, no matter how it is. And the mood of the nation is very depressive. It's very demoralizing. It's very much not in tune with this government that came on the back of people saying, no, you shouldn't have been. You didn't win. So what he needed to do was that quick thing. It's not about signing students' loan. You know, it went up, but is it sustained? People are starting to interrogate. Then, you know, upping the retirement age of judges. And then, you know, there are just certain things that are populist, but deep down, do they show somebody that really has this empathy for the people and really wants to get down to work? I think that Mr. Tinubu is a good man. I think that he means well, but that has always been the story of our leaders. I want to appeal to the people, his close friends, for them to help him, help your governor, you know, and I'm just concerned. So him telling him that hard times are coming, it's like, excuse me, can you just show me with your appointments, with your lifestyle, with the things that you do, that you understand that and you are willing to be the leader, lead from the front and make the first sacrifice and say, Nigerians, do as I do.
Yeah, well, if you go to Leadership newspaper, you find where the Sultan is advising politicians to shed their extravagant lifestyle for Nigeria's sake.
I couldn't agree more with the Sultan, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm happy that somebody at the level of the Sultan can read between the lines, can see what is going on, and is advising our leaders, please shed that extravagant lifestyle. I don't know if I'm still being heard. It's as if I'm frozen. You know,
we're hearing you.
Please.
We are still hearing
Okay, great. Yeah, great. Please shed that. And it's a very important message, absolutely important, because the Sultan is in touch with the people. He understands the pains of the people, and he sees the contradictions in the system. And he knows that somewhere along the line, if push comes to quack, then something, you know, the consequences might be dire. So the best thing is to nip in the bud. And that is exactly what I'm talking about today. It's not about the governors, yes, and the president, but about the people around him, about the friends around him. Go find a way. You know, there was something I wrote, and I wanted to send to my governor. Then I sent it to one former governor who is a very, very close friend of mine. And he called me and said, Ezekiel, don't send it. And I'm like, why? He said, okay, if you must send it, modify here. The moment that you start to advise government, what they see is not advice, they're criticism. No matter how nice, my language is ever extremely diplomatic because I believe that you should not demystify leadership. But you see, they read behind your good intention. And that is why a lot of people are afraid to tell truth to power and advise their leaders. But I ignored, not that I ignored, I took part of the advice, but I still modified it somewhat and still sent the message. And somehow, in this case, I was lucky because I had a one-on-one talk with the governor, And let me tell you what happens. While I was talking with the governor, usually if there's a third person, I kind of mellow down because I need to be very careful. But if it's one-on-one, four eyes meeting, I'm able to tell them the things diplomatically, but calling it as close to what it is as possible. Okay. While I was talking, the SSG came in and he sat next to me. After some time, I looked at the governor. I said, Your Excellency, please tell your deputy, your SSG to move to the other seat. He has been pinching my leg and it's starting to hurt. The governor started laughing. I said, because, and the meeting was supposed to be about 15, 20 minutes. It lasted for 1.5 hours. Because I was very honest with him. I was very polite. I acknowledged him as a governor. I talked to him and deferred to him and gave him all the respect. But I pointed out certain things to him. And he was very appreciative. The meeting lasted for about 1.5 hours.
This statement you made about this SSG who was pinching you takes me back to the initial statement you made about those who the aides to the president, whether they are not, shielding him from the realities on ground. And then when I hear such statements, Ezekiel, I begin to say to myself, why put the blame on the aides? It is the president or the governor that sought for the office. They should be...
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
I've been extremely close to several governors. When I say close, I mean one-on-one relationship. Do you understand? It's a privilege that God has given me. And that seat is a lonely seat. It's absolutely lonely. Everybody that comes is coming to get, to take, to manipulate. They are coming with all sorts of things. Some are diabolical. We have no idea what our leaders suffer. When the Bible says we should pray for those in government, God understands the seat of power is so lonely that leaders are looking for affirmation. So in not knowing how to draw lines, they now fall into psychophancy that just take them captive. It is when they leave office that the reality dawns on them. You understand me? There was another governor that I told him, I said, Your Excellency, have you wondered why each time I come here, I talk about your predecessor, the person you took over from, and I talk in glowing terms about them? He said, yes, I've been wondering, why do you do that? I said, because I want you to watch. You see that seat? It's not about you. Whoever comes to you to destroy the former person, that is how, not that person, because once you leave, that is how that same person will go to the next person to destroy you, because it's not about you, it's about the stock in trade of the person. So if I talk good of the former person, it means that when you leave this office and I come to the next person, because I will always have access, it means I'll talk good of you. So the important thing is that not all those that come to destroy your predecessors, note them, because they are the people that are going to destroy you. Now, these are some fundamentals that our leaders really don't know. And they went through hell. Our electionary process is such that you spend so much that when you get into that office, you are really not yourself from the beginning. You're not like sent by the people. You are hardly ever sent by people. I think the first person that has come close to being sent by the people first is President Buhari, because he always had these followers. I don't know to what extent he rewarded them. The next person, which is the real example, is Mr. Peter Obi. What happened was organic, But you see, a man like Mr. Tinubu, to the best of my knowledge, I may be wrong, had to fight his way, push and pull. And, there was an expression, he said, something and run with it, to get to that seat. So when he gets to that seat, he does not see the people this would have put me here. I don't know. There has to be a way of reordering the emotional connect, because we exploited him. We took every advantage we could of him to give him that. And then once he gets to the seat, we now want him to become an angel and God to now start thinking of us. We need to what's the word? We need to interrogate our leadership recruitment processes to ensure that whoever gets to the office feels a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility, a sense of gratitude, a sense of honor to give back to the people that gave to them. That is an instructive word. Give back to the people what they gave to you. What did you give to your leader when he was going there? Was it exploitation? Then you should expect exploitation from him. Did you give him love and concern and support? Then you should expect what you sowed to be what you reap. It's a whole new discussion and paradigm that we need to start exploring, because we keep blaming leadership. I wanted to be governor. We're still on it. I don't want to tell you what my family has gone through. I don't want to tell you what I've suffered. And then God makes me a governor. And then you just come, all of you. The insult I got, even from my classmates, even the poor people you want to help. My guy, if you're not ready for this thing, leave it. This thing is not for poor people. If you don't have enough money, go and look for, maybe go for Senate. Go. People just say things that hit you so hard and so bad. And then maybe for you to pander to their own whims and caprices or expectations, you go and borrow money at very hard terms, giving out probably half of your soul. And then you become a governor. And these same people, they switch 180 degrees and turn around. And they expect you to be loyal to them, to serve them. We really need to pray for God to help our leaders to forgive, to forget, and to know that the essence of seeking that office was a public good and not vengeance.
That is why it is the number one seat. Leadership positions in anywhere is not an easy thing. It's not something for just anyone. And so those who aspire for leadership positions, especially political leadership offices, should have known, should have understood, should have investigated, should have prepared their minds for where they are going. If you do not know and understand the psychology of the place you're going to or of your environment, you're probably not ready for that office, because we're talking about a country as diverse and complex as Nigeria. So anyone who is going or who has vied to become the president of this country should have been sensitive enough to know what he was getting into. So I still maintain that the buck stops at the desk of the president. It is your call.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. That is why one of the things I am proposing in our electoral process is that by the time that you buy a form to become a governor or a president, any of the elective offices, one of the things in the timelines must be that the INEC has a program for each party where they will, for 1 week before campaigns start, if possible, before you buy the form, once you give expression of interest, they should have 1 week of intensive training of the people that want to occupy the office. Do you know that I vied for the office of the governor? Up till this time, all that I have is what I think. What if my mindset is wrong? That's all I have. Nobody has said me, in spite of the monies you pay and everything, INEC collects, parties sell forms at 100 million for presidency, 50 million, and they don't call you and give you 1 week of what manifesto is all about, what the party manifesto is all about, what the office is all about, because for every office, there are certain expectations. The fact that, you know what they do in Nigeria? They call you, how much do you have? You say, I have up to 500 million. They say, no, go for Senate. If you're from Akwa Ibom, because you can't tell them you have 1 billion, you want to go for governorship. It's like, what is that? Please go for Senate. You now say, I have 50 million. They say, okay, go for House of Assembly. And if I say I have 20 billion ahead, I give of governor's form, come and collect governor's form. Do you understand me? So you are judged by how much you have. And you know that the office of the governor, a lecturer could be better suited for that office than a business mogul that Mongol that has 50 billion to spare. You understand? Some people are suited for National Assembly, Senate, or House of Reps. You have to know the difference between Senate and House of Reps and how both chambers operate. They are lawmaking, but they are not exactly the same thing, you know? So who gives us, what is INEC saying about enlightenment of these people? It is at that time that you know that, guy, when you become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you are no longer yourself. Oh, no. You are now public property. So it's not about what you think. This is who I am. No, nobody wants who you are. There are protocols of the office. There are expectations of the office. The man know they talk. No, you need a communicator. You need somebody, you know, one of the highest levels of, requirements of leadership is that word, charm. Apart from empathy, charm.
Charisma.
Charm helps you to connect with your people and helps you to push across your
message. So that is why we have a democracy, right? That is why we have a democracy, and the belief that the electoral umpire is independent enough to operate effectively. And that is why, towards the build-up to these elections, debates are called for. And you expect that these people vying will come and give us their manifesto, defend whatever it is they're promising to do. That will give, or that gives the citizens the opportunity to drill them, you know, and find out just how rich is this person in his mind, how compassionate, how enlightened, how educated, how brilliant and intelligent is this person vying. And so they begin to choose from those debates who they should choose to lead them. So it all borders on the whole process being what it should be. And that is why we are glad that we have the court to help us also perfect things, because we have seen that there are some rough edges that need to be dealt with. And so very soon we'll find out what really happened, right? If the judiciary lives up to expectation.
You know, it's unfortunate that I just want to be careful not to use the same brush and paint everybody, because within the judiciary, I've seen people that are of impeccable character. But it is unfortunate that this is the exception and not the rule. The judiciary, I told you my case was dismissed, and I'm on my way to the appeal court. In fact, I've already filed my appeal. And I mean, it's just, you go back home, you really can't understand how a human being thinks. No matter the level of inducement, if that is the case, at least use style, some level of finesse. Have some level of intelligence that you can apply in what you do. Don't be too brazen and say, if you don't like it, go to court. Or if you don't like it, go to appeal. Anyway, that put aside. But you see, there are, when we're having this process of governorship, we had debates. And I think that INEC should make debate mandatory, obligatory, should make it compulsory. There are certain things that INEC owes us. If you look at the last election, you notice that INEC was given over 365 billion. That is like $1 billion per day in a year to conduct this election. INEC owes us certain duties, obligations by setting out certain parameters. How would you want to be a president and you say you cannot debate? Because from what you've just said, the debate helps people to
form their decisions and decide who to.
It does. It's very important. You know, when and those who do the debate, they should have it in 1, 2, 3 sections. Maybe if you want to be a president, we now have in 3 senatorial districts or 3 level of debate. The first person is your person, your antecedents, what prepares you, what you understand by the office. Forget about the economy, no, your person. Because I say this because I took part in several debates, and one that really caught me was one that was done by an individual online. And he was like, the first question was, Architect Nyato, what do you understand to be the office of the governor, the roles of the governor, and what is it about your life that you know prepares you to take on that role. Number one, what is the role? What do you understand by the role? Number two, what prepares you to be able to play that role? That was about the most important question, because all these ones about economy, project, you can have consultants that help you put all these things together, but you've got to understand what leadership is, what the role is, what the expectations are, and you should tell us right from cradle the things, your life, and people will be able to the next day say, no, brother, I was your classmate, it's not true, or I was this, okay, yeah, it's really true.
Exactly.
You understand me?
So let's move forward to the Leadership newspaper. It has a headline there, FG to stop funding professional bodies councils in 2024.
You know, there was a time that the federal government was funding political parties. Time was when they were funding political parties.
And almost everyone had a political party without secretariats.
Yeah, they built the secretariat. Apart from building the secretariats, there was a time they were actually giving money, you know, to the political parties. But professional bodies, I happen to belong to a few of them, the chief of which is, Architect Registration Council of Nigeria, ACON, being a registered architect myself. And every professional that is registered pays his dues. I pay mine, and I'm up to date. And luckily for us, ours is such that you can even pay 10 years and just forget yourself for some time. But that one also has a problem, because when it finally elapses, 10 years is not as long as you think, before you know it elapsed, and you had already forgotten about it. But what I'm trying to say is that let them look at professionals. Professionals are people who are trained and should be doing something, engage one way or the other, so they should be able to pay fees. And those fees should be able to run their professional bodies. People will have reasons why it should be, like that of political parties. I mean, people were just forming political parties and doing next to nothing with it and just collecting the money and doing nothing. But that of professional bodies, I don't know what justification they will have for them to be in the budget. Let them become professional. Take the amount of staff they can afford. Get the sort of people, only that when government keeps having a hand in the appointment of these people, then he who pays the piper should dictate the tune. Because why am I sending my professional money to you and somebody comes in who is not competent enough, but because he's sent in by government, appointed by... So they have to not just say, we will not fund you anymore. They will also say, we will allow you to handle the process of selecting your leadership, for your professional bodies. So it should be a holistic thing. Don't tell me I'll choose for you, but you've got to pay what I choose for you. It doesn't work that way. It's not okay. Worst case scenario, tell the professional bodies to send you a list of maybe 5, and that yours will be to screen as you wish and then accept. And if none meet certain criteria that you would have set, you send it back to them until they send you the people. Then the professional bodies will now become professionally administered by their people who take responsibility for the appointment. The same thing should go to, something like this, INEC. A lot of the bodies that are being appointed by the presidency, by Mr. President, there should be a kind of deviation from how those people get selected, so that you don't go into too much of political patronage, because professional bodies are supposed to be apolitical. And then how am I sure that you're not going to give me somebody who is sympathetic to your party for whatever reason, one way or the other? So I think that if they are going to do that, they should do it holistically.
So perhaps there's some sort of house cleaning. Apart from the fact that the government is trying to cut off wastages, President Tinubu is projected 6% GDP annual growth, and these are some of the measures to shore up revenue, isn't it?
Conserve revenue, I would say, and I agree with him. You see, I keep making reference. I think one of the best things I did, apart from the cost is horrible, it's horrific, it's horrendous. I think one of the best things I did was getting involved in politics and wanting to be a governor. it made me to sit down and interrogate and see several things. You know, it's easy for you to sit down here and talk, you know, and criticize until you get into the battlefield and you are confronted with your vision and, you know, details. How will you do it? Bringing back to what we were talking about, you see, number one is you cut wastages. You do as much as possible to cut. But the question is, where are the wastages? You go to buy something. I went to buy something. I had about 20 items, and 3 items, 10% of 3 items covered the rest of them. So I told the man that was selling, I said, forget about those. I don't even want discount on the other one. These 3, give me. I bargained and upped, you know, I use you know, the word, you know, like out of 20, I go just 3 where I want, you know, things like that. But the discount I got on the 3 covered 100% of the cost of the other, you know, 17 or something. What am I trying to say? When you want to cut wastages, forget about this general. There are certain things you close your eye to, especially the benefits that small people are enjoying. Leave it for them. There are some areas that you just cut that, man, you have killed a lion with just one stroke. So I want the president to come and profile those wastages and then put them in box